Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yep. Right. Let's do this. So, how you guys feeling? Hope you guys have not been paying too much attention to the markets if you have a 401k. Man. I was here at 20 seconds. Well, you didn't declare first. That's not how firsties work. What's up, Anna? How you doing? Yeah, just kind of went into it, right? Yeah, dude. I hate to say it. Like, today's one of those few days that I think that I've turned on the news, and I was just like, holy shit, like, this got way worse. I'm alright. I thought someone was breaking in an hour ago, was ready to shoot them. Oh, dang. Was it just a misunderstanding? Like, somebody just trying to get into the wrong place? You know, you know, in today's day and age, I can tell you right now, I would be down a friend if everybody was like that. Because I had a buddy once who drunkenly, he lived in an apartment complex where they all looked identical, and I mean identical. And he just so happened to be, you know, so tanked that he walked into the wrong house that was unlocked. And yeah, he woke up to a police officer. That's like saying, hey, what are you doing in this home? So, it was an old lady that lived next door. Okay, let's see. All right, so I'm sitting at my desk. I'm doing my work since my apartment is small. I hear everything. I hear a key enter the lock of my front door. I live alone. My gun is nearby, so I grab it and I brace the door. I think someone is about to break in and rob me, so I look out the peephole, and it looks like one of the maintenance guy. It looks like the maintenance guy. He didn't knock. He didn't announce himself. Maintenance has never failed to announce themselves before. So I chained the door, opened it slightly, and said, "Can I help you?" He says, "Sorry, wrong apartment," and walks off like nothing happened. Bro, you almost died today. For real. Dang. Holy shit. That's crazy. Man, especially in, like, okay, so are people really that dumb in Florida? Like, do people just forget what the laws are down there? Or is this something that, you know, touristy me would totally know something, like, more about their own laws? Because it is like, yeah, we don't got nothing like stand your ground, because we think that's a little ridiculous, but we do have castle doctrine here, so I like, you would have been well within your rights, even in Illinois. I'm sorry that happened to you, Anna. Are you okay? Like, hope your heart rate's all right. Like, damn. I can tell you right now, that would send me into a panic attack. There was the one time where my door blew open from just the, you know, the wind outside, and yeah, that scared the shit out of me. So you thought it was an empty apartment? You probably thought it was an empty apartment. Well, if it's the maintenance guy and he didn't announce himself and then he just left, I mean, why wouldn't he say, like, hey, I'm here for this? I don't know. That sounds like somebody is dressed as a maintenance man, but they are trying to do something there. And they may have actually... Yeah, that's sus as fuck. Spark it up, Starman. What up, bro? How you guys doing? Oh... Matash, what up, dude? Just saw you, why is everything backwards again? Streamlabs, dude. What the hell? I feel like I'm in mirror, mode in Mario Kart right now. Hold on. What the fuck is happening with this? And all of a sudden, Twitch just like turned. All right, guys, the new Streamlabs update it's almost pushed me to using a new OBS system. I got to be honest, because it's getting bad. Although, hey, guys, did you notice what he did? I didn't move him there. He moved his bed over so he could be closer to me. My baby. Did I really just take an accidental bite out of that chapstick? He is just a baby. Dude, he's been... I don't know what's going on today. He has been, like, attached to me. He has not wanted to, like, leave my side. Oh. I know why. Yeah, I know, guys. I'm not sure if you guys have done the math, but it has been officially 1 month since my mom passed, and yeah, I think that he might have sensed that I was not doing that great. Has the update squatched your whole... It squatched my whole Fraggle. Yes, I mean, as much as I'm joking, it really has, man. This new update is insane. So, I went to go start stream today, right? Usually, it has a situation where it'll count down the stream, and then I noticed before I even go into the countdown, and it'll say Twitch, YouTube, you know, and give me a check mark for everything, you know, being A-okay. I noticed that YouTube's not even on it, and I'm like, what? And it's got me logged in. Everything is showing that, like, my YouTube stuff is there. Yeah, I tried to, like, start the stream. It wouldn't let me sign into you. It was just so freaking frustrating. So, I think that any of you guys know this, where it's like I had to clear the cache. Category gaming. Whoa, there's YouTube categories now? Hold on, guys. I just realized something. I might have screwed up on the titling. See, and that's what happened too. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, it won't let me change from category from the gaming. Well, here, let me see if I can do this. Give me a second, guys. This is so frustrating. Oh, you've got to be kidding. The description also... This sucks. Here we go. Politics. News and politics. Thank you. Alright, sorry about that, guys. See? That happened too. Apparently, it knocked me out of news and politics because it does not want me to do news and politics. Trump doesn't want me talking about the stock market crash real bad. Although, guys, so I was just saying real quick, before I start going back into chat, I was watching between Fox News and CNN, which I haven't done in a long time today, and holy shit, it was like CNN finally had it. You could tell that Dana Bash just went, you know what? No. She's like, this is insane. This is insane. And for everybody that's trying to act like this is normal, this is not normal, and people need to be told that this is not normal, especially on this network. They're like, no, the markets are crashing, and this is a very bad sign of things to come. And finally, people like even the CNN economist was just like, yeah. And then I went over to Fox News, and I was like, what is going on with this? And I go to Facebook, and immediately there's a thing there where they're like, for the first time in like 30 years, Fox News doesn't have the Chiron on with the stock market. I didn't look at the Dow until just now. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Guys, is bad. It's bad. It's so bad. What? This is why I'm anti-gun. Y'all are way too eager to take a... What? What are you talking about? Oh, you guys talking about I don't think they're eager to. What are you talking about? No, there's a protection. There is a protectionary angle to that, man. I'll be honest. This is why, like, for the one that I would use in a home invasion scenario, I do have like salt rounds. So I would like non-lethal measures. Bad and K. I mean, salt rounds hurt like a bitch anyway, right? Right? Come on. Get some beanbags. Your mom's artwork style you showed, very cool. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, actually, I have another piece of hers that we've been going through all the stuff that I got from Tennessee. I'll bring that down soon. And sorry, I'm trying not to have a breakdown because, like, man, today has been hard. Today has been really hard. 1 month. 1 whole month. And it feels... There's, like, the moments where it feels like it's been a few minutes. And then there's the literal, like, where it feels like it's been years. It's just, my brain is... Dude, grief is weird. Can I just say that part? Like, this is something I'm not sure if a lot of people say, but yeah, grief is fucking weird sometimes, where it's just like, what are you doing? Side. You let anybody break into your home? See, that's saying salt rounds. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah. No, I learned a bit differently, but I think that Anna is using a different weapon, and salt rounds might not be an option for her. So, hey, listen, I'm all for protecting your space, and in this day and age, you do have to be very careful. And I have been, as somebody who has been the victim of a home invasion, it's not fun. But also, you know what? It didn't make me it didn't make me full on like vigilante like style kind of BS. Like, nah. It just made me a little bit more it made me more aware of like what's like my surroundings, that's for sure, and like where I lived. And on top of it, just the people I like hung around, because that's what I hate to even say this, but yeah, it's usually somebody you know that turns around and is just like, oh, victim, all right. Greetings. Hey, Allie, how you doing? Will you be telling us today about how you don't care about the world and how everybody, about everyone who does is wrong? Inquiring minds want to know. Actually, Duke apologized for his part in that, and I think that you're kind of misunderstanding me. Because it was a moment where I was saying there are moments where I just don't care. Like, honestly, Allie, if I didn't care, why would I even start, like, stream today? And why would I want to talk about the politics? Why would I want to talk about the markets? Why would I want to talk about going to the protest tomorrow? I don't know. Your inquiring mind has now known. And also, yes, Duke realized that, oh, hey, definitely misunderstood what I was saying about that, but would be awesome to do an arts how-to type thing. I'll end stream today with something like that. Just do something really quick. I could do like a little, face sketch or some shit like that, but And honestly, Allie, like, this is kind of playing into it where, like, what Duke was saying, where he was trying to be, hey, I'm gonna leave this, I'll just leave, blah, blah, blah. Like, not even wanting to talk about it. That was completely squashed. We haven't... But I hope we have the same understanding, because this is where I was trying to make my broader point, that it's just kind of, like, I can't even make that, have that mistake. Even though I was being completely honest and real with my feelings, like that kind of shit. And also, for you to just... Do you really think that I don't care? Do you really think that I'm a full-on nihilist now? Like, I inquiring minds want to know. Do you think that I'm a full-blown nihilist? Or do you think that I have moments where I'm just like, we would like to understand? Okay. Well, I will make you, I will definitely make you understand that. What's the point, though? What's the point, though, of what? God, I wish you were in Twitch chat. It's a little bit easier. What's the point, though, of going into full nihilism mode? Yeah, because I'm reading your sentences out of, well, they're in sequence, but they're out of time. But I'm just saying, like, what's the point, though, of what? Of being, like, if you're saying of being nihilistic, then, again, when you start getting into the whole, oh, what does, like, okay, so life just flashes before your eyes, and then you start realizing, oh, well, this could happen at any time, so. Bloodstone, yo. I don't think you're a nihilist, not truly. Oh. I have moments. Especially now, like I have moments. Before, strangely enough, I was not that nihilistic. No, that was not me. Okay. You're gonna have to make me move my chair now? Nah. Fine. That's what comrades are for, to take your work off you and let you rest. Yeah, well, that's why I think I reacted the way I did last night, where I was like, yeah, I was a little bit angry, because it was like, yeah, guys, like, if I can't have a real moment where it is kind of like I took that right. It was I perceived it as a threat, because he was threatening to leave. He's like, threatening to leave the community over, like, a disagreement. And that was, and also, like, not even a disagreement, it was a straight up misunderstanding. Because, like, to say that I'm just, number one, that's almost implying like I am doing this just for money, which that is so far from the case. Starting this stream cost me a lot. Like, but I needed inner peace, and I needed happiness, and I needed fulfillment, and this is what this gives me that. So, like, just being here with you guys, chilling, even in this regard, like, I don't even have to be talking about politics. I love hanging, also, I love learning from you guys. I actually said that, to Duke, privately, but I'll just let you guys know, where it's like, no, I appreciate what you guys bring to the stream, because I learn, and I love learning. I don't know about you guys. You might not be curious, but like me, but I'm a curious little kitty. Ew. But I am, though. I don't know. I also like just deferring to people that know shit. That is know shit, or at least to have confidence in that they know shit. I'll be honest, there are some times where I'm just like, I love the people that are super confident in what they know. But then sometimes you're like, oh, they're just confident. I love effing around, and I love finding out. You're the you're the ultimate purveyor of the scientific method. You're just like, well, I mean, technically. What's my hypothesis? Well, my hypothesis is I fucked around. Anyway, Allie, I wondered if you're that depressed. Yeah, no, I've been depressed. But I'm not letting it out. Like, I'm just not talking about it as openly, where it's like, yeah, Saturday I let myself have, like, I think I talked about it yesterday, though, where I let myself have a full day. Just being full-blown depressed, really letting it, like, hit me. So, but yeah, I mean, literally, I got my mom, like, smiling at me right now. So, that's the type of shit that's helping me with that. Sorry, I just read your thing. You're like, you're not finishing sentences. It's just like, oh man, that's it's funny enough. Something my mom used to say to me. And she'd remind me, slow down. It's like, okay, wait. Gotta get a thought. My favorite side of YouTube are paleontology, archaeology videos. Nice. You would actually, you know what? I gotta ask my aunt if she has any of her stuff. Because she hasn't published it to like YouTube or anything, but she actually has some really cool videos of her time being an archaeologist in Wyoming. Because she found a bunch of stuff. And they she has been a videographer since like the 80s. She was one of those people that would always show up to like family events and she'd have the newest camera. But you know what? It's also, it's really cool that she did that because we have a lot, and I mean a lot of family footage. So it's pretty cool. Oh, by the way, guys, special announcement. We made 1,200 followers over on, 1,200, subscribers over on YouTube today, so you know. Was that 1201? And somebody was probably just like, nah. But still, we did it. The bowl within sparked the flower. Damn it, I missed my local 420. Well, it's 425. It's 4:25 minutes ago. So. Starman. He's the starman waiting in the sky. I sacrificed a hit for that. Just for aesthetic. Plus Bowie. This is this is Bowie to Bowie. I hear you out there, man. This is Bowie back to Bowie. I read you loud and clear, man. Ooh, yeah, man. Oh, God. Flight of the Conchords, if you don't know, is awesome. The David Bowie song is really, really good. Man, that was a good one. What is the live discussing about? Isaacman. Well, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you stopping by. Talking news, politics, but we're also talking the crash that's happening, which, it's happening. Oh, fuck. Like, for real, dude. The only reason I can laugh is because my 401k was already kind of shit. So it's like, oh. Okay. It really is the ultimate millennial attitude to just be like, retirement? Guys, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna look like Gandalf when I'm done streaming. And I'll probably end streaming like as like I'll look like Marv from when he's getting electrocuted from Home Alone 2, just a skeleton in my chair, just chat scrolling by. I don't want to rub it in, but treasury bonds. The thing is, I also just, I don't like talking about that kind of stuff on my end. Open, like, there are some things, believe it or not, that I do like to keep private. Just say. Is this an independent live which does not side with any parties? I mean, I don't side with parties. I am independent, but I'm everybody has their biases, so I lean left. But no, I'm not a Democrat. Although in Illinois, I'm registered as one because I have to be to even vote in my primary. Well, in a primary, so. Which sucks. They do that to the left and the right. And I've heard that a lot of Republicans hate that shit too. Because they're just like, so you can't even run as an independent candidate. Like, that really kneecaps the independent parties in Illinois and New York. So, you gotta love that. Liberal equals common. I know. Trust me. Trust me. Like, that's what's been bothering me. Because, like, watching that PBD debate yesterday with Sam made me realize that, like, when they were identifying as independent centrists, anything like when they said Newsweek was a liberal publication, I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? You mean like the centrist of centrist like magazines is sort of W take you had? You're an actual true liberal. It seems, I guess. You know, I get called liberal as a slur sometimes if I have too centrist of a take. I get called a communist if I have too leftist of a take. You know, you do gotta love the online sphere of like politics where it's just like, okay, I know where I'm, you know, sitting in the in my little crack in the Overton window. Newsweek is not center. The thing is, I see them as they have right-wing or right-leaning views. Like, they are so up Trump's ass, like, lately. I don't understand how that was but I don't know, Robin, do you think that they are liberal and I'm wrong and just lately they have a new editorial board that has recently shifted? Because every time I read something from Newsweek, specifically from Ground News, it's always leaning right. Or I'm like, they're doing them more favors than like frickin' Daily Wire. Agree, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I was like, I hope I'm not misreading. Or like, it's just because I do remember a time when they were technically like liberal. But yeah, man, their editorial board is just, it's weird. But Newsmax you're thinking of, maybe? No, not Newsmax. No. News Nation is the one that's like apparently the new, you know, we're the center network, which, ew. It's unfortunate. Like my mother-in-law, she's a what I call like a classic liberal, and she likes herself some Cuomo. So yeah, the fact that Cuomo is on News Nation, she's just like, well, that just means that must be center. It's like, oh god. But Isaacman, I mean, I appreciate your take, so thank you for that. Wait. TK, that is a slightly... There's a singular motivation to be here for some, this platform, or life. I mean, I guess. Yes, the almighty dollar. Again, it would be so easy for me to just make this argument, just be like, no, guys, if you knew what I've given up to do this, you would never think, like, oh, he's doing this for the money. Also, I did make a joke that is kind of true, though. Like, if I wanted to just make money doing streaming, especially doing this, I could have done, like, a pivot during the MDD debate, like where we had like 90,000 people watching, where I got 100, I think, new people, which is still good, but man, out of the amount of people that were watching, you know, it's not like I could have done a pivot or anything. I could have done my grift then. Sorry. Can't believe I'm like, what, not even 8 months, no, 7 months in. Wait. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Oh, 9 months. 9 months in, and people are already like, oh, are you grifting? It's just like, what? Okay. I buy pizzas and give them to homeless people. Does that make me left or right, or just human? That has compassion? It depends what type of frozen, like if they're frozen pizzas and you're giving them like, you know, Red Baron, then all right, you're a decent human being. But if you're giving them tombstones, then I mean, do you hate the homeless? I'm just kidding. Here, eat cardboard with something that resembles cheese. No, Newsweek has been right leaning for a year or so. That's what I thought. Tombstone ain't so bad. Oh, come on. Home run in for the win, but oh, come on. Good old Grifton Pep. I mean, yep. I could have done it on that, April 1st. Damn it. I missed my opportunity to just show up to stream with a red hat. True. I'm just... All right, at least I got somebody that agrees. It's like, nah, Tombstone's... I'm sorry. If I find out that it's like, hey, you want a piece of pizza? It's like, yeah, and I go over there, I just recognize it's like, that's a Tombstone, isn't it? It's like, yeah, what's the problem? It's like, I'll eat the cardboard it came with. I'm so kidding, guys. Ish. Red Baron all day. Right to jail right away. 7-Eleven. Pizza is a culinary war crime. It's bad. Although we have a gas station here that makes pizza, Casey's. It's actually pretty good. I know that if you're from the South, then you probably know the Casey's Pizza, which honestly, if you're gonna kind of one of the better, like, what do you call it? Chain places, if you could call it a chain, I guess. But again, pizza's like, yeah. I have to be pretty desperate to just... Although, wait a minute. You know what? Hold on. There's one, Good and Gather, which, again, I know, Target stuff now. Yeah. But Good and Gather, the actual, like, cheap brand pizza that they have at Target. Dude, they have a... It's a honey, like a hot honey one with... oh my god, it's like the large cured pepperonis. It's really fucking good. Definitely recommend it if you're into like a frozen pizza. I get half vegetarian pizzas, kinda. Take a poll, all from Domino's. No, not frozen. Good point though. Yeah, okay. So Domino's though, if you're ordering Domino's, you have to get it with a different sauce. You got to get the marinara sauce instead of the other sauce. We have Sal's. I mean, again, we have so. I mean, even if Sal's is closed, it's like there's backups. Like those are. We do live in like pizza land, so I feel bad for the people where it is legit. Just like I have to order, Papa John's or Domino's. It's like, oh, I feel bad for you. No. The hot and ready Little Caesars are weirdly addicting. Only if they are literally hot and ready. The second those things start like getting a little bit of that cold air on them, for some reason they start. There's something about them, man. It's got that weird artificial like, that tastes like strangely chemically. Although they're cheesy bread. You know what? As a just a stoner who occasionally. If I'm by the Little Caesars and they have some fresh cheesy breads out, I might go buy a bag. Nothing wrong with that, right? Again, I don't belong here. Pizza is homemade by my son. Cardboard is for box. Hey, exactly. Hey, you know what? That's actually really cool. Man, homemade. He's got that. What do you guys like? Do brick fire or like how's he actually cooking it? Just in the oven? I always find that, like, there's one time I did an estate sale where you'd think this house, like, not a rich person's house by any means, but they had on their patio a giant brick oven specifically for brick firing pizzas. I was like, huh, they must have been pizza aficionados. And they were like, yeah. That would be fucking just so funny to like start accruing money, just never doing anything, like never moving or anything, but you just, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna build me a brick oven for just making pizzas, just for the pizzas. I love veggies on my pizza. Yeah, see, I am getting way more into just not vegan shit, but I'll do like meatless burritos now, where just bean and cheese burritos. Then I'm also doing, avocado. Come on, gotta put some avocado on there. But yeah, I also, my pizzas I've been doing just like onion, like spinach and onion has recently been like my favorite like go-to. But I really am just a Kevin McAllister. You give me just a large cheese pizza, you will see a bright ass smile on my face. I'm sure that brick oven will be useful for bread and other things too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but like I kept looking at the thing too because the way that they did these estate sales, we would get like stationed in a room. Obviously, it was like partially security, but partially like we had to help curate all this crap, whatever. Yeah, I just got to stare at that thing all day. It's just like, hey, yo, pepperoncinos, what? Pepperoncinos? Or Pep Squad. I mean, I don't know. Lasagna is hard. Oh, dude. To get them right at home for some reason. So I found a recipe where if you have a flat top grill, apparently you can do lasagna that way. I didn't think about that. I was like, oh, huh. Getting like that crispy top. Banana peppers. Ooh, yeah. Banana peppers are good. OMG, Kirk's. I mean, dude, Kirk kept going with the pep thing. I just saw that recently. I had it on a random comment where I'm like, oh, hey, look at that. He's still going. Lasagna's easy. I like how one of you's like, lasagna's hard. Lasagna's okay. Well, Talon, unfortunately, it's not as easy for other people. I mean, hell, can we just admit that, like, if you do know how to be, like, a halfway decent cook, you're already, like, I think a pretty small percentage of the American population. I remember, here, I looked this up at some point. Let's see if it's changed. What percentage of Americans know how to cook? Around 28% of Americans say they do not know how to cook. So, oh, actually, wow. So a majority do. Well, that's good. I feel like it's high, though. Hold on. Reasons for not cooking include a spouse or partner doing the cooking, 51%. Not wanting to clean up afterwards, 25%. Not having time, 21%. Oh, that's including. Okay, so 28% say they don't know how to cook. So then 51%. Damn. Okay, so I was right. They're like the majority of Americans do not cook for themselves. Okay, that was the better point that I should have been making. You have to. That's why women keep coming back around without commitment. What? Yeah, right? When you see those numbers, you're like, 51% is just like, I just don't feel like it. Or my spouse makes me food. Oh, wait. So that would also, though... Okay, so that number, you do actually have to include the spouses that know how to cook then. So hold on. All right, so yeah, 28% cannot cook, flat out. 54% admit that they are not proficient in the kitchen. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm not sure if that was a different stat. I would have included that in the same one. All right, so do we just include do we just take that 54 and then just add that as our statistic? I think we should do that. And then, yeah, no, that makes more sense because then we can look at the 25% as they don't want to clean up. So that just means they are not cooking. And the other 21%, not enough time. We're still left like 4 or 5%, right? Yeah. Yeah, 4%. We're still left with. That's weird. So there's this small 4% pocket that's just like, I know how to cook. Sometimes I don't want to cook. I just don't want to answer this question. I've admitted that I'm not good with math, though, so hold on. That's me. Yeah. You're literally like, I know how to cook. I just don't want to. Like, I really don't want to. Yo, dude. So, like, Anna, you ever have that thing where you have that thought where you're like, okay, so if I were rich, I would feel like I would have guilt and I would probably do, like, better with my money. But if you had, like, that enough, like, if you had that amount of money, you would at least do the one thing where you'd be like, yeah, maybe, just maybe, you know, paying a fair wage to have somebody else do my dishes for me might be cool. If I had a dishwasher. Oh, that, or a dishwasher. Yeah, oh my god, like, this machine that does the dishes for you. Oh my god, I just thought of... No, I totally forgot that those things even existed for a second. I just had that moment. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hit something. Oh, here we go. My bad. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry. I turned... So this has two modes. I got can mode, which sounds like it's a little bit, yeah. A little tinny, but it also is louder. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, that's funny. Little Miss Alice, that's nice. Oh, wait, what'd you say? Robin, it's fun. I've got a soft spot for Little Caesars because that's what they gave us for lunch in high school. Oh. The trick is to eat the dish at the same time. See, I got this problem where, like, my OCD won't allow me to just enjoy a meal until, like, the dishes are done. Or, like, cleaned. Enough not to, like, be a problem when it goes into the dishwasher. I don't know, man. I hate that. Bye, time to go. You gotta go? Alright, take care. I'll catch you later. The trick is, but yeah. Every so often you like to have wait. I like to have or want lasagna by day 2. You're like, oh my god, I hate pasta. What the hell was I thinking? Yeah, I kind of had that yesterday. I made a shepherd's pie that was huge. And yeah, yesterday I finally like finished the end of it. I was like, I don't think I want potatoes for like a while, which that's a thing for me. This boy loves him some starches. Just listening in my pocket. Oh, I'm a pocket pet. Look at that. Chili never gets old. Definitely my favorite thing to cook, except eggs. Yeah, I like chili. Making some good old homemade chili. Yeah, chili's great. I saw you say that. You're like, yeah, chili's technically a soup, right? I don't know. Is it a soup or is it technically like a dip? Stew. Oh. Come in with the curveball. All right. No. All right. It's a stew. No, you're right. Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Let's take a look at this. Hold on. Let's see. Let's get the live stocks here. Hungarian goulash. Bloomberg News. Tariff sell-off. Will I get in trouble for live streaming Bloomberg News? Let's take a look. Yes, I will. Okay, so fuck that. Here, give me 1 second. I'm hungry now. Yeah, me too. Huh. So you think Because, like, MAGA seemed pretty happy with the way things were going and, like, the way that he was explaining things. Like, yeah, you gotta ride this out. You gotta ride this out. You think they're still happy? I don't know, because it seems like Trump even is starting to do that thing where he sees this happening right now and he's like, oh, no, 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 no. I don't like this, guys. And then his staff is just like, no, sir, we have to hold. Yeah, you must hold. You must hold. Oh. Oh no. I didn't realize I was that far behind. Oh no. Yeah, guys. Is that the countdown to capitalism being over? I mean, doesn't it look like it? I mean, pretty mountains. Here, let's take a look at just how bad it really is. Let's get our man Wolf.
U.S. stocks are tumbling for the second day. The Dow is already down 1,000 points after dropping almost 1,700 points yesterday. This comes amid President Trump's escalating trade war and despite a stronger than expected new jobs report just out this morning. Also affecting the markets this morning, retaliation from China. Beijing announced it's responding to the White House's sweeping tariffs with 34% new tariffs of its own against the United States. Let's go live right now to New York and CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich, who's standing by. Vanessa, you're watching all of this. Break it down for us. First of all, start with the jobs report that came out this morning.
Yeah, well, this jobs report, better than expected jobs report, may have softened the opening on Wall Street just a little bit. But look at stocks right now. Look at where markets
my audio
are
through my
really
fucking phone right now.
This morning as investors are pricing in really the worst case scenario, a trade war escalation. They are looking for some sense that the administration is willing to negotiate with countries. That does not seem to be the case. Investors telling me that their trust has been just completely eroded as this trade war escalates. As you mentioned, a bright spot, the jobs report, better than expected numbers in March. Hiring picked up 228,000. That's more than 100,000, or about 100,000 more than expected.
Looks fine. Mountains are beautiful.
Employment rate ticking up to about 4.2%, just slightly from 4.1%. But really, as investors are telling me, this is ancient news at this point. This is looking backwards in March. Really, everything changed on April 2nd when President Trump announced these universal tariffs, and Wall Street was waiting for retaliation from major trading partners, and we heard from China just this morning a 34% tariff on all U.S. exports going into China. That's about $143 billion worth of goods every single year. Things like chemicals, computers, agriculture.
Line go down, not good. I mean, and I wasn't kidding when I was like, yeah, there was that moment where it actually clicked with me. I'm like, oh no, guys, I don't think I have a retirement anymore.
Which I will note already have previous tariffs on them from 2018 during President Trump's first term, and also retaliatory tariffs that went into place in March. So an escalation on that front. You also see there that's going to impact transportation and oil and gas coming out of the United States. But worth noting, though, that we, the U.S., get a lot more from China than we send them. We get about $438 billion worth of goods every single year. And that now also, because of what President Trump put in place, has a 34% tariff on those goods. Economists agree, Wolf, that those prices, those increase in prices, will likely get passed down to
all the more reason to go all in on public pensions.
Us, the U.S. consumers.
As we prepare to chat about what the markets are doing, Donald Trump is actually on social media calling out China and saying that they played it wrong, quote, and that they
really shouldn't affect you if you're less than 50. Again, dude, you don't know my situation.
Tariffs, but, you know, all of this obviously evident in the global stock markets, which have tanked since that China announcement just a couple of hours ago.
The message we just had from the President of the United States just goes to show there is a lot of ego involved, and you do question how far tic-tac goes. Looking at global markets, let's have a check-in. Dow Jones is down, I think it was 1,100 points so far today. It was down 1,600 yesterday. And we're seeing the steepest losses in stocks like Apple, Qualcomm, Tesla, Caterpillar, Nvidia. These are companies with big exposure to China. So you're starting to see some real
because
pain
like the mother
for
effing
big
capitalists aren't going to bail us
out. Of
out.
course, that will impact portfolios for all sorts of investors and
not like they expected us to bail the banks out.
Consumers, your average person in the United States. So we have the pain there. We're having steep losses in Europe as well. No retaliation from Europe yet. We're expecting to see more retaliation from other nations next week once all of this has been processed. But, you know, we saw Xetra DAX down around 4% before it came on air, FTSE 100, similar sort of levels, and the CAC. And that follows on from steep losses in Asia. So really another day of absolutely steep losses across.
But it's fine. It's totally fine.
The board.
And I think at times like these, when many are wondering what qualifies as a stock market crash, and are we getting anywhere close to that?
I was having this conversation with my team. When is it a plunge? When is it a tank? And when is it a crash? You'll be thrilled to know we're nowhere near a crash yet. We have been...
Oh, I'm so thrilled. Guys, are you thrilled? Are you thrilled that we're not in a crash yet, but
tiptoeing towards tank in some markets?
A tank? Ah, we're going towards a tank, not a crash.
For instance,
so we should be very happy that we're not doing that. Sorry, I mean,
MIB in Italy, which is down more than 5%. We're not at a crash yet, but you have to consider the losses we've also had, not just
even
today and yesterday, but in recent weeks and recent months, as all the uncertainty, all the threats of tariffs has added up and really taken, you know, we're talking billions of dollars off stock markets. And looking at today, I had a note from Deutsche Bank that said the market is doing one thing, pricing in a global recession. And if this remains the way things are going, and if we see more retaliation, that is where we are headed.
Yeah, is there any way to avoid that at this point? Has the rot set in? Would there be anything that could reverse the markets in that direction at this point?
Negotiation and
the
US president backing down at this stage.
All right, Anna, thank you. Well, we have a panel of economists here to dissect this. CNN analyst Rana Foroohar is...
Let's see if this is kind of like we were learning yesterday, where it's like almost every economist begging Woodrow Wilson, like, don't do this, don't sign that tariff thing.
In New York.
And then they did.
And economics professor Harjun Chang joins us from London. Great to see you both. Rana, I want to go to you first because we were talking about Donald Trump being on social media there. Well, he's also been mentioning a couple of other things that I want to raise. He's been saying in the past now that his policies will never change.
The way it's cut off is a little like, ooh.
And that this is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. What do you make of those comments in this?
Like the same people making every excuse for this screeched their effing heads off anytime that they thought they found a pretense when Biden was in office. Oh yeah, and then anytime that like the stock market fluctuated like a little bit downward, they were just like, oh, this is Biden's fault. And then remember like what they were doing, like a year out from the election, they were like, oh, this is only in anticipation for Trump, so we can claim that this is Trump's stock market.
Chaos.
God, we've lived through some true fucking insanity.
You know, there's two ways to look at this. The first way, and the scarier way, frankly, is that he's just shooting from the hip. There really is no global strategy here. And this is Donald Trump and his ego, as we've just spoken about. And I think that you can make a strong case about that. He doesn't,
I shoot from the hip. I do the little finger guns.
Pow, in the U.S., he doesn't have a chance to get reelected. And so he may be less concerned about global markets this time around and U.S. stock markets than he was before. It may be about power and ego. The other case,
Bing bong,
the more sort of there is a strategy here case, is that he really feels, and I know many on his team feel, that the global trading system has needed an overhaul for some time. He wants to move overall tariff rates that the U.S. puts on other countries versus what they put on us closer together. Of course, that's now all been thrown up because we're in a complete trade war. I don't think these numbers are going to last. I do think that there's going to be some horse trading, and there already is some horse trading behind the scenes.
Nay, I say there will be no horse trading.
But it is what I can say is that I think there's now a very good chance of recession, in part because trust has been obliterated. I also think we're in unprecedented territory. This is the biggest shift potentially to the global economic system that we've seen in half a century.
Yeah, and on that point, Hajin, that Rana was talking about, I mean, even if markets do recover a little bit, we do see these moves to negotiate. How irreparable is the damage that has been wreaked on economies globally at this stage?
Yes.
This is something you will not see on Fox News, that's for sure.
Yeah, last few days I've been trying to figure out whether there's some method in madness.
There's some method in the madness. Look at this. Even this guy was trying to just be hopeful. Like, he doesn't seem like he's a Trumper by any means. He just seems like he was just like, I really hoped he was not going to tank the economy. Oops, he tanked the economy.
I concluded that.
Yeah, that's copium right there. I think that is literally like what copium looks like, right?
Because that what is going on is that Mr. Trump thinks if he puts a tariff wall, foreign companies will first of all come and invest. They are not really going to do that on any significant scale because the U.S. industrial base has been run down.
I think Trump is trying to lower interest rates, yeah, but Jerome Powell has he's held like completely firm.
For the last
Trump doesn't get to control interest rates, even if he tanks the economy.
4 decades, and you cannot rebuild it in a few years.
And even with lower interest rates at that point, like, what is he trying to do? Make them zero?
Moreover, if they actually come in a major way,
I don't know, man. For everybody that seems to be a little they're huffing the hopium that this is going to work out somehow, that the long-term plan is actually something that can come to fruition, instead of just looking at it and going like, well, history has already happened, and the last time this happened, there was a massive sell-off, and then the global markets didn't budge, and then that caused the Great Depression.
There'll be no tariff, yeah. So he cannot have his cake and eat.
So we're gonna get shortages of American goods. Yep.
As for American,
the art of learning the hard way.
Company.
Well, dude, the thing is, this is gonna take decades. The fact that like anybody, I hear this constantly where people are just like, oh, yeah, you know what? Give them till June. Give them till, like, at least give them a few months. It's like, what?
Yes. They are not going to invest on any large scale because, the American financial system in the last few decades have become really parasitic and has been working as a mechanism to suck out the profit from corporations. So in the last 25 years, 90 to 95% of corporate profits have been given to the shareholders in the form of excessively high dividends and stock buybacks. And American companies do not have money to invest. So unless he does something about the financial system as well, all this extra profit generated for American companies by tariffs will be just...
Sorry, guys. I breaking the rule. He is getting a little treat because of how cute. Just look at him. Look at him. He's so damn cute. Treat for cuteness.
That leaking out of the system. So I'm afraid that it's all based on wishful thinking. And most critically, in the last couple of days, the United States has basically given up on being a country based on the rule of law. South Korea, my native country, signed a free trade agreement with the United States about 15, 20 years ago. And now that we are getting 25% tariff. So now who's going to take American commitment seriously?
Yeah.
Again, no, and yet America, you know what? Liberation Day. We're liberating ourselves from the idea that we're actually we're a good country.
In many ways, it's a realignment of world order that's happening here, Rana. And it was interesting to see China's Vice Commerce Minister come out earlier and say he wants to work with the EU to oppose protectionism, unilateral bullying. I mean, how expansive are the moves we're going to see here for realignment globally among trading blocs?
Huge. It's going to be huge. And this is
huge.
Really is an opportunity for China. It's kind of, in some ways, it's China's game to lose now.
Well, yeah. Again, all they have to do is go and like curry favor, with the countries where we just lost it. And then again, shocked Pikachu face from a bunch of Republican pundits when all of a sudden they're like, Well, it looks like China's becoming one of like the main superpowers in the world. What do you mean America not number one? Wait, we have to do something about this.
And it'll be very interesting to see how Xi Jinping and how Beijing plays this. I would be a little bit skeptical about whether you're going to see some kind of complete new alliance between China and Europe, because what's going to happen now is that a lot of cheap Chinese goods are going to flood into Europe because they can no longer flood into the US. And are the Europeans going to like that? No, they're not. So this is where you start to get into that cascading sense of, oh boy, we really are in a global trade war here. Now, if the Chinese were to suddenly say, you know what, we're going to acknowledge that we've been dumping cheap steel, cheap EVs, cheap solar panels onto the world and get
good luck vacationing out of the country for like the next lifetime.
Guess what?
Well, again, Americans are so up their own ass that they don't think that this is going to affect them. Like, again, dude, half of these people don't think that, like, kicking out the way that we're doing immigration things with fucking Canada and like these other countries where we're making their lives hard. They don't think that that's going to ever reflect on them. But these same people are going to go to Mexico.
Europe, we are going to cut a new and more productive paradigm with you. Well, that would be very interesting. And in that sense, then Donald Trump may have made Europe great again.
Good job, Trump. Played right into their hands. I mean, it's shocking how a guy that's bankrupted casinos is, somehow bankrupting our country the way that we have been crowing about since, 2016? Because when you actually apply, like, his methods to business, the way that because this is my favorite part. Everybody's just like, yeah, he's a businessman. He's a man of business. Yeah, he's bad at it. He has failed at multiple businesses. The man can't run a charity legally in the state of New York. And it's because he was defrauding people. Ugh. My South African friends agree. Let's see what Ben Shapiro has to say about this, because apparently he's upset. Go figure, guys. Like, Ben Shapiro actually, like, turning on Trump? No shit. Might help if I can just... There we go.
Yesterday, President Trump declared that it was, in fact, Liberation Day. His giant tariff policy just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally. Trump's reciprocal tariffs impose hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes on Americans, be the largest tax increase since the Revenue Act of 1968. One of the biggest tax increases on American consumers in the history of America.
So Ben gets it. He gets that this is a tax increase because for like the past day, I've been seeing this in right-wing circles where they're just like, oh, you're an idiot if you even call this a tax increase.
And it's going to cost American consumers. It will cost American producers who use inputs from other countries.
Yeah.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted immediately more than 1,000 points. The S&P 500 plummeted more than 3%. The NASDAQ plummeted almost 4.5%. There are real-world implications for this sort of stuff. Trade wars are in fact not good and not easy to win, particularly if you don't actually have a plan. It is predicated on a bad idea of how international trade works. A fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits.
Yeah, like, dude, my favorite part about this is legitimately, like, and he's admitting it. Trump just doesn't know what a trade deficit is. Like, I love all the examples that have been coming out, but the best one that I heard was how this guy was like, I have a trade deficit with my with the lady that does my dry cleaning because I don't have time to do my dry cleaning. I don't have the machines to do dry cleaning. So I am at a deficit when I take my stuff to her. But he's like, but we agree that she's providing a service. He's like, he does not understand how trade deficit works.
They're an accounting.
He just hears like deficit and he's like, we got to fix it.
Trade deficits have.
I heard a bad word. I have to go against it.
An economy. I can name you a period in American history where there was a fairly large surplus in America's balance of trade. The entire Great Depression.
Nope.
I'm pro ball.
Goodbye. Dave Portnoy, let's see. Breaking a stunning moment. Big Trump supporter Dave Portnoy blasts Trump tariff, saying, "I'm down 7 million today."
I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much are you down right now and today? 7 million. I'm down 7 million bucks in stocks and crypto. And it's tariff city. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand them. I don't. Like, it's more a trade deficit tariff to me. Like, hey, we get this much shit from you and you get this much from us. Let's even that up. Let's get some wacky formula and do tariffs. And everything's in the shitter because of it. I almost tweet.
When you start losing your most sycophantic fans. Oh, boy. Impeach Trump now. Are you seeing that that's actually trending right now on X? Dude. This is awesome. You just gotta love it. Well, let's see. Fox host coping hard over nosedive in the stock markets. But first, let's see. Market sell-off.
And Steve, I would turn.
It was 4 hours ago. Here we go.
Turn to you. I think beyond where a Fed put might be, to play off of what Steve was talking about, I think the greater conversation within the market universe is where's the Trump put at this particular time if things continue to deteriorate. Yeah. The president doesn't seem to be very moved by any of this to this point. Pulling into his golf club down in Florida earlier today while the markets are going.
I mean, dude, that's also like, can we just acknowledge this? I would love to see. This is my favorite part about what I do. I get to see if there are honest, like any honest Trump supporters. Will any of them be like consistent in the way that they are outraged about, Joe Biden, taking time off, Obama taking, his golf trips? At what point are they going to go, oh, yeah, you know what? The markets are tanking and he's golfing. And then he's also ignoring what was it? I don't think, is it the funeral of the 4 soldiers from that died in Lithuania? I think it was something like that. We're going to go into that too.
Down, saying that his policies will never change earlier as well.
I've got to go, Gavin.
From that, whatever you will. But how would you react as a market participant who's watching stocks plunge yet again today?
Well, here's how I reacted. So I have no market exposure at this point at all. I'm completely hedged out. So market goes up. I don't make money. Market goes down. I don't lose money, as you know, since he was elected. And while I was looked side-eyed at this when I said very clearly that Trump will not be good for markets, will not be good for the economy, that's in fact turned out to be true.
Oh, pat yourself on the back there, mister.
So the way I describe
he gets a gold sticker.
This is that the U.S. has gone from hunter to prey, and despite him being the great negotiator, which nobody's ever able to point out where he's been a great.
Thank you. Oh, you know what? A man after my own heart.
Negotiator. I could point to his purchase, setting an all-time high record for a hotel at $400 million, only to turn around and sell it at a loss at $325, only for those buyers to turn around and sell it for $600, as evidence that he's not. So what I mean by we've gone from hunter to prey is that he underestimated what his adversaries, which he views as adversaries, I view as trading partners, can do. So they've got their own constituencies. So they cannot be viewed.
How is the microphone picking up the guy behind him more than him?
Like a weak-kneed
Come
law
on,
firm
CNBC.
as kowtowing to the president, because their referendum is by their people. So look, I think we've got real risks here. I think the market right now, the average 25-year multiple is under 17 times. We have only begun to see, led by David Kostin, a decline in earnings. If you put a 17 multiple on his, I think he's at about 240.
He's at 2.6. No,
he's 265.
Dude, this is, again, look at this. This is 2 days. 2 days.
For next year, he's down to 269 for next year. I'm talking next year.
Nice.
Right.
This year almost seems like,
well, this year, we're still early this year, and there's so much that could happen, and typically you would look at another year, but this is not a typical year in terms of the events that happen on a day-to-day basis that have to really inform your view, rather than, as Jim's likely to point out, and he's a good investor, that the jobs number was strong. That's historic, doesn't include the cuts,
The old world is dying while the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time, monsters.
Corporations. So the bottom line is,
that would be a great way to just start a book, like just
I think that
Great quote.
next stop could very well be 4,500. It could go lower.
I have a feeling that is.
Right now, we're still trading near 20 times on
Unless
a
you made that
12
up.
basis. You trade
You made that
those
up. That's
extended
awesome.
multiples, and they are historically extended when you have an accommodative interest rate policy, when you have clear strategies and an economy that is still moving forward. Here you've got the opposite. Stagnation remains the most important word. And to Steve's points, and Steve is must-see TV because he's one of the best thinkers on the network, present company excluded.
Thank you.
Those are the questions.
offense taken.
The Fed can't do anything. There is no Trump put. Trump's not going to back away. And if he does, it's not good either. It just breeds the uncertainty. So bottom line is, I'd rather miss 10% up than catch another 10% down, because this is when you protect capital, not when you make bets because you think that's what your clients want you to do.
Tony Pasquarello's call of a week ago seems so prescient in terms of preservation of capital, right? The game has changed. I'm paraphrasing from his note that he put out last week, or maybe it was at the beginning of this week. I don't remember, but the point was clear. Preservation of capital, the game has changed. A game in which, Jim, RBC's Lori Calvasina has now cut
Now they're just like,
her S&P target for the second
shit.
time.
No more spend. Oh, wait a minute. Is this what they mean by, like, we're not going to be spending money in? Oh, shit.
50 for the year. UBS joins the parade of firms that have downgraded U.S. equities. They cut their price target as well for the second time. They're at 5,800. JP Morgan talks today about there will be blood. The odds of a global recession this year to 60%. Mohamed El-Arian.
Every economist on CNBC is the opposite of a genius. They really do seem like they're a special type of stupid, that's for sure.
Uncomfortably high, the risks of recession. Jeremy Siegel, biggest policy mistake in 95 years. Ed Yardeni, I pointed out earlier this week, you lose him, you lost it. Because he's just bullish. Getting harder to be optimistic, he said.
Line goes straight down.
When you lose the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, they've been critical of tariff policy from the outset. Quote, Mr. Trump is acting with little understanding about the damage his tariffs will cause. The quote-unquote disturbance might not be as little as he imagines. The FT says it's
It's just a little pain. Just a little poke. Just a little prick.
America's astonishing act of self-harm.
It's going to hurt just a little bit.
What do you do with all that? What do you do?
I think what you do is you ask the question.
Oops. You're telling me that you were allergic to that? Well, too bad.
And what is the market pricing in
Dude,
at this
seriously.
point in time? Clearly, the risks have risen extraordinarily. My take, and this is very subjective, is that today's actions combined with yesterday's action is the market's way of embracing all of the negative and not even the slightest possibility that this could work. What is this that I refer to? This is the new economic ideology. It's very clear what it is. I don't care whether you agree with it.
You guys just don't have a positive ideology on this one.
Or not.
Or a positive. You guys
The ideology is
need
we're
to
going
have
to
some
replace income
positivity.
and corporate taxes with tariffs, and we're going to do that in a context of a smaller government. I have no idea if
Well, I mean, Adam Mockler's going out there. He's just hold, guys. Don't panic sell.
that will work or not, nor does anyone else. That's the bad news. The good news is we're going to find out. We're
Meanwhile, he's literally like, I'm not trying to give you advice, but I'm going to give you advice. I hate that
going
shit.
to find out pretty quickly. As far as the Trump
I've done that here, and I'm like, ooh.
put goes, and I'm in agreement with you on this, Steve. I would not want to see the Trump put in play because America wants to right now know what the rules of the road are and go
JP
forward
Morgan,
with
there
them. I
will
was
be
at a client
blood.
dinner last night with 25 clients, many of whom were business owners, and most of them were talking about, okay, if these are the rules of the road, then let me adjust to it. Let me adjust production where it needs to be. Let me control costs where I can and move forward. That is American ingenuity. That is American drive. That is ingenuity and drive that far surpasses ingenuity and drive anywhere else in the world. It is what has always come to the rescue in moments like this. It may take time. It may take time. I'm not saying that today is the bottom, but I will say that down 15% in the S&P 500 is not a point at which I want to sell.
There are some things, Bryn, that investors are going to look at and say, you know, it's so bad, it's got to be
Well, I mean, once it starts raining, you know,
good. Or
line go down.
close to it at this point.
Whee!
I'd point out your move today in Nike, down 15% this week, right in the crosshairs of tariffs related to China. And you bought it. You bought the stock. Why? Why now?
Really more Vietnam. I bought it yesterday, and really it's in relation to Vietnam. And so I think that whoever made that board...
Bye. You know what? Nah. Let's see. Watch panic. Stock's tanking.
All right, breaking news. Donald Trump is currently on the golf course in Florida after pushing over a domino and causing a chain reaction that crashed markets globally.
I love dominoes.
And domestically.
How long that take you? 4 days? Well,
the other day. And
took me 4 seconds to destroy it. Oh, it's almost like an analogy for the economy.
He seems to be panicking. He sent out multiple all-caps Truth Social posts, and those all-caps
thank you,
posts
Mitesh.
tell him
$2.
that he's
Thank you for the
panicking.
$2
He even
donation.
accused China
Working
of
on the
going into
stomach
panic
deficit.
mode, which is clear and total projection. But really quickly, Let's check out Marco Rubio spitting this right now.
I don't think it's fair to say economies are crashing. Markets are crashing because markets are based on the stock value of companies who today are embedded in modes of production that are bad for the United States.
What an absolutely wild spin. Thanks for making that clear. The economy's not crashing. It's just markets crashing because investors are pulling out, because alarm bells are ringing, because...
Hold on.
As the GDP may be shrinking and businesses are slowing down, we may be losing jobs in the near future. Marco Rubio is implying that markets just crash for fun. They crash when uncertainty hits, and right now we are in a huge period of uncertainty due to Donald Trump, and this will lead to the economic slowdown that he's referring to. So he's kind of playing some slippery games, and I want to make it clear that yes, while the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones, they aren't the only indicator, they can be an early indicator when we're heading into a recession, right? But let's go back to this article. Either the world economy isn't actually burning or President Trump just doesn't care. I'll go with the latter one there because, you know, I think that the economy is not doing too hot right now. The convicted felon was spotted jetting off to Miami on Thursday, yesterday, as chaos ensued following tariffs he placed on more than 180 countries in territories. Trump's public schedule says he is expected to arrive at the Trump National Doral Golf Club around 5 p.m. for a golf event, at which he's rumored to appear. Absolutely amazing. That is exactly where I want my president when global markets are melting down, going out and golfing. You know, if the roles were reversed and if Biden were on the golf course or were vacationing while the markets were crashing due to his own actions, Republicans would never let that go. And I won't either. I mean, could you imagine if within Biden's first 3 months of being in office, there was a massive security breach?
For once, I agree with Rubio. Only this one thing, markets aren't economies.
Through an insecure app, Signal, there was a massive, massive drop in the stock market. Due process was lost, and people who were here legally were deported to mega prisons. MAGA would never let that go, and we won't either. By the way, make sure you drop a like, comment some blue hearts to help boost our pro-democracy message. We are currently in the top 10 fastest growing political channels.
Fucking get it. You're very proud of yourself.
We're growing faster than news in terms of growth per month. And
like,
that
seriously,
is but can I show you what Trump has been?
I've watched 2 of his videos today, and I'm happy that they are growing, but honest to God, the way he's getting a little bit bad about this, and he's getting sloppy with his content and his editing. I'm gonna just call that out
over Truth Social because it is absolutely
someone's jealous,
wild. As Trump is on the golf course, the stock market is currently erasing basically a year of gains.
Gee, what reason would High on Politics have for not being on there?
I'm currently at the year chart, and over the past year, we've lost. We've wiped out a year of gains when the market was hitting all-time highs under Biden. I mean, check this out. Under Biden, we were up, up, up. This is February 24, June 24, still 2024. Then the election happens. We're stagnant for a bit. Trump inherits a stock market at all-time highs, which is often correlated with an economy that is doing very, very well. And then Trump brings on a level of uncertainty that causes the stock market to wipe out a year of gains. And again, the stock market isn't
sorry, Badash. Hold on.
Directly equivalent to the economy, but when the stock market crashes this quickly, it can be an indicator.
I was working on the alert. I forgot to actually give him the treat.
GDP, business slowdowns, which we are seeing in certain numbers. People are a little bit worried.
Treat in bed.
Spencer on Twitter says, I have a 100% trade deficit with the lady that irons my suits. She offers something way more efficiently and a much better price than I can do myself.
YouTube chat's not on the...
And in exchange, I spend the time I would otherwise be wasting on pressing my suits, offering financial services at 1,000 times the hourly GDP rate as I paid her to afford me this time. Am I getting ripped off by her? Should I start steaming my own suits instead of offering financial services? Would that make me better off? Would I be richer because of it? Spencer is basically getting down to the fundamental point here. Trump's entire gripe with the current trade situation, the current balances, is that he thinks the U.S. is getting ripped off because of trade deficits, right? He thinks that a trade deficit is inherently bad, and that means we're getting ripped off, when a trade deficit just means that we buy more from a country than we sell to them, which is not even inherently bad. It could actually...
You're right, my multi-chat's not working, and I don't know why. You guys have to bear with me with this fucking Streamlabs
be good, or it could just be as simple as the population difference between countries. We do have a massive country, and if we're trading with a way smaller country, yeah, we're going to have a bigger population to service, but it could be for a multitude of reasons. It's not always bad. Usually, in fact, it's pretty good. But going to Trump's Truth Social feed, again, he's on the golf course today, and he's posted a bunch. I guess let's scroll down to the first post that he made at 7:25 a.m. Trump seems to have linked to a TikTok early in the morning that says he is purposely crashing the markets. Please.
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years.
By the way, I spent like 10 minutes looking for this quote anywhere I could find it. And then I asked Elon Musk's Grok, because I always find it funny to ask Elon Musk's own app. And even Grok said there is absolutely zero evidence from the search results that Warren Buffett has made any such statement. In fact, he has referred to tariffs as an act of war. And he has been conservative with his investments lately, anticipating potential economic stagnation under Trump's administration due to Trump's unpredictable policies. Yeah. Okay, so Trump just tweeted out a complete lie. Color me surprised.
Now here's the secret game he's playing.
Oh, there's a secret game. He's playing 4D underwater chess, actually.
And it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively. It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates.
This is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. This guy just said, here's Trump's secret game, his secret plan, and he gives out the dumbest plan ever, which inherently isn't a secret because the president...
Well, on top of it, I'm kind of shocked that guys like Mockler aren't covering the fact that there's so much historical precedent to this doing, like, sending us towards a depression, not even a recession.
Just posted it on his Truth Social. Like, Trump then posts.
Trump and Musk are doing is exactly what people voted for.
No, people voted for lower prices on day one.
Yep.
In fact, Trump had to lie about how tariffs worked or who they were paid by. I mean, Trump said this a million times during the campaign. You all remember it, right? He said other countries pay the tariffs. He then tweeted out early this morning, to the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. This is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. Buddy. First of all, why would any company be incentivized to move to the U.S.?
English breakfast or Earl Grey? What tea you drinking on... Oh,
at this very moment,
Earl
with
Grey.
all of this unpredictability,
this
uncertainty, and these massive tariffs. They can't even import what they need with these massive tariffs. And also, if you want to talk about stock market investors, I know Trump is talking about other investors, but stock market investors, they're getting crushed today. So he then said, great job numbers, far better than I expected. It's already working. Hang tough. We can't lose. Dude. He made this announcement on April 2nd, 2 days ago. How is he saying the job numbers from last month are attributed to his tariffs? And if the job numbers are so good, why is the stock market continually tanking? Let me reload the page and see. Yeah, we still wiped out a year of gains because of you. This is the one that made me laugh really hard. He said, China played it wrong. They panicked, in all caps. The one thing they cannot afford to do. China's the one that's panicking? Dude, you're on the golf course typing all caps post after post after post of you melting down because the stock market is melting down. It's that simple. Now, if we continue, he said he just got a very productive phone call with Lam, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, and Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to zero. Congrats! You got one country to bite. The Communist Party of Vietnam succumbed to your bullying, Donald Trump. Congrats. He then said, now would be a perfect time for Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to cut interest rates.
Yeah, he's trying to like bully him into doing
blah,
it.
Blah, blah. Inflation is down. Energy prices are down. Number one, that's not true. Number two, you can't just exert pressure on the Fed chair as the president. It's supposed to be an independent institution, but we are way beyond that at this point, to be honest. But I can't believe he said China played it wrong. They panicked as the U.S. stock market is melting down, and as he's clearly the one who's panicking, as most of his surrogates are going on TV and quietly begging him to please stop. Like, watch Ron Johnson.
What President Trump is initiating here, this is a long-held belief that he believes that tariffs will correct those problems. But what's also indisputable is the markets are down about 8% in just 2 days, and I'm getting all kinds of reaction from businesses, farmers, in Wisconsin that are highly concerned about what's happening. So those are the facts. I don't know, all I can really do is kind of report the reality to the administration, let them know, how these actions are impacting my constituents.
Lord have mercy, look at the Chiron. Dems and media bashed Trump's tariff policy. I wonder why. Maybe it's because 2 inches above the Chiron, you have the S&P 500 losers. You're showing a bunch of companies down 15%, 14%, 13%.
And it'll be pretty much up to President Trump and his administration to determine exactly how long they're going to go down this road. You
need to unplug your phone from
your negotiating with our trading partners.
See, this is what I mean. It's getting sloppy, bro.
$5 to $6 trillion of investment has been committed.
It's such a BS talking point. We've also wiped out trillions from the stock market, isolate our allies. I mean,
they only act like they care about the stock economy and stock market when Democrats are in charge.
We've probably done $40 trillion in economic damage over the next decade if you look long term. So I'm not really worried about short term investments right now.
The thing is, we have to get better at countering their messaging and just coming at them with these receipts constantly. We're not very good at just being like, hey man, you guys can just shut the fuck up. You guys are fundamentally unserious and nobody actually takes you seriously anymore.
But I'll leave it at that. I'll continue to cover this as
that's, I have to say, it's kind of on the Dems. It's partially on the messaging there, so. Yeah, real quick, sorry that the YouTube is not working in the multi-chat. I have no idea what's going on with this stuff right now. It's actually getting a little frustrating, so. Here, you know what? Dashboard. Maybe if I just do this. Hold on. I'm going to reset chat. Oh, I think that is what I have to do. Give me a sec. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'll just add a new source. All right, YouTube, try and test your mumble mumble, rumble rumble. Yeah, still not working. Sorry, that sucks. YouTube, I kind of feel bad. You guys are gonna have to be read out on a normal streamer. Oh man, is that the reason that people were actually kind of surprised that I was able to have both chats up? Because all right, so I had to update Streamlabs, and when I did it, I had to clear my cache, and when I did that, obviously everything reset. But I'm hoping that when that shit, I think that's actually what happened. Now I'm looking at it. Priority chat is still YouTube. I don't understand this shit. Widget. Sorry, guys. I guess if you want your chat to be seen on screen, you can hop over to Twitch. I have nothing else to say today. I'm not going to screw with it anymore because realistically, I could take the entire stream doing that. Don't you just love how just one update can screw up everything. Like, and I'm not kidding, guys. Like, this sucks. All because, like, yeah, they they had to go and fix what wasn't broken, and now they broke it. Wow. Wow, I just had that thing where in the back of my head I was just like, this is just the last thing I fucking needed. It really was. Come on. Why is the economy's breaking? My life is breaking. The one thing that was actually, like, kind of stable was my OBS. You know what? Now that doesn't even work. Go fuck yourself. Damn it. I would say send them to some island, but they would colonize it. Oh. Oh, God. I don't want to think that I have to fucking restart stream, but I might. There's way too much going wrong right now. My frame rate's down too. Well, guys, sorry to bring attention to the further squanishing of the Fraggles. It's not your fault. It's not, honestly, it's not your fault. I'm glad that you did. It's just, this sucks. Like, I hate this shit. I really do. I hate that I can't fucking just... You'll be fine, man. It's not a big deal. Just another bump in the road. Guys, I hope you're not misperceiving. Like, this is not me freaking out over this. This is literally one of those things where it's the straw that broke the camel's back kind of situation where, like, mentally, as I was trying to explain, it's like, for some reason, this was kind of just keeping me together where it's like, I could at least rely on coming down here, streaming, and just not having these issues. But now I'm just like, fuck. It just sucks. Whatever. All right. Well, here, let me clear this up and we'll go on to the next segment at least. Okay. There we go. It's not your fault. It's an update, and at least the stream is looking good and working. I know I'm taking my... It's one of those things where my ADD is kind of... Or my... God, ADHD. Is hyperfixating on it because it's just something that I want to solve the problem right now. I just want to get this done. And on top of it, I'm missing alerts from people that are in the chat. Like, right now. Like, aren't you in normie show business? I would never think a show was predictable and stable. Hey. I appreciate that assessment. At least, hey, you know what? All right, all right. Well, let's get to Emma. But before we do that, we're going to do the ground news segment because... Wow. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Now I gotta reset this. Dude, I might just have to reset everything. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now we got the next segment going. All right, ground news. S&P 500 drops 6 points and Dow plunges 2,200 points to close in the worst week since 2020. Notice how the right wing is just like, we're not going to cover that. Which, dude, this is honestly, can we just lament over this for a minute? Like, thank you, Ground News, for pointing this out. Look at this. Look at just how many people on the right are covering this. You have 3%. The Denver Gazette is, and that's, notice how they're technically centrist. Wow, nobody on the right is bringing up that the stock market's tanking. So be prepared this weekend if you talk to any of your right-wing friends or when you go to these protests that they're just going to be like, why are they protesting? Everything seems great. Hey, Kois, whatever. What up, dude? Whatever. Jesus. How you doing? My brain just like, wow. My chat like goes through the, the shitter, and then all of a sudden can't talk anymore. Everything's just alert box settings. Here we go. YouTube. Nope. I was trying. I was also thinking, I'm like, well, maybe you guys could see, like, nope, that's not it. I'm not going to be able to fix that during stream. All right. That's okay. Well, here, before we go to the next story, let's take this moment to chill and smoke. And also, I want to do something real quick. Oh. MAGA, yeah, we own the libs now. Let me eat my cat food. I mean, dude, I just don't understand this. Like, these people are losing their asses. Like, these people are in crypto and they're losing, like, they play the stock market. You can share the pop-out chat on the screen as a MacGyver situation. I was thinking about something like that, but I'll just read it. I'm sorry. But I think I got the alerts to work again, so there's that. Well, you know what? While I'm moving on into the next segment and before I smoke, might as well get this out of the way because I am already feeling a little sadness. But if you guys can help out with my mom's memorial, here's the link. I really appreciate any support, and I appreciate all the support that you guys have already given. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Mitesh, for all the generosity. Kirk, all you guys, Rome Dog. I know I'm missing a few of you guys, but I thank you guys so much. Yeah, my mom would, she'd be really she'd be touched, guys. Anyway, try to not get taken down. Okay, we'll go back into the ground news segment. How about that? That'll reset my brain a little. I still can't believe like just how nobody on the right wing is covering this. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's do a video about this. You guys are in on the video, so say hi. Oh, except for YouTube chat. Sorry, guys. All right. I don't understand this. I hope you guys can explain this to me in the comments, because realistically, how can you look at this and take anything that Fox News or the right-wing news, like, conglomerates, how can you take them seriously when they're not reporting on something like the stock market dropping 6%, plunging 2,200 points, and having its worst closeout since 2020? Like, that seems like something that everybody on every side would want to know. Wall Street's worst crisis since COVID slammed into higher gear on Friday. The S&P 500 lost 6% of the China, and after China matched President Donald Trump's big raise in tariffs. That's why, again, they panicked. They panicked and they matched it. Dude, the fact that he used the word panicked. I still don't understand how we're just okay with that, but whatever. Don't you just love the consistency in politics? Cool. All right. Keep that as a short. Battered stock markets, closing sell-offs. All right, we're done with the stock market. Let's go to something else. Trump fires multiple NSC officials following Laura Loomer meeting. So Loomer is working in the NSA, which is wild. What happened? President Trump fired at least 3 senior national security officials following an Oval Office meeting with far-right activist Laura Loomer, who claimed staff were insufficiently loyal to his agenda. The meeting included VP Vance, Chief of Staff Wiles, and NSA Director Waltz. Why it matters. The dismissals have disrupted national security operations, removing non-political experts during critical global conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. The shakeup raises concerns about the influence of conspiracy theorists and high-level personnel decisions. Yeah. That's almost crazy that, you put this fucking Twitter wacko in charge of a high freaking ranking oh my god. Loomer is Black Ops. Whoo. The fact that she has a official position to begin with is fucking crazy. Anything else? Ooh, here we go. Here's one that the Democrats probably don't want us to see. AOC leads Schumer in head-to-head New York primary matchup by double digits. Yeah, she better run for that Senate position. That'd be that'd be a missed opportunity there. They have to get Schumer out of here. Also, that would be the ultimate, FU to the corporate Democratic Party, is to oust the acting leader of the Senate in a primary. Maybe show them that they should fear some retaliation, maybe, just maybe, somebody who runs against, a Nancy Pelosi can win this time. I still don't understand how Nancy Pelosi's district is just such a big fan of her. And then you kind of find out it's like we had a very similar situation in Illinois with Mike Madigan, where everybody was wondering how the fuck Mike Madigan kept getting reelected, and then they would just make him the Secretary of State. Well, it turned out that in his district, he had 6 really, really, rich friends that flooded everybody with the freaking, oh, if you do this for Madigan, Madigan will do this for you. Very quid pro quo. It's a very wealthy district. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the same thing with Mike Madigan's district, too. Where it's just yeah, these wealthy shitheads. And they wonder why everybody's so, upset. Do they ever think that not doing this shit, that, maybe, I don't know, having us just happy with what the fuck we were, we had, is a better way to just kind of, not sow dissent? Are they, this is what scares the crap out of me, guys. Why are they so comfortable with, the idea of a, not just mass protests? Dude, they're pushing us. They're literally pushing us, and they're, testing us to see how long they can go before one of us just goes, revolution? I'm confused. What do we even send to China? Very, very little. Teslas? Like literally Teslas? Duke of Bread? Oh yeah, I've been seeing normie libs turn toward AOC. Seeing countless libs saying, I never liked AOC, but hey, that's good. That's good. I'm telling you, it's going to happen soon. Like, I know. Like, no, it's happening. I mean, guys, it was like I was saying yesterday, and somebody in chat actually responded, like, the air is so just, like, it's like you could cut it with a fucking knife. Like, dude, everything is just so tense out there, and it's not, like, you would think, especially in my situation where that's just me, and, like, kind of what I was saying yesterday, kind of playing into the, how, you know, the nihilism a little bit, not to touch on a touchy subject, but for real, like, I even broke past that, and I'm just like, whoa, no, and then woke up today, oh boy, do I wish I had a little bit of that where I just didn't care, because holy shit, dude, like, you ever, I think I had that moment where, like, I was legitimately in shock yesterday at just how bad the economy is crashing. Do you think we all are? Is this like a collective thing, like a collective shock? Because, man, yeah, it's wild. This is not the time for the left independents to divide from Dems. Likely the libertarians are going to make a move. Yes, the libertarians, the organized libertarian movement. Y'all can't even have, like, debate. Like, I mean, we're the same way a little bit, but, like, you guys tout yourself as, like, the third party that you guys can never, you know, get behind a single idea. You guys always seem to have your own debates within. For me, it's like starting at the train heading right towards a car accident, stuck on the tracks. Oh, you're just like, all right, guys, historic protest tomorrow. Hell yeah, man. Again, this is going to be fun. Like, I'm going to my local one. I'm just debating. Number one, it's just far enough to be a pain in the ass, but I know there's going to be nowhere I can put my bike. So, please be super careful. Well, there's part of that. I am a little concerned. But no, I'm not gonna, I'm also, and I have done this before. Yeah, these piss dog cops know they can't retire now and need people to take it out on. Well, again, what are they gonna do? Like, I get the idea that I mean, it's mass protests, so they're not gonna just, you know, well, I don't want to speak too, complete on this one, because I don't want to be that idiot that's like, well, guys, they I've been pepper sprayed. Pep's been pepper sprayed. I was wrong. Arrest you, beat you within an inch of your life, kill you. There's a lot. Yeah. Well, I mean, no. Believe it or not, in my city, that's not gonna fly. We actually do have the idea of, you know, plant drugs on you. Well, drugs, again, in my state, don't even, like, okay, what are you gonna lock me up for? Oh, well, I guess if they're, yeah, plant the F on you. I don't know. Anna, I'm gonna be completely honest. Do you just want to scare me out of going? Because you're being pretty effective on that one. Oh, dude, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, man. Hell yeah. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Kois. Hell yeah. PP Jackson got one too. Soviet Mine. Hell yeah, guys. You can thank Bandit for that. Dude, thank you again. Well, Matash. Also, but no, for real, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, Anna. Like, cause I saw that you were talking about that in Discord too, but like, I know you're telling us to also be careful, be aware, all this type of stuff, but like, to somebody like me, I have that half brain going, like, do I even go? No, just be careful, pay attention to your surroundings, follow protest marshals and their commands, just be safe. There's like, that's the problem. This one's very unorganized, organized. It's literally, the one that I'm going to was organized by a Facebook group, which I'm not sure how comfortable I am with this one, but it was, it is the DSA, like, doing it, but they... Is that normal, by the way? I should have asked that, like, for them to just go to, like, a bunch of Facebook, like, local Facebook groups and just promote their protests and just... Yeah, that's normal, right? For DSA, yeah, that's what I thought, okay. I'm just making sure that's not, like, some psyop where they're just, like you were saying, like, they're trying to do the thing where they're just like, hey, we're gonna trap you. It's like, oh, no. All right, guys. Pokemon's. We're gonna do one Pokemon pack, and then we're going to move on to Anna on Pod Save America, which anything Pod Save America, we'd usually go ew, but well, at least me. I'm not sure if you guys follow me on that one. Like, I'm not one of those content creators where if you guys like Pod Save America, good for you. I'm just a little too Obama like for me in their politics, but we'll see how Emma's interview goes. So my party prefers to work with single issue orgs and tie them together, so to speak. The problem with that is then you tend to get lost in the sauce of your single issues. I've seen that happen with Normal, the way that we used to work with the Democratic Party, and also I would say like the beginning of DSA, but they weren't called DSA back then. I don't know what the fuck they were called. It was like a progressive caucus. But yeah, it was the same shit where like we would end up getting into smaller fights about, like, you know, trying to get insurance reform, or do we want, you know, legalize marijuana. Did you mean Emma? I did. Did I say Anna again? Sorry, guys. I'm all over the place. Pod Save America is iffy, but love it. Or I think that... Isn't that what she was on? Hold on one second. I think that's what she was on. No, she was on the main show. Okay, never mind. Not when they're all marching behind socialist banners. He can't stop thinking about me. Oh. It's... I just hope so. Like, I don't know. I just hope it doesn't turn into that clicky bullshit, because, I mean, we've seen it happen online. There's no saying it can't happen, like, in real life. All right, either way. Gina. Olosand. Timber. Parent. Ooh, I needed this. Lynn. Cramorant. Oh, hell yeah, man. Fucking Snorlax. One of my favorites. Ooh. Nice card. And then, Arcanine. Right. Hell yeah. Actually, 3 cards in here that I needed. Sweet. That was a good pack. All right. The deck got stronger. Oh. Ooh, hyper chest. What's that? Ooh, we got an emote. Look at that. There we go. Why not? DSA Pokemon tournaments. Actually, hey, stuff like that, you know, like having community organizations like that, or organizations, you know what I mean, events, community events. I really am just brain at 40%. But yeah, no, that would be a lot of fun. Like doing a DSA Pokemon tournament. That would, man. I wonder if I could actually set that up. I'm trying to think what game store we could use. Man, that's actually a good idea. So here, do I have to, so Anna, would I have to email like the head of the DSA chapter to propose something like that, or how's that work? Or here, they probably have a suggestions page or something like that, right? I don't know, I'm not DSA. Oh, right, sorry. Just says, yeah, I guess I'll just email. Has an administrative email link. And with that brilliant idea, I am off to my next client. Hell yeah, man. Well, have fun with your next client. I hope that you will join us after you're done there. Also, Duke, I'm not sure if you turned it off, but yeah, turn on your ability to accept memberships there, brother. Think that, oh, wait, shit, that's over on Twitch. Wow, okay, my brain, as I said, 40%, maybe, that was, being a little bit charitable. I think I'm functioning at 30%. Trump nosedives economy with insane tariffs. Elon loses big. All right, here we go. YouTube just froze again. This new update sucks. It really does. All right, here, I gotta restart YouTube.
We are in.
There we go. I'm not sure if you guys have the same update that just happened on Windows, but ever since I updated my Windows, every YouTube video that I pull up automatically plays, where before it did not do that. So, and I know it's a setting now that I can't fucking find. So if you know where that setting is, please shout that out in the chat. I really appreciate that. All right, so Anna was on Pod Save America. Let's watch.
We are in such a corroded media environment, and especially on the right. They're just eating up this slop on the internet.
Hold on. Streamlabs froze on my screen. Dude. This is the worst I've ever had, like, on this. Ever since I started stream, I haven't had a day this bad as far as, like, technical difficulties. This is insane. Frozen YouTube. Yeah, it won't even let me click it. Here, let me hit escape. There we go. When all else fails, hit escape. Alright, we're good. Cool. I don't know, I'm gonna play some Tarkov. I'm gonna lurk in the meantime. Hell yeah. Hey, there's nothing wrong with playing some video games and enjoying a stream. This is the best way to actually enjoy a stream. That's usually when I watch, like... God, who... Angry Ginger. Angry Ginger I have been watching during, my Final Fantasy plays. Have you seen Tarkov? It's very intense. No. I don't recommend multitasking with Tarkov. Oh, really? Oh, it's not one of those games? Okay. Fair enough. All right, let's try this again. I'm going to start this segment, and 3, 2, 1. All right, Anna was on Pod Save America. Let's take a look at that interview.
We are in such a corroded media environment, and especially on the right. They're just eating up this slop on the internet. How do
Let me know if it's a little too low on the volume. I had to play around with all this stuff, so.
we break through? How do we break through? And having a simple message doesn't mean we're stupid. In fact, it means we're better at politics. And I think Democrats have to stop resting on our laurels and thinking that just because our policies are better than the Republicans, that's true. It doesn't mean it's self-evident to voters, and it doesn't mean they're dumb because they don't get it. It's also because people want a clear, coherent vision and a way to differentiate yourself from the other side.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm Tommy Vitor. Both John and Dan are away this week. Happy Liberation Day to them. So we thought we'd take the opportunity to mix things up a little bit.
Happy Liberation
in what has turned
Day.
into a wild news week, thanks to President Trump's announcement about tariffs and subsequent stock market crash. So joining me today as my co-host is the excellent Emma Vigeland. She's the co-host of the Majority Report with Sam Seder and one of the smartest political analysts out there. Emma, great to see you. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Tommy, for the kind words. I really appreciate you having me on today.
I'm very excited to have you on. We are going to talk about the politics of Trump's tariffs, the Democratic Party's big win in Wisconsin, some signs of hope about how Democrats are fighting back, and how to fix some of these lingering divisions between the moderate and more progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Do you think we can heal the wounds from 2016 today? Can we finally do it?
I mean, never say never, but we're going to, I think, move that ball along.
I'm going to move the needle. I mean, jokes aside, I am really excited to talk to you about this, because I know you come from more of the DSA, Bernie wing of the party, but you are also pragmatic and constructive and smart and thoughtful. So I just appreciate that about you. And I think,
wow, that's kind of a little bit of a low-key jab there, right?
It's a good balance.
I'm missing that
of the show, and a good
Or
conversation.
am I looking too deep into that?
Have, and a timely one. So you guys are also going to hear my conversation with a longtime economics writer named James Surowiecki about the details of Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, okay.
And why the White House's tariff math just made no sense. Then you're going to hear my interview with Susan Rice. We recorded that on Wednesday. She's the former National Security Advisor, ambassador to the UN, White House Domestic Policy Council chair. We talk about Signalgate, Trump appeasing Russia.
Where's Jeff? He usually shows up around right around now, 6, 7 o'clock.
RFK's assault on our public health and a lot more. And then finally, at the end of the show, you're going to hear just a brief interview of a conversation I had with my friend Ashley Parker. She's a staff writer at The Atlantic, and Ashley wrote this beautiful, funny, tearjerker of an essay about miscarriage and pregnancy loss, which longtime listeners of the show might know is something that unfortunately my wife Hannah and I have also experienced. So that full conversation is available on the Pod Save America YouTube. I hope you'll give it a listen, but you can hear an excerpt of it at the end of this episode. So like I said, packed show, but a great one. So let's start with the tariffs. On Wednesday, President Trump made an appearance in the Rose Garden. He announced his long-awaited tariffs on basically every country he says treats America poorly on trade. The specifics here were a big mystery until the moment he announced them with his big stupid charts, and they were far worse than expected. Trump announced a baseline 10% tariff on all U.S. imports, far steeper tariffs on countries Trump declared were the worst offenders.
Yeah, the same thought implies that the wing is not normally smart or reasonable.
Including some of our closest allies, like the
Emma's
European
one of the
Union,
good ones.
Japan, South Korea, and others. China got hit with a 54% tariff. They're vowing retaliation. And to make matters worse and more confusing, Trump's 25% tariffs on foreign-made cars also went into effect on Thursday. So in total, about 90 countries will be affected, including a number of uninhabited islands. So we're going to stick it to those fucking penguins. So we're recording this on Thursday afternoon Pacific time. Markets have closed for the day. The S&P dropped nearly 5%. Trump got asked about the stock market dip at the White House today, next to the roaring helicopter engines, as always.
As always. What? It's always just in case, so he needs to be like, I gotta go, I can't hear you.
Let's listen.
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it.
What pristine audio. Emma, Trump has clearly made inroads with blue-collar voters in the last couple of elections, especially in communities that were hit hard by NAFTA or other free trade agreements. He believes that tariffs are how he can convince those communities that he cares about them and that he's fighting for them. How do you think Democrats should respond to that?
I think that he's making it extremely easy, even though the facts are that people are going to be really harmed if these actually go into effect. You can just basically talk about tariffs as a tax on the poorest Americans. When you look at a sales tax, right? The sales tax is essentially a flat tax on all goods, and it is called a regressive tax because the less money you have, the more you're disproportionately impacted by a sales tax. If you're a millionaire, a sales tax on a banana or on some groceries isn't going to affect you as much as somebody in the middle income bracket or in the lower income bracket. And tariffs essentially function as a compounding sales tax because they raise the cost of basic goods. And really,
No, but they didn't use the word tax, so it's not a tax. I swear to God, that's essentially the crux of the arguments I've been having today.
Let's just zoom out for a second and say, okay, Donald Trump wanted to onshore manufacturing, and he wanted to further build up our domestic manufacturing capacity here in the United States. We would need billions and billions of dollars of investment. We would need it to happen over a multi-year period to even create the factories and systems and supply lines that would be needed so that we could onshore this manufacturing and produce the goods here that are now going to be hit by these tariffs. But he's doing it in reverse, and I don't even think that would work.
Brad, you're just going to leave Mitesh hanging like that? He's saying what's up to you.
He's now imposing the tariffs when we don't have the capacity to produce a lot of these goods that are going to be hit with the tariffs and these price increases. And so Americans have no choice.
If it was a tax, it'd be a taxif.
But
all right, zing. I should just use that against somebody, see how that actually
pay
flies.
more and more and have their
Knowing
wallets
it's
sit
just
here. And it's not entirely clear
joke.
what he thinks he's going to gain from this, except I think he genuinely has a complete misunderstanding of trade policy.
Yeah.
He thinks he can shake down other countries this way. And frankly,
I mean, the fact that Ben Shapiro is like shock Pikachu over this shit, where he's just like, I honest to God thought he knew what a trade deficit was, but you know that they're wrestling with the idea like, oh God, he really is that stupid. And it took him for Ben Shapiro to take this long is kind of funny.
It seems like ever since January 6th, he's been holed up in Mar-a-Lago with very little connection to the outside world and to even the threadbare pieces of liberal society that he was connected to via Ivanka or whatever in 2016. He's in OANNville and doesn't know left from right. And so my guess is somebody got into his ear, maybe somebody who read that Karl Rove book about William McKinley, who he's now obsessed with, and said that this is going to be the thing that allows us to raise revenue without having to go through the
I said hi with an emoji. So I'm doing yard work, digging through the dirt, so I'm not at the top of chat. Okay.
Of developing tax.
I felt like he was just like
policy via the legislature. It allows Trump to act as a king, and I do think the other side of this is that for the industries that are affected by these tariffs, now Trump feels like they're going to have to come to me, and they're going to have to give me goodies like he got from various news organizations with his frivolous lawsuits. It's open corruption and also an open war, frankly, if these go into effect and are more permanent, and there still is potential to back off of it, hopefully. It's really going to harm the lowest income people in our society.
Yeah, I mean, I just got McKinley so hot right now. I mean, I wish he wasn't, but there's just a lot of McKinley emulation happening in the Republican Party. You're right, though. I was just watching a speech by Rand Paul, who was like, hey, this is a massive tax increase, and you're trying to do it through this bizarre tariff authority that has never been used before, and you're going around Congress. Like, none of this is acceptable or by the book or how it's supposed to go. And to your point about the timeline of revving up American manufacturing, you're hearing some people say, well, you know, there's auto plants in the Midwest that are operating at 60% capacity, and those could go up to 80 or 90 or 100. You're hearing that even from Sean Fain from the UAW. But I was talking to an expert on Monday who was like, I'm not so sure that that capacity is going to be filled by human beings as opposed to robots.
Yeah.
And also like retooling and revving back up these factories, even if they exist already, can take a really long time. So I'm with you. It feels.
I mean, it's taken almost 4 years to get the one over in Belvedere, Illinois, up and running again.
Like, it's pie in the sky to me.
I mean, if we wanted to reindustrialize, again, tariffs can be used in a targeted way. Say if it were just purely for the auto industry and we were trying to develop that capacity, I could even understand that, right? But that's not what he's doing. These are broad-based tariffs that he's calling reciprocal, but are not. And the other thing that is just so terrifying is that all of this talk about short-term pain in the stock market, what happens when the Republicans gut Medicaid as they're promising to do with their budget in the fall? 72 million people are on Medicaid. That rely on it for their health care. Half of the folks on
Yuck. This is terrifying.
Medicaid are well below the poverty line.
Good one, Anna.
These are the people that would be hurt the hardest with this compounding sales tax, with this regressive tariff that would function as a tax. And so they would be immiserated if the Republicans get their way. And we're seeing, I know Ted Cruz as of right now is coming out a little bit against the tariffs. And as you mentioned, Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul, they dipped their toe into criticizing Donald Trump because, by the way, Kentucky bourbon, Kentucky, I think, produces over 90% of the world's bourbon. And these tariffs on Canada, those guys are saying, hey, screw you. We're not going to buy bourbon from you anymore if you're talking about making us the 51st state. So this affects folks in Republican states. And like the 2008 financial crash, the people that are closest to retirement, whose 401ks do not have the time to replenish, don't have the ability to wait out this short-term pain. Their entire retirement could be cut in half right now because Donald Trump and his buddies are playing with the stock market, basically.
I was just watching Fox News, and there was a host named Will Kane who was doing a segment who was like, look, today the markets are down, the S&P is down, the NASDAQ, the Dow, but what do we mean by down? And then he threw up a zoomed out chart of the market that went back like 1 year or 5 years. And boy, you know the cope is strong when these guys are doing a 5-year chart of the S&P 500 and be like, we're doing like a what's the definition of is kind of a la Bill Clinton in the 90s. It didn't feel like they're on there.
Well, they're also using charts that like the last one that they were using was from 2008, and it was essentially like showing how the Obama administration was responsible for taking us out of that recession, thus giving the Democrats some credit at the same time. Right?
But on the Democratic Party,
or are they then going and revising history and going, but it was all in anticipation, like going all the way back to 2009 when, pretty much Obama got elected. That was all in anticipation for 2016 when Trump was going to win.
Piece of this. Do you think it's enough to make the argument that you're making, which I find very compelling, by the way, because it's true? Again,
that's the logic, I swear to God, that they're trying to like sell us on right now.
Tariffs, that they're regressive.
Remember when Trump wanted to make Gaza a resort? Yeah, I remember.
Backdoor way.
Oh, God, we're going to have to play the... You remember what Trump said just, not even a month ago?
Raise taxes on people?
Oh, my God.
Or does that need to be married up with some sort of positive agenda, even if we have no power at the federal level for 4 years?
I think you've hit on it. It absolutely does need to be paired with, a positive agenda. And talking about the oligarchy has proved to be immensely fruitful for the Democrats. Because you also have a mascot for yourself right there in Elon Musk, who nobody likes. The more they see of him, the more repulsive he is. And frankly, I mean, it's quite clear why. He's just not somebody that has natural charisma and is obviously saying things like Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. When
He's
we know
lacking that
Social
riz,
Security
as
is one
the
of the most
kids say.
successful programs in the history of our country, if not the most successful program. It keeps 2/3 of our seniors out of poverty. It is self-funding. You fund it and Medicare via the payroll tax, and it's set aside in the budget so people don't have to worry about it. It's not a Ponzi scheme. It is a retirement fund that all Americans pay into. So I think talking about Social Security, talking about our social programs, and of course a positive vision of we do need Medicare for all. We do single payer. We need some sort of health care plan that is not just improving the Affordable Care Act. And I think Tim Walz has been really good about this. But tapping into the pain that Americans are feeling, where, traditional economic indicators don't necessarily pick up on what folks had been experiencing in the run-up to the 2024 election. Because, obviously I was hoping Kamala Harris was going to win, but the way that the campaign was run and saying that, the economy is good, we just have to improve on it, it didn't prove to be the most salient argument in this time, because there are things that traditional economic metrics aren't picking up on, like the fact that rent has never been higher.
I'm also picking up on the fact that he hasn't sounded like great at all. He literally sounds like he's just like so low energy, like he's losing energy.
The fact that
doesn't seem healthy.
Corporations took advantage of inflation and artificially kept their prices higher in the wake of COVID and took home record returns. And even though Lena Khan was doing her best, it's quite difficult to get these corporations in line when they have somebody who's running on the presidential ticket who says, hey, if you elect me, she'll go away. Don't even worry about it. We'll make sure that you get to keep doing what you want to do in terms of extracting profits from the rest of Americans. And frankly, it's almost as if Donald Trump learned from corporations during COVID, where basically you can take advantage of naturally occurring inflation or persistent inflation in order to cement those prices, and then he doesn't have to address it via Congress, but he can essentially elevate tariffs, impose them on goods, and say, like, what can you do? This is naturally what has to happen. And then he thinks he can bend the American people to his will.
Yeah, it's worth noting. I mean, on Thursday, Senator Chuck Grassley, who's a senior Republican, and Maria Cantwell, who's a very senior Democrat, introduced a bill that would require approval from Congress for all tariffs within 60 days. Congress also passed a more limited measure regarding tariffs on Canada. Now, pretty big open question of whether the House of Representatives would ever call up a bill like this, even if it passed the Senate. I'm consider me skeptical. But the other piece of this that I just wanted to hit on quickly is what's so kind of bizarre about this tariff announcement is Trump ran on the threat from China. But instead of focusing on China with his tariffs, we are taking this broad-based approach. We're tariffing all of our closest allies. And then earlier this week, we're reading reports that countries like Japan, South Korea, were meeting with China trilaterally for the first time in 5 years to discuss how to coordinate their response to U.S. tariffs. That was according to Chinese state media. So if the rise of China is like the big agreed upon bipartisan risk to the United States over the next century, this seems like the dumbest possible way to tackle it.
Absolutely. Oof. I mean, we're now getting reporting about how much further along both China is on AI. We heard that a few months ago with DeepSeek and how much cheaper it is, but also their electric vehicles. There is some early reporting that shows that BYD, the EV kind of behemoth in China, has developed a battery that can charge in the same amount of time that it takes to fill up a petro tank or your gas tank at the gas pump, or at the very least they're close. And so when you think about these tariffs, why wouldn't Canada look to China and say, hey, if the United States is going to treat us this way, we should start buying from China. We should start buying Chinese vehicles. Mexico, the same thing. And it's even more common sense for our allies across the Atlantic and elsewhere. Or former allies, I should say. It's nonsensical. It really is. And, like inflation, I was kind of alluding to this earlier, these tariffs don't prevent domestic manufacturers from raising prices. Like,
oh, no. They'll encourage it, yeah.
Right. It encourages it because, frankly, they can just blame the tariffs.
Right.
Like corporations did with inflation, really, in 2022, 2023. And in part, I think, because they were pissed that the Biden administration was doing some more enforcement with Lena Khan and with Jonathan Cantor and that part of the administration domestically that I was very much a fan of. And so, yeah, I really do think he's opening the door for more price gouging. And instead of inflation this time, U.S. Companies can just blame tariffs and say, what else can we do?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, if the tariffs are successful, prices will go up. No matter what, prices are going to go up. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. And then you're going to hear my conversation with James Surowiecki about the substance of Trump's tariffs announcement and why basically every economist seems to think that the way these tariffs were calculated was just complete nonsense. We'll also talk a bit about the stock market reaction. James has written about economics for outlets like Fast Company, The Atlantic, The New Yorker, and is the author of the book, The Wisdom of Crowds. So stick around for that. And then after the interview with James, Emma and I are going to talk about how a fringe right-wing conspiracy theorist is making personnel changes on Trump's national security team, and then the Democrats' big win in Wisconsin, the state of the party, and progressive media. Pod Save America is brought to you by Built. If you're
Oh, wow. They have 5 minutes of... No, what? Okay, no, 2. It's 2 minutes, but still.
Into healthy adults. James Surowiecki, welcome to Pod Save America.
Thanks for having me on.
So let's just start with the basics. What did President Trump announce yesterday?
So what he announced was that the United States will be imposing tariffs on, I would say, almost every country in the world. It's a little unclear. There's some countries that weren't on the list. And we know that Canada and Mexico were exempted because they already...
Much for doing the show. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, we are back. Still have Emma Vigeland, co-host of The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, here with me. Emma, so apparently Trump found time on Liberation Day to meet with a far-right conspiracy theorist named Laura Loomer. Now, if listeners have never heard of Laura Loomer, consider yourself lucky. In the past, she has said that the 9/11 attacks were an inside job, that the White House would, quote, smell like curry if Kamala Harris were elected, and she once handcuffed herself to the front door of Twitter's office building while wearing a yellow Star of David like the ones that European Jews were forced to wear during the Holocaust because Twitter had banned her from the platform. Despite all of that, Trump met with Loomer for 30 minutes on Wednesday to hear her case for why he should fire members of his national security team, and then, according to the New York Times, fired 6 NSC officials, including the senior director for intelligence, international organizations, and legislative affairs. Emma, how does this person get into the White House in the first place, let alone make personnel decisions? Like, what do you think this tells us about decision-making in there?
I think Donald Trump's circle is as small as it could possibly be. I mean, Laura Loomer was laughed out of the room, and should be in any room. I mean, she's an absolute nut job. But she ran for Congress down in Florida and was so crazy that even the Republicans down in there didn't vote her out of the primary. And then all of a sudden she's hanging out with Donald
what the hell that was.
Trump and appearing on his plane. I really, as bad as Trump 1 was, you got to think about who are the people that we're rooting for in terms of voices of reason here in Trump 2.0. In the first administration, okay, you have Rex Tillerson, ExxonMobil executive, not a good person, but somebody who's at least a functional human being. Reince Priebus, I think he might have resigned within the first 100 days because of how bad it was, but there was an effort to get like establishment Republicans who are at least adults and not little babies and toddlers in the room. Basically, over the past few months, who have been advocating for brakes on the car? It's been people from the outside, like, I mean, honestly, Steve Bannon, who was a white nationalist, trying to say maybe you shouldn't install Elon Musk illegally in the Treasury and let his neo-Nazi Groyper 19-year-olds steal the data that of every American, their social security number, their bank information, their like all of that. Maybe you shouldn't do that. And Bannon justifies it on, of course, xenophobic and nationalistic grounds, but that's all we have right now. And then you have Laura Loomer, one of the craziest people I could think of off the top of my head. Truly. If you were to gun to my head, I would say, like, in politics, she's in the top 5.
It's amazing that we have a Twitter troll now in charge of running the national security apparatus. We're so fucked.
Potentially. Yeah. She's the voice of reason right now saying, hey, maybe some heads have to roll after there was this massive, embarrassing display where Mike Waltz added the editor of the Atlantic to a Signal group chat, basically displaying that it seems like the Trump administration is illicitly doing, enacting their communications and probably across a variety of different agencies on a commercially available encrypting app, seemingly to avoid the scrutiny of the Presidential Records Act, which Trump was so angry about because some of that was used in the Mueller probe when his transition team went through the official channels after he won in 2016. So there's so much illegality here, and because Trump also has scared so many of the other Republicans, and frankly vetted his administration to make sure that there was nobody who isn't in the cult and people aren't leaking. We don't know how bad it is in the same way that we knew in 2016, because some of those adults in the room were talking to, the Washington Post or the New York Times or whatever.
Yeah, they all were hanging out with Maggie Haberman on After Hours. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, like Laura Loomer is genuinely crazy, but she also called bullshit when Pam Bondi invited a bunch of influencers to the White House and then handed them literal like binders that you would take to second grade.
Broken clock,
that
dude.
said Epstein files that had
Right.
seemingly nothing in them. She was like, what are we doing here? This is a joke. You're kind of making light of a horrific case of abusing young women.
Oh my God. That is like the most milquetoast way I've heard that one put. And honestly, like, I'm not sure if his NPR delivery really helped with it, but what the...
Yeah,
right.
You're right. I mean, in this case, I mean, there's a report in Politico that Mike Waltz had set up like 20 Signal channels about various issues that should never be discussed on Signal. Like the entire NSC process has apparently been made up on Signal, so that's nuts. But yeah, I mean, having Laura Loomer in the White House, it did make me think about all the stories we were reading just a few weeks ago about how Susie Wiles, the new chief of staff, was running a tighter ship and like keeping all the fringy people at bay. It doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. And just like to nerd out for 1 second, I mean, some of these jobs we're talking about, like the senior director for intelligence, means you're the person on the national security staff that is overseeing all the most sensitive covert action programs, compartmented intelligence collection, the intelligence budget, like the how we collect stuff, the sources and method stuff, the most sensitive shit that the intelligence community does. And like when I was in the Obama administration, it is unimaginable to me that anyone outside of the NSC staff would know who had that job, let alone have an opinion about who should work there, let alone allowing some crazy lady to the Oval Office to lobby. And so, I don't know, like just reading this made my head spin with the absurdity of it all, though I guess I shouldn't be surprised because like Laura Loomer, who said 9/11 was an inside job, was on the Trump plane when he went to the 9/11 memorial a few months ago.
And
Again, why you shouldn't even give her the time of day, just even saying like, well, she said something kind of smart.
yet the Trump administration is now deporting student activists protesting against the genocide in Gaza under the guise of saying that it is combating anti-Semitism. This is the guy that said that there were good sides or good people on both sides in Charlottesville. I still remember that.
Oh, but then you got a whole... Remember, but he condemns them right afterwards, although, honestly, at least say, like... frame it the way that the right wing does, so at least they can't do that shit anymore. Just be like, even if you have to put quotations.
Elon Musk is the guy that was endorsing the Great Replacement Theory via tweet until the ADL had to tell him, maybe you shouldn't say that, and was sig heiling at the inauguration and was endorsing the far-right German party that said we had to move past remembering what we did here in Germany. I mean, it is unbelievable the level of gaslighting that this administration engages in because they really don't care about what facts they're presenting. Steve Bannon, again, to bring him up, back in the day said we just have to flood the zone. And I do feel like the administration here has almost perfected that to a degree because there is so much insanity that it's difficult to sink your teeth into anything.
No, they've been very effective in it.
Or get a hook. And that's why I think Signalgate freaked them out. It's because it was the first time they were on their heels
because
for quite a while.
That's kind of funny because they were like, oh shit, this is an actual like scandal. You guys really fucked up. Like, you know that they were like Pete Hegseth. He may still be in like his position, but every time he walks into a room, everybody just goes.
And so I think hitting them on that, their incompetence, as they say, it's actually DEI or whatever, and that we're hiring based on merit. That's why we hired the Fox and Friends host, from the Weekend host, who has no real experience to be our Secretary of Defense. Hitting them on their incompetence just as a political matter, and the oligarchy stuff, having these billionaires, not just Musk, Bessent, Howard Lutnick, whose firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, he handed over to his two sons who are in their 20s, they have major holdings in cryptocurrency and in commercial space. That's why he's on board with this Musk agenda. They're all getting rich. I do think that that's a really easy way to attack them. And it's not dissimilar from how they were attacked the first time around, but I do think it's more salient in the public's mind. And if the Democrats are smarter, and I think they're starting to kind of understand the virtue in what a lot of us who are supportive of Bernie Sanders, and myself, I also was a fan of Elizabeth Warren's politics, saw in them, is hitting this kind of underpinning of economic pain that a lot of Americans are facing. There's no reason that the Democrats should be losing working class votes to Donald Trump, given exactly what we're seeing with tariffs and the compounding tax on the poor that he's going to implement if he's allowed to.
No, that's a really good point. I mean, let's talk about America's least favorite oligarch. So that takes us to Wisconsin. So some good news for everybody. I mean, folks probably know by now that in Wisconsin, Judge Susan Crawford beat Brad Schimmel in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race by about 10 points. It was a shellacking, dealing a very satisfying and I think critical slapdown to Elon Musk, who spent, I read, like $26 million on this race. Maybe it was more. And for all intents and purposes, put himself on the ballot when he flew there, stood on stage, put that stupid fucking cheese head hat on his stupid head, and just made...
Man, this guy's got just
the whole thing about him.
Real party personality, this guy.
Him. And so, you know, Emma, I wondered, you know, you sort of alluded to this. Do you think that this victory is a reflection of the fact that Democrats now do better in off years and in special elections, or do you think there's something else happening here with kind of like the Elon oligarchy piece?
I do think it can be both, right? Democrats always overperform in special elections. The voter base has evolved over the time that I've honestly been paying attention to politics, where Democrats have kind of cornered the market in many ways on high propensity voters. A lot of folks that vote for Donald Trump, it's why Democrats overperformed in 2022.
Cheesehead is fitting for Elon.
And why I was wrong in assessing that Kamala Harris would win this last election cycle is because I thought that abortion would be enough to carry the day. I forgot this country really hates women. Andrew Tate's back in the country for some reason. And, you know, we're appointing people who've been credibly accused of sexual assault to the highest positions in Trump's government, Trump himself, etc. But I digress. You know, they do overperform in special elections, but it's how you overperform, I think, that matters. And with this focus on billionaires and the hoarding of the money and the ransacking of our federal government for their own ends, and the fact that Musk buying this race was so at the forefront. I mean, this is the most expensive judiciary race in history because Elon Musk said...
$81 million. Crazy.
Insanity. And also, he said that this was going to be the determining factor in whether or not Western civilization survives.
Existential.
Wow. I mean, gotta say, I don't know, Tommy, but I feel like I'm looking around and I'm still in the West.
We're still here.
I'm in a high-rise or a taller building now in downtown Brooklyn. Nothing's fallen yet. But I think people are sick of the fact that that billionaires have this outsized influence in our politics, and we should be harnessing that energy in the way that Wisconsin did it. Also, you have to give credit to Ben Wickler, who has been really phenomenal up there in terms of organizing the Democratic Party and taking back what looked like a horrible situation, as you know, in the early Obama years.
Yeah, it was a really, really bad situation. Ben's done an incredible job. But I agree with you. It is a both. There's a lot of reporting out there that Wisconsin Republicans basically hit their turnout goals they wanted to hit. They wanted something like 230,000 more votes than they got in Dan Kelly's race, who was the Supreme Court candidate in 2023. But Democrats just turned out even more people. It turned out an additional 265,000 votes. And so there was some special energy there. But all of it, I think, does help explain why Republicans pulled Elise Stefanik's nomination to be the U.S. ambassador to the UN, because they are absolutely right to be worried that they would lose a special election right now to replace her, or really any special election.
Oh, you know, she bought a new wardrobe. She got all excited. She was going to be in fancy New York City, and turns out she's got to go back and be a representative.
So good. It makes me so happy.
I'm sorry, but we've got to enjoy that Schadenfreude. It's the only thing that we have going
That's
on.
All we got. That's all we got. Well, let's talk about the Democratic Party, because ever since November, the Democratic Party, we've been engaged in some recriminations, some infighting, yes, but also I think a pretty good faith bit of soul searching about who we are and how to run going forward. And more recently, the debate has been less about policy or ideological lines and more about how hard to fight. So I assume, Emma, you're on team fight and team fight very hard.
Of course.
If so,
No, we're on team just sit on our hands and do nothing.
oh, like what are you seeing out there that feels smart tactically, or I don't know, just
Dude, do these guys really not see how they play into like right-wing narratives about like the weakness part of things? And just, I hate to say it, like this guy is kind of like the soy boy that they talk about.
genuinely inspiring you?
You know, here's as we talk about tariffs, this is a good way to just
Am I wrong? I mean,
say Chuck Schumer
I'll admit if I am.
giving away all of our
I'm just
leverage
getting major soy boy vibes.
is a huge reason why we're in this situation with tariffs, because
Yeah.
the continuing resolution that was not a continuing resolution, it was a dirty CR in the dirtiest sense, it basically removed Congress's ability to review these tariffs. And so now you have this bipartisan bill with Grassley and I think Cantwell that is supposed to say, like, hey, can we reassert our authority over tariffs because Donald Trump just did a really bad thing? Well, look, the Democratic leader in the Senate just gave that leverage away. And I think, obviously, in my view, Schumer's time, he's on borrowed time as leader of the Democrats in the Senate. I don't see how the Democrats can continue to
Not
have
even
him
just
as
the
leader.
leader of the Senate. He might not even have his position in the Senate.
Especially, you know,
I'm telling you, if AOC is getting double digits in just like primaries, come
after
on.
the midterms in
Or primary interest, I should say.
2026. But yeah, there are some bright spots. I think that it was encouraging to see the House all stand together on that continuing resolution vote.
Mhm.
It is encouraging to see
say that much, yeah.
some members of the party speak about billionaires, speak about the oligarchy. It's encouraging to hear. I heard Tim Walz on Molly Jong-Fast show talk about how next election cycle people are going to be expecting universal health care as a
Yes.
part of these proposals. Going
Yes.
bold again.
Yes, especially like at state, like they're going to be looking for more state programs. I do know that like our governor is talking about already like bringing in and brainstorming this stuff because he knows that this is coming.
Is really important. And you know, I try not to.
After what happened in California, in response to what happened, with Luigi, well, allegedly, but the death of that CEO, they actually did something in response to that where they recognized, they're like, oh, these were super predatory practices, so they put a stop to those.
Pigeonhole my.
So, well, don't forget that something did actually come out. Anytime somebody tries to be like, nothing was accomplished, it's like, actually.
Politics, right? Because, like, I'm a DSA member, right? And I'm someone who obviously believes strongly in something like Palestinian liberation. But I can also encourage my listeners to vote for Kamala Harris because that's the best option within our set of circumstances.
Right.
And I can appreciate Bernie Sanders' outside politics and how incredible it is to get people involved, but Elizabeth Warren's inside politics and influencing Biden to appoint Lena Khan, as I keep singing her praises throughout our conversation. But there is more consistency here, I think, than there was in the wake of 2016, where there was a lot of anger within the party. And I think there still is that. But there's also just a universal desire to fight, and it crosses ideological lines. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her ability to honestly meld Bernie Sanders' outside movement with the inside game of Elizabeth Warren is one of the most impressive things that I've seen in politics
I
in
really
quite some
agree.
time. She's getting centrist Democratic lawmakers to say, I will write a check if you primary Chuck Schumer. And that is incredible, given the fact that she came into politics as a Democratic socialist and a rabble-rouser who was going into Nancy Pelosi's office and helping the Sunrise Movement stage protests. But I think that with this kind of insurgent movement of younger progressives in the House, there is a lot of anger, I think, at some of the folks in the Senate who are institutionalists. But I get the most hope from folks in the House, Democrats in the House, and also our governors who, whether it's Pritzker, Whitmer, Walz, what have you, they understand what it's like to respond to Donald Trump as somebody who's in an executive role, not someone who's legislating or
Pritzker pisses Trump off because he's technically got more money than him.
negotiating with Republicans or treating our budget as contract law or as if we're doing a merger or something like that. It's somebody who knows how to lead and somebody who knows how to respond to Trump's actions, not as somebody who's going to, tweak around the edges, but using the bully pulpit to cut through the noise, because I'll shut up in just a second, Tommy, but we are in such a...
Ah, yes. We got new emotes. I also got some new icons and stuff coming up here. We're finally getting stuff over on Twitch. Full disclosure, I have a buddy that knows how to do that stuff, and he was just like, hey, man, I'll come over this weekend and we'll work on that. I'm like, yes.
Corroded media environment, and especially on the right. They're just eating up this slop on the internet. How do we break through? How do we break through? And having a simple message doesn't mean we're stupid. In fact, it means we're better at politics. And I think Democrats have to stop resting on our laurels and thinking that just because our policies are better than the Republicans, that's true. It doesn't mean it's self-evident to voters, and it doesn't mean they're dumb because they don't get it. It's also because people want a clear, coherent vision and a way to differentiate yourself from the other side. And it's not about converting those Republicans. There were so many people that stayed home and just didn't show up. Those are the folks we need to be activating. And I think they were depressed because of the foreign policy of the administration and that seeing their tax dollars going to this slaughter in Gaza, and also just the fact that
the one thing I have not seen talked about in like any news space is just how people didn't feel like they needed to get out because like the COVID thing, and like, dude, when he said the bleach, like, and during that time, enough people were just like, enough of this idiot. No, like, I really wish people would be more honest with this shit, because even we do this where we start over analyzing instead of just going like, nah, dude, like the reason a lot of people just didn't come out this time is because there wasn't motivation. It wasn't a lack of motivation because of yes, that disenfranchised people who were already interested in politics and already like, but I'm just saying that the people who are already either apolitical or just do not pay attention to news, which is the majority of the country, they didn't feel inspired to come out because there was no pandemic to really worry about. And then on top of it, they're like, yeah, you know what? There's inflation, and let's get somebody else in there and let them try it. Again, it could have been anybody. That's my theory. Is it didn't even need to be Trump. It could have been anybody else that wasn't a Democrat, because they just thought, hey, you know what? Not enough change in my monies. Which again, not looking at the fact that we just came out of a pandemic and somehow the economy did rebound like that. Like can we also kind of address the fact that like everybody had such a traumatic response to COVID. Look at the way that the anti-maskers were. Like, I have to admit this one where it's like, yeah, I kind of fell into the whole like not wanting to think about it, and that's why I think we have that joke about like, whoa, we lost 2 years. Well, in that vein, I think that we also started kind of thinking a little bit like not as serious as we should have, where it's just taking the time to go, oh, holy shit, like the accomplishments that we really did make, and not view them as such.
They didn't.
And then listening to guys like Trump and like being convinced like, oh yeah, they didn't accomplish anything. It's like, yeah, we didn't accomplish anything.
Feel like they were being offered anything transformational on the economy, so they rather just stay home and not vote for anybody. And those are the people I think we have to target.
And we had a candidate for a long time who was just self-evidently too old. But to your point about
the problem with that is if Trump actually does make the middle class richer, then you're going to lose them. And then, honestly, we're going to have a hard time winning any more elections.
Resting on his laurels. One person who was not...
Because if the middle class starts honestly joining the Republican Party, like en masse, that is something that we would have a very difficult time to come back from.
Resting on his laurels this week was Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey.
Yep.
He delivered a marathon 25-hour speech on the Senate floor. Booker broke the record for the longest floor speech in history, which had been held by a horrible racist senator named Strom Thurmond when he was trying to block civil rights legislation. Here's a clip of what Cory Booker had to say during part of this long speech.
I rise with the intention of disrupting the normal business of the United States Senate for as long as I am physically able. I just found out that the community violence intervention money that you allowed me to fight so hard to get into that bill is being clawed back by Donald Trump. If you're revoking somebody's visa, make a phone call, tell them that you have 30 days to leave. But there should be due process. I've had farmers from New Jersey to Texas coming to my office about this president freezing contracts that we approved in a bipartisan manner. I am inadequate. You are inadequate. We're senators with all of this power, but in this democracy, the power of the people is greater than the people in power. This is a moral moment.
So my view on Cory Booker, on Bernie and AOC doing the town halls, Ro Khanna's town halls, all the, members of Congress and in the Senate who are filming vertical video and clearly not comfortable with it and don't want to be doing it anymore. It's like, good for you. Like, keep putting up shots. I'm proud of you guys. Like, more is more. I think the point you made earlier is the most important one, which is we worry way too much about what we say and not about whether what we say is reaching people, and breaking through is the hardest part. So we just got to keep putting shots on goal. To your point about a simple message, Mike,
I like that analogy.
Constructive criticism for Cory Booker would be, again, I'm really glad he did this, but my one note to him would be like, it was not always clear to me what he was filibustering about, like what the core simple message was or purpose of the filibuster. A lot of the messaging I saw was about the fact that he did it, which of course is cool, and I'm proud of him, and I think it's awesome. But I think we need to be like, look, the State of the Union protest was, you don't have a mandate to cut Medicare, right? Representative standing up there shaking his, what's his name? God, I'm forgetting his name.
Al Green.
Jesus Christ.
Yes,
how can I forget Al Green's name? Al Green shaking his hair. You don't have a mandate to cut Medicare.
That was amazing.
Booker's was less clear. To your point earlier too, I mean, I think Democrats do worry a bit about expectations management. I know you heard that a lot early on, like, we have no power, we don't have the Senate, we don't have the House. Even the Tim Walz comments you mentioned earlier about how, voters are going to be expecting universal Medicare, like, on the part of me, like the angel on my shoulder, that makes me excited because I would love to see us move to a universal system. The anxious political operative on my shoulder thinks back to, the 2020, 2019 debates where we were all fighting about how fast we were going to implement Medicare for all, right? And like, ultimately the votes were just not there. The political will wasn't necessarily there. So I don't want to raise people's expectations and then let them down and have another generation of people feeling like, oh, the fucking Democrats, they promised so much.
I wanted to get mad at that, but then he brought it back to the point where I'm like, okay, he's got a point there.
And they don't deliver. But I guess right now in this moment, all I want to see is people fighting and doing things and putting their hearts out there and making the case. And I think that's why I thought what Cory Booker did was good.
I agree with you. And I think, to bring it back to your comment a little bit earlier about Biden and his inability to really, he was unable to use the bully pulpit for 2 years at all.
Well, no, he literally couldn't. Physically, he couldn't.
And we're getting more reporting about
that's part of the
his
problem.
Condition and I really do think he set Kamala Harris up to fail in many ways, and I think that was a dereliction of his duty to the country. But it also was a problem in which the Democrats didn't perform democracy. So a lot of the messaging in this election was rightly, as we're seeing, that Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy, as he demonstrated on January 6th. Mm-hmm. Okay. But first you have to sell to the American public that democracy, as you're describing it, not just as a virtue, but in practice, is something that needs to be protected. And you may think that's self-evident, back to our point about how the Democrats feel like they should be above communicating these things. You may think that it is self-evident, but why is democracy so important to protect? And I think Cory Booker agreed with what you had to say about maybe the lack of specificity, or perhaps I would love if it was, focused on those broad-based social programs a little bit more. But overall, it's a really good thing because at the very least, you are performing services to your constituents. You are performing the act of standing up to somebody who is an authoritarian and showing folks what it's like to be politically empowered. There's an old phrase, you'd rather be strong and wrong than basically weak and losing. And I really do think the Democrats could be okay with being strong and wrong and swinging for the fences, and then maybe not necessarily delivering on everything. Although I think that the conditions now, given what we've talked about with oligarchy, given what we've seen with Donald Trump and how he's so carelessly wielded the executive branch for whatever the hell he wants. Like, I think a lot of Democrats are going, why can't we do that? Why can't we have a president that acts in a manner that addresses the urgency of our both, economic situation, but also when it comes to systemic racism or the Supreme Court or abortion rights? I mean, there's a lot of ways that I think Democrats can show that they are democratically responsive, because when it comes back to Biden, a primary would have done this, right? You would have you would have heard Democrats speak about and hash this stuff out. You would have heard what these different Democrats stand for, even if Kamala Harris wasn't the nominee in the end. And that would have been a performance of democracy that would have bolstered the underlying message about Trump's threat to democracy, because you would have shown that you took it seriously in practice. And I think that when I speak to people who are not really politically engaged, just kind of your everyday, person, I have some family members, right? They'll say, well, the Democrats are liars too. Biden was so old, and what did they do about it? And I think that, again, when we bring it back to this information age, having a president that couldn't use the bully pulpit and who chose not to perform democracy because he wanted to hang on to power for another term was a really, really bad cocktail to give to the American public with Trump on the ballot.
Yeah, I mean, he was self-evidently too old. And there was a suggestion in 2019 in a Politico story that he would be a one-term president and viewed himself as a bridge to the next generation. I think all of us bought into that and believed it. And I think the 2022...
Why wouldn't we? I mean, the thing is, the party kind of shifted around the idea that he was only going to do the one term. And then it was almost at the last minute, it feels like, when Trump announced what was it, the November, 2 years before the election? Or was even 3? I felt like it was a 3-year campaign.
Midterms happened.
But yeah, once that happened, that's when they started just being like, oh, maybe not.
And the White House started to believe its own spin and decided that only Joe Biden could win again. And then, you're reading, I don't want to belabor these books, but there's all these Biden books coming out. And you're starting to read anecdotes about top aides in the Biden campaign talking about how disastrous the debate prep was, and how Biden had no second-term agenda and couldn't articulate what he wanted to do. And then also at the same time saying that it was wrong for him to have dropped out or to have gotten pushed out. And I'm just like, what? How can you possibly believe that? It's like it was not only Joe Biden. I mean, the sin was Joe Biden running for re-election, but then the month between the fucking debate and him dropping out just absolutely screwed Kamala Harris, foreclosed any chance of doing some sort of mini primary type thing that made her, I think she ultimately would have been the nominee no matter what, but that would have made it look like it came through a legitimate process and not this coronation via a Joe Biden statement. He just sort of screwed us throughout that whole time period.
And Kamala Harris, she's okay. She's not a victim. And I had some issues with how she ran her campaign. Obviously, I thought the elevating of Liz Cheney was insane. But I feel for her in
taking Dick Cheney's endorsement. Yeah, that was stupid.
I think a lot of women have experienced this in their professional lives. I am not shading Sam Cedar here. I just want to be clear. But older men who often think that they know better and will talk down to you and are dismissive of you broadly, because a lot of the reporting is that she was broadly sidelined, and he elevated the fact that he wanted to appoint a black woman as his VP instead of just doing it. And I think that gave this opening for the Republicans to attack her in this racist and misogynistic way.
That's true.
And the fact that he didn't really groom her as his successor, there should be probably a bit of soul searching on the Biden side as to why they were so dismissive of somebody who has great credentials and who has been a senator, attorney general, went to Howard, smart person. Their politics were similar. Why they didn't choose to give her a leg up and elevate her as Biden's potential successor instead of just throwing her in at the 11th hour when Biden couldn't do it. And then he was calling her and saying, don't break from me at all, even though...
Because, I mean, that you kind of said it there. They didn't have a chance to really even decide. Trump did what he did, and then all of a sudden Biden and the rest of the party was just like, well, we beat him in 2020 and we have the incumbency. We might as well just stick with it. And then Joe is just like, huh? I'm a cucumber. What?
Obviously, my approval rating is in the gutter. So there's misogyny and racism on that side
Yeah, Jack, I love cucumbers. Cucumber salad. I also like cucumbers in water.
too, in my view.
Did you know that there's so many ways you could definitely cut a cucumber?
That hopefully Democrats begin to examine about themselves and some of the leaders in the party, frankly.
And, you know, frankly, they kind of kneecapped her publicly in the days following the debate performance by releasing that memo that crapped on a lot of people, including me.
Let's be honest. One of my favorite things that Biden would do is this.
Referred to like a bunch of self-important podcasters. But, you know, talked about how all the polling showed that Joe Biden was beating all of his rivals, including Kamala Harris. It was like, guys, you're shitting on your own vice president. What are you doing here? But anyway, so the final question for you, like the flip side of our mostly happy, mostly constructive talk is there are some corners of the internet, mostly Twitter, where it feels like 2016 never ended. It's like 2016 Groundhog Day. You see, you know, moderates pointing the finger at leftists and blaming them for election losses. You see the kind of more Red Rose DSA crew angry that liberals are punching left or suggesting that anyone who doesn't hold, you know, the kind of like the maximalist policy position,
max left, is
a sellout or a corporate stooge or whatever. How do you think we get past this? Like, can we heal these divides, or is it just the reality that intra-party fighting always feels and is the worst because it's your friends fighting with your friends?
I think it's a tough question. I do think we're in a better position, as I said earlier, than after 2016. I'm hopeful that folks deploy an intersectional analysis of why the Democrats lost. And it is very much a lack, in my view, of focus on broad-based social programs with a vision that we haven't seen like since the New Deal, or really since Medicare or Medicaid. These are the kinds of things that we're due. It's time to propose these kinds of broad social programs for people. That's a huge part of it. Mm-hmm. But I also think that COVID broke a lot of people's brains.
Yes,
we're in an extremely reactionary time period. There's a Me Too backlash where I don't know if I can remember such a anti-feminist moment. I mean, really since like the tabloids and the way that they treated women in the early 2000s, but that seems so small ball compared to the normalization of this kind of thing at the Trump administration level. I think we can heal these divides by having a shared vision of boldness going into 2028. I think a lot of the base.
That's why the Bernie and AOC rallies really were a breath of fresh air. But I'd say that my only gripe is that we're so far out from the 2028 cycle.
Is frustrating.
Where we need to ride that momentum from those rallies, but next time they need to like have some local politicians, you know, their DSA politicians or whoever they're going to run from that leftist perspective, and really get behind them.
By the lack of fight in the Democratic Party, which aligns much more with how a lot of us felt back in the
Let's be honest, those are the most effective ways of endorsing.
Day.
I have to say.
And you see this bear out in Chuck Schumer's poll numbers. They want Democrats to be fighting, and they don't want to constantly be cutting deals. They don't want to have to meet these fascists halfway, because it is the bitch slap theory of politics, and it's all Donald Trump knows. Even if you don't win the fight, you've got to show that you can fight them, because otherwise they're going to walk all over you. And I think that the base is behind that as a broad vision for how the party should move: anti-oligarchy, and also fighting, right? And we didn't have that in the wake of 2016. There was just arguing, and it was a lot of Bernie supporters saying, "Hey, we were right the whole time. These were the kinds of politics that we should pursue." But as I said earlier, you know, I guess I'm somebody that's taken some grief on the internet from even my side, because I was somebody who saw a lot of value in Elizabeth Warren's politics and antitrust and going about making people's lives better within the set of circumstances that are given to us, right? And so I can say, like, yes, I support decommodifying housing. I support a universal healthcare program. I support free college for all, and, you know, a foreign policy that is a lot more humane than what we've been seeing. But I can also understand that we have to have the requisite dexterity to respond to the far right fascist elements that we're with right now. So we can't all be perfect allies. We have to come together, and perhaps through that process of coming together and fighting Donald Trump, we will come out the other end with a more cohesive vision of how to move forward. But I do think,
yeah, I mean, agree to disagree on certain issues, and then just be like, okay, we can we can focus on this one. That's kind of how this goes.
This anti-oligarch,
but like you said, it's like COVID, and just like, I'm not going to just say COVID broke the brains, but yeah.
Stuff can't just be
thank you,
for
Mitesh. Happy White Mocha Friday.
The benefit of electoral politics.
Ooh, going
this
for
has
coffee.
to translate into the Democrats taking on
Mitesh,
campaign finance reform.
Happy White
and
Mocha
also
Friday.
pairing that with broad-based social programs that tax the rich. We have to tax the rich. We have to return to higher marginal tax rates. I'm not even saying we need to go to what it was like in the post-World War II era, where we were at our most industrious and the country was growing. I'll settle for pre-Reagan numbers, but really these billionaires are out of control. And governments, what they do, they redistribute wealth. It's just a question of how we choose to redistribute this wealth. And we are at such catastrophic levels of income and wealth inequality that, frankly, many people in our body politic are not making sane choices about who they're electing for president. So how do we make sure that we cut off some of these reactionary elements, make sure that people's basic needs are met, and we are past due for a broad-based social program like a Medicare for All or something that helps people in that manner?
Yeah, I'm with you. Like a shared vision of boldness, candidates that look like they're fighting. Barack Obama ran on, not taking PAC money and a whole bunch of efforts to clean up Washington in the wake of the Jack Abramoff scandals of 2006, which old heads might remember. I totally agree with you that economic inequality is completely out of control, and figuring out some just clear, simple formulation for how you're going to get it in line, whether it's a billionaire's tax, whether it's Elizabeth Warren, 2% of assets, whatever it might be. And then I do think, like, for the next 4 years, we just have to go.
Had a minor disagreement earlier about Second Amendment. I'm still here, though. Also, Alirda, I can see my word choice was a bit drastic. I'm sorry if I insulted you at all.
Coalition building where we're all
thank you for the apology.
Mindful of the need to build the biggest possible tent, like the coalition to end.
I used to treat myself to a white mocha every Friday when I started my first job here.
The war in Gaza in the Trump era has to include like the isolationist Rand Paul Republican types, and then the far left, and those of us.
That was Ruben over on YouTube.
To care about.
Sorry, you guys can't see it. We just got Twitch chat today. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some futzing around on this thing.
People in Gaza can't be, purists. We can't say that you have to say the word genocide to be a part of this coalition. You can't say you have to believe exactly what I
do hate. I hate to agree with him, but he's right about this.
Because that's just bad politics, right? The lesson from
that's
around the world.
hard for me, but yeah, I'm trying.
I know.
Look, I mean, you mentioned Obama. I was 14, right? And in 2008, that was what Obama's candidacy is why I cared about politics. It's literally what got me interested. And it was truly his opposition to the Iraq War. And I think that sometimes there's this consensus in Washington that there are people that don't vote on foreign policy. And I don't think that's true anymore, especially when you can see children whose brains are falling out of their head and their fathers wailing over their carcass on your phone. Like, this had an effect of really muddying the waters of the morality of the two political parties that can get elected in this bipartisan system. And I think that the Democrats really are doing a disservice if they don't reckon with how they damage their brand with young people by supporting this.
Look, no, I'm not arguing that. I've been opposed to this war from the very beginning. I'm talking about like the way we talk about issues, the way we decide who can be part of a coalition or a movement, and just making sure it's as broad as possible, because authoritarian movements everywhere, they do well when the opposition, the left usually, is divided. That's how they succeed.
That's why I was saying psyops. with a lot of this shit. I'm not even kidding.
Because they rarely get 50% of the vote. They're like winning with pluralities at like 43, 44%, you know, sort of Trumpian numbers. And I think it's just a good lesson to learn. But we covered a lot of ground, Emma. Thank you so much for doing the show today. It was great talking with you. I really appreciate it and hope to do it again soon.
I would love that. Thanks so much for having me, Tommy, and I really appreciate all the work you're doing. You're a bright spot in this insane media environment. So thanks so much.
True. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Gotta love Anna and her media appearances. I'm glad that her and Sam are making way more of them, because honestly, I do feel, I feel like this was needed for the Majority Report, and you're seeing it like in the way that they're growing. So that's it's really cool. So go Emma. All right, that was the PSYOPs are effing real. That's why the libs are pissed at Trump cutting USAID and other programs. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, because they hide them in those programs disguised as aid. No, I mean, fucking PSYOPs. They don't care about that kids will starve in Africa. Well, yeah, they don't care about the influence of America, too. Like, that's what I don't understand is, like, the short-sightedness. It's the same with the Panama expansion. Like, when I read up on the Panama expansion and the fact that, like, China had already, like, invested so many dollars to the point where you see the point, like, the port that China invested in, then you see what we've maintained because of the treaty. It's insane. And it starts to make you go like, oh, like that's why you were mad, because they were given preferential treatment because they had China investing in them. I get it. They care about shutting down Radio Free Asia, Radio Free Europe. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I've never been more like interested in getting a ham radio set up than I have been. I used to have one too. Like dude, I really wish I didn't sell that. It's not as easy to get now. Especially a good one for the house. I got one of those trap burps. I hate those. Almost feels like a little bit like heartburn, but it's just like, ooh, that's not heartburn. What is it? All right, that was fun. Yeah. What do we got? Oh yeah, Mehdi Hassan. We got a Mehdi Hassan update. Kois, what up, dude? That's crazy. I have a friend that's into radio since high school. I've been thinking on that now. Yeah, I mean, oh, excuse the pits. It's a little warm down here today. I don't know what the hell happened, but like my basement got like really fucking warm. So it's not war. All right, this sucks that I can't have my YouTube chat. I've tried everything too. I've literally the overlays, all of it. Just I know the DPRK is not ideal, an understatement, but most of the stories of execution by AA Gun or Kim K and his wives after they reach a specific age, all sources go back to Radio Free Asia. Oh shit. Yeah, you need a license. Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like, it's just a pain in the ass. Excuse me. I need some tea, actually. You know what? I should go take a bathroom break real quick, grab some tea, and then we can go into the next side of the program. Here. Trump's approval hits record low. Here, we'll play this one. All right, I gotta pee. Jesus. Okay. I also gotta, you know what? I have got to fix Streamlabs here. Give me a second, man. I might just have to reset stream. I'll let you know, obviously. No, I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, so is it even gonna be worth even trying? Just fine. You know what? All right, I'll be right back. I listened to the front part of this. I will. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'll make it back for the part that I paused it at and decided to watch this with you fine folks. So I will be.
So President
Just
Trump
quick
in his second term has always been unpopular relative to other presidents in their honeymoon phase. So of course the honeymoon phase is like right when you get in there. Basically the American people seem to give presidents a grace period to, like, you know, make some decisions, implement some policies, try to get the train on the tracks, etc. So to put that in perspective for you, Joe Biden in his honeymoon phase was plus 17 points over water with his favorability rating. Donald Trump, the high number I saw was plus 6. But I also saw a bunch that had him just dead even, or like plus 1. So underperforming Joe Biden during his honeymoon phase by double digits, right? So he's always been like that because he has colossally high unfavorables. He always has. In his first term, it was even worse in his first term, I think. So he also had the other day, and I was shocked by this myself, even though his economic numbers were massively underwater, there was one poll that had him at a 50% approval rating. And I was kind of shocked by that because I'm looking at it like, that doesn't make sense. Because when you get to the specific things he's doing, it's like underwater, and then had his highest approval maybe ever in that one poll. Okay. Well, guess what? I was right in thinking that's sort of an outlier. And all of the horrific decisions and Elon Musk's bullshit, it's starting to catch up to him. So now we have this. Donald Trump's approval rating falls to new low for his second term. Here we go. Ready? President Donald Trump's net approval rating has fallen to a new low for his second term of minus 14 points, according to a poll. That's got to be a record for any president this early on in their term. Minus 14, he's been in there for what, 2-3 months? The AP NORC survey conducted between March 20th and 24th shows that 56% of respondents disapproved of Trump's job as president, while 42% approved. Guys, again, we're talking 2-3 months here. He's already down at 42. The survey was conducted on 1,229 adults and had a margin of error of plus or minus 4 percentage points. Trump's approval rating is a key indicator of his political strength as he navigates his second presidential term and prepares for future policy battles. A shift in his numbers could influence support for Republican lawmakers, affect his ability to push through his agenda, and shape the political landscape heading into the midterm election cycle. So here's the thing, man. Talking about a potential shift in Republican voters now, they're all completely cucked to Trump and MAGA. That's a fact. But at the same time, they just got some cold water in the face. They just got a strong rebuke just last night. So you had the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, and Elon Musk dumped over like $20 million into that race. It was a fucking record how much he spent to try to buy the Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. And it failed. It failed. The Democrat raised way less money, and still ended up winning. And this was, Elon was holding events there and giving away $1 million check and telling other people, we'll give you $100 if you vote or bring somebody else to vote. And he went all in. Elon was on TV saying, if we lose this race, it's the fall of Western civilization. So they really had all their eggs in that basket. And what they were looking for was validation of what Trump has been doing and what Doge and Elon have been doing. And the voters not only smacked them down, they smacked them down astronomically. We're talking about, it was supposed to be a close race. It was called almost instantly, and it's a double-digit victory for the Democrat. Double-digit victory. So with that, here's the reality. All these Republicans, they are political creatures, and they care first and foremost about saving their ass. To this point, that's why they've sucked Trump's nuts from the back, is because they feel like, hey, this guy always seems to weather the storm, always seems to come out on top, so we got to hitch our wagon to him. We have no choice, right? But right now is the first moment where they got to look around and go, oh, this is not a good sign for the midterms. This is not a good sign for Trump and Elon and their agenda.
Mix in with his,
and I don't know about this,
dog.
Maybe the best way for me to hold on to my seat is to try to differentiate myself from what they're doing, right? And the Republicans, the elected Republicans, aren't as stupid as Trump and Elon, where they knew, hey, man, if we're going to cut Social Security, we're not going to say we're cutting it. We're going to say we're reforming it, and we'll do like a 3% cut, and we'll lie and pretend like we didn't do it, and we'll do a whole propaganda effort to try to get people there. Trump and Elon are just going in like, hey, slash 50% of the Social Security offices, cut off the phone line, which is used for like 40% of the claims, start cutting off people's checks illegally by claiming it's waste, fraud, and abuse when it's not. And this is leading to a revolt on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's his own supporters. That's part of the, like, I think that if they targeted this a little bit, like they had a little bit more time, they would have actually done a situation where they would have just targeted left-leaning states or any of that, but they had to do it quickly. So this is like, all right, fuck it.
It's leading to a revolt.
Yeah.
And so this is the first instance where they're going to pause for a second and go, maybe being a total cuckboy to this bloated freak is not a good idea. So they continue here. The findings from the AP NORC poll also reveal that 58% of respondents disapproved of...
I mean, again, he's effective with his message and blaming the Democrats somehow. They're still believing
Trump's
it.
handling of the economy, while 40% approved. So he's never been... Guys, I need you to understand. This is an anomaly in the sense that Republicans... I don't know why this is. It's kind of a shame. But Republicans generally always have a higher approval rating on the economy than Democrats. Because I think the stereotype of the Republican in people's minds is they're like a serious old man who wants to...
Serious old man who wants to cut taxes. That's because that's all they hear locally. Like, every local election has a Jack O'Cannon, Republican, tax cutter.
Save you your money.
And then they're just like, yeah.
Right, give you tax cuts. They're fiscal conservatives, so they watch very closely. And this is the stereotype. None of that is true, but this is what people think, right? So
blast through taxes with Jack Cannon.
Republicans always have better numbers on the economy than Democrats, like regardless of the facts. For a Republican...
We just elected somebody that was like that, where they put their nickname on their fucking... on their campaign posters, but then, sure as shit, he was on the ballot with his nickname. I was like, that's hilarious.
President to be 18 points underwater on the economy.
My friend's been fighting for disability, Social Security for years, and now there's no chance. Yeah.
Now, what?
I actually just had a situation in my life like that where a friend of mine.
Why is this?
They call him Tax Cannon.
Guys, the answer is right in front of you. It's very simple. I'm talking to you today.
Tax Cannon.
This is right before Trump announces Liberation Day for the economy. What's Liberation Day? He's going to announce universal across-the-board tariff.
Less for you, more for them. Vote Republican. A little on the nose, but yeah.
Okay, I'm going to do a segment on this in a little bit, but that is literally the end of the American economy. Like, things will never be the same again. Yeah. If you actually implement this, you're going to see massive inflation for consumer goods. The one thing in this country that was holding it together with duct tape and glue was the low price of consumer goods. Yeah. Because there's been massive inflation for housing, for education, for all the things that are the staples that you need, right? There's been massive inflation on that stuff. And there's been steady prices for consumer goods. Well, now, if you hit the American people with a double whammy of inflation, where housing and healthcare and education are through the roof, and now also consumer goods are through the roof, as wages are largely stagnant, what do you think's going to happen? People are not going to be able to afford anything.
I like how it takes a bunch of just doofuses on the internet to say this, and for people to go, yeah.
They're going to be...
I'm one of those doofuses, I'm just saying.
Hit in the head with a fucking sledgehammer called Trump's tariffs. And so for him to be...
I feel like being trickled down on Republicans are for you.
18 points underwater. That is the American people going, holy shit, no.
They really are the that meme where it's the dude taking a piss downstream and the other guy's just like, yeah.
We don't want this. We don't want to do this. We can't deal with a 25% tax on everything we fucking buy at the store. Right? So that's a big deal. Meanwhile, 60% disapproved of Trump's handling of trade negotiations, while just 38% approved. That's where, he's berating people like Justin Trudeau, threatening the EU with tariffs. This is people looking at that, well, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? The results were divided along party lines, with Republicans approving overwhelmingly of Trump's handling of both issues and Democrats disapproving strongly. The finding mirrors other polls in recent weeks, which have shown Trump's approval ratings on the economy and tariffs plummeting. A poll by YouGov and Yahoo, conducted between March 20th and 24th among 1,677 adults, revealed that Trump's approval rating on the economy was 39%, while 51% disapproved. That's only going to go one direction, y'all. That's only going to go one direction because it sounds like he's following through on these tariffs, which will mean just the stock market is going to absolutely implode. There will be massive.
Yeah, this was obviously recorded right before the stock market imploded.
Job loss as there's been.
I mean, guys, I think that we're all kind of collectively in shock. I mean, I'm having this moment, and I think that's because I just went through grief that I can recognize that it's like, guys, like seriously, the stock market crashed today, and like then even that lady was just like, it didn't crash, it tanked.
Been in the public sector and now the private sector too. And
way to differentiate.
Prices are going to skyrocket. The poll also showed that a majority of Americans believe that the U.S. was already in a recession.
Yeah, which is
or
insane.
headed towards one. On Monday, Goldman Sachs raised its odds of a recession in 2025 to 35%.
Which is also kind of funny because like Goldman Sachs and also like all of these economists that have been calling for a recession for every year that Biden was in office. This is kind of funny because this is the one time that they did not call for a recession. And then they kept doing the, maybe it won't be as bad as we thought it would be. Oh, maybe it won't be. And then they're like, oh crap, it's worse.
Up from 20% previously. That's a concern.
And now nobody's listening to us?
Conservative number, y'all.
Those conservative preppers are looking at their dry food stash from My Patriot Supply right
now.
That
is the company's highest recession probability since the...
And they're just nodding, going like,
regional
I'm glad
banking
that
crisis
I
2
did
years
that.
ago.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I might actually grab one of those bucket things from Costco.
Meanwhile, JP Morgan now says the chances of a recession this year stand at 40%, with both...
Although, let's be real, the thing's just going to end up as a freaking something to sit on in the garage.
Business sentiment and consumer confidence having slumped in recent weeks. Consumer confidence has plummeted. Consumers are like, this is really uncertain, right? Like what's happening right now is really, really uncertain. Fears of recession stem from Trump's tariffs on countries including Canada, Mexico, and China, which Goldman Sachs previously estimated could push up inflation.
Yeah, but somehow, Joe Brandon, he just couldn't, he was so unstable, he destabilized the markets and, everything was so scary out during those 40, like, seriously, I want to know, like, how bad is it in a Trumper's brain? Like, for real, how the fuck, like, do they perceive their reality? Like, do they see it the way we're seeing this now? And then, like, I don't know.
Inflation
like,
by
this
1%
is
while
insane.
squeezing U.S. companies'
The fact
profits.
that they can now look at this and just be like, yeah, everything's fine.
Trump has sought to blame inflation on his predecessor, Joe Biden, at an event at the White House in March. He said the U.S. economy and its economy went to hell under Biden. However, a Morning Consult poll published on March 20th suggests that the message no longer resonates with voters. Oh, you don't say. The findings revealed that 46% of respondents said Trump was to blame for the current economic conditions, while 41% said the same about Biden. So he's now eclipsed Biden, where all these economic problems and all the inflation is going to be directly blamed on him. This is compared to a February poll when 44% of respondents said that the current economic conditions were resulted from Biden's policies, while only 39% blamed Trump. Newsweek's average of the 10 most recent polls show that Trump's approval rating stands at 47%, while 49% disapprove, giving him a net score of -2 points. Both his approval and disapproval ratings have remained relatively stable in recent weeks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you see here, right? See how the disapprove is ticked up and the approve ticked down? You just wait, bro. If he follows through with these tariffs...
I mean, tomorrow's going to be interesting.
Man, it is going to be... It's going to get ugly. I'm talking 2008 Great Recession ugly. I'm talking COVID downturn ugly. If he is as rigid and stubborn and ideological as he appears, we could be talking about these tariffs like we talk about the Smoot-Hawley Act, which helped lead to the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm. We watched a video on that yesterday.
That's where we are right now. So it's not looking good for the big guy, and it's only going to get worse.
And the thing is, most economists are just like, it's not exactly like Smoot-Hawley. Somebody said that on CNN earlier today. I was like, uh-oh. If they're literally bringing that bill up, I was like, oh, this is a little bit worse than I thought. Damn. Here, let's watch this Mehdi Hassan thing. Let's just get the Kyle Kulinski segment out. We love us some Kyle here.
In just a second, Mehdi Hassan has issued a...
Also, I actually tried to find the original Mehdi Hassan video about this. I couldn't.
Dire warning.
So I'm not sure if it got pulled off Zateo or what the hell is going on with that one.
Of potential civil war in this country. That's something in the past I would have poo-pooed. I would have said, nah, man, that's a little much.
Yeah.
But when you listen to the explanation, it's like, yeah, I can see that happening. So we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about Israel. In all seriousness, they've reached the point of no return. The updates.
I'll be completely real with you. That whole thing, the Civil War thing, hasn't been at the forefront of my mind. So
I have for you today are just. It's like, I can't believe we're witnessing this shit. I cannot believe we are living through a horrific chapter of history. Then we'll get to the truth has been revealed about Bill Maher's dinner with Donald Trump. We have some reports coming out of there, so we'll talk about that. Jon Stewart is in awe of Trump's ability to pathologically lie. We have Bill Burr roasting conservative crybabies. Trump and Elon slashing the Meals on Wheels program, which is like one of the lowest, dirtiest things you could do.
Dude, that's affecting us in Chicago really, really bad. Our food banks, like, there was a call to action.
And then really important story later on. It's a bombshell story about how the U.S. food system is honestly on the brink of collapse, if I'm being honest with you.
No, I read that.
Because of this honeybee crisis that we're currently dealing with that nobody seems to be talking about.
Where is Honeybee? I have not seen her on Twitch. The honeybee crisis is real.
Nobody's talking about it, but we will. So we'll talk about all that and more.
For real, actually, I haven't seen her stream for a minute.
Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel.
Right.
That helps out massively and costs you nothing at all. And of course, much love and appreciation to all of you who make this show work by donating a couple bucks a month on Patreon. That goes a really long way. As you all know, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read or anything like that. And so you guys fund the show from the ground up on Patreon and with your tips on YouTube and with joining Crystal Kyle and friends over on Substack.
I'm just going to go ditto, except for the Crystal Kyle and friends. And we're getting on that Patreon thing.
So again, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. All right, let's go ahead and dive.
Actually, if you guys have just jumped in here and you haven't already hit the like button over on YouTube, that really, really helps me out in the algorithm. So if you can do that, it's free and it makes it really, really cool to me.
Dive into it. So Mehdi Hassan was having a conversation here with a bunch of anti-Trump Republicans. I believe at least one of these guys is from the Lincoln Project. And they were talking about a scenario.
Yeah, that's where I recognize them from. No, the Bulwark. I think the bald guy's from the Bulwark.
Honestly, does not sound absurd to me.
He looks like Mike from Breaking Bad, though.
If anything, it sounds like likely to me of how this country could end up in a civil war. And so they start talking about the era of the civil rights movement and desegregation and how you had the racist states in the South were
Tucker Carlson
hell-bent on not abiding by desegregation and what happened in response to that and how the federal government had to get aggressive, right? And you had this standoff, which was a dire, dire situation. So listen to that, and then they'll get into how this relates to today. Watch.
He called out the Arkansas National Guard to block the integration of the largest public high school in Little Rock, Central High School, successfully. So what did the president do then? He called out the fucking 101st Airborne and sent them. And then he federalized the Arkansas National Guard. And they were able to integrate. So that
the president was an anti-American communist named Eisenhower.
Exactly.
That noted progressive Eisenhower.
Now, it's sort of a note that, gets lost, except if, kind of from this part of the world. Father shut down every public school in Little Rock for a year as a reaction to that. It's still referred to as the lost year in there. But, when you have the federal government against the National Guard, as Earl Long, who was governor of Louisiana, Huey Long's brother, said when a segregationist was saying that Huey should send the National Guard and the Highway Patrol to block federal troops from encouraging integration. He said, well, this guy's name was Leander Perez. He's a great Cajun character, segregationist. He said, well, that's fine, Leander, but what are you going to do now if the feds have the nuke? So,
command strips suck.
I mean, we're in a reverse position right now.
We're in a reverse position.
Then it was the federal government coming in to stop racist and anti-democratic Southern governors. Right. Now we're in a position where the only people that can stand up to Trump are Democratic AGs who are taking him to court, state AGs, and Democratic
that scared the shit out of me.
Governors like the Pritzkers of this world. And I think that's where somebody I follow on Twitter, his name is Brandon Friedman, he's a Democratic Party operative, veteran. He made a very good point where he said, I hope governors, blue state governors, are having meetings with their National Guard folks right now. I hope lines of communication are open. I hope relationships are good, because that is going to be the next test of the system. system. If Trump comes in, federalizes the Guard, insists that they work for him or if, and again, we have a shitty media, so no one really covered this very well. Stephen Miller said very openly last year, I think to the New York Times, and it got lost in all the other shit. He said, what we will do if we were looking for an immigrant that we want to take out, and it's, for example, Maryland, it's Wes Moore's Maryland, has someone we want, we will send in the Virginia Guard from next door. We will send in the Republican Guard. That would mean that Wes Moore's blue National Guard would be up against Virginia's red National Guard. I think that's what they call a civil war in the old days, right?
Don't forget him trying to attempting to freeze funds to Brown University.
That scenario that he just laid out is a...
Didn't he just do the same thing to Columbia, too?
Completely plausible scenario where we're effectively in a civil war at that point, right? So if Stephen Moore, who, by the way, is basically running aspects of the White House, certainly the immigration policy, if he decides, look, I'm sending ICE to Maryland to get these people who I'm claiming are trying to Nicaragua or whatever, right? They have no evidence. They make shit up all the time. And the Democratic governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, says, no, you're not. I'm not cooperating with you. You're not coming in here and taking away people's due process rights, taking away their constitutional rights, and shipping them off to an El Salvador slave labor camp. I'm blocking you. Stephen Moore said, I'll send the Red Virginia National Guard. Virginia, the governor is Youngkin, Republican. I'll send the Virginia National Guard into Maryland to get these people. And that's when Wes Moore says, I called up the Maryland National Guard to block you. And that's like a state v. state scenario, or state backed by the feds versus state. But as they described there, back during the desegregation fights, thankfully, the federal government was on the right side, where they were saying, shut the fuck up, you're going to desegregate, that's the law, bitch. And the racist states were like, no, we're not. They're like, oh, really? And so they tried to deploy the state National Guard to block desegregation, but then the feds sent in federal troops and were like, you're desegregating now. We're not going to let you block this. And so that was a standoff, right? And obviously, eventually, the federal government won. But at the same time, in this scenario, if the federal government wins, what are we looking at? Just absolutely from top to bottom codified fascism, where Democratic attorneys general, Democratic governors can't stop
Are the markets going to crash?
Federal government from being jackbooted thugs and
you mean crush? Are the markets going to crush?
rounding people up without any due process.
Oh, wait, Nitrous Cutter, welcome to the stream. You are a first-time chatter. I appreciate you stopping by, so welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I think that, they're already tanking. There's hardly a differentiation.
Process and shipping them off to an El Salvador slave labor camp. So this truly
2,000 points is not good.
is a crossroads. The other issue
we had the worst performing stock market today since 2020, which in 2020 they called that the silent depression. So that might
which is a huge issue, is with the courts. They have no enforcement mechanism, right? So this system relies on the goodwill of the executive branch and the goodwill of the legislative branch, that when the judicial branch says something and makes a ruling, because they have judicial review, that the other branches of government go, okay, we're abiding by your ruling.
Mm-hmm.
But if they decide we're not going to, well, what do? There are no judicial
certainly
troops
a scare. A lot of people lost their retirements today.
Judicial police or judicial law enforcement. It's just like, but we demand it. And they're like, that's nice. That's cute. Like Andrew Jackson said.
And Trump be golfing.
Oh,
so
you did your ruling, now enforce it. And that's his way of saying, bitch, you got no actual power. You're a paper tiger.
Mm.
And so we're at a whole bunch of crossroads here. And the scenario that they laid out here is perfectly plausible. In fact, I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't want the Democratic governors and the Democratic attorneys general to lay in a chalk outline of themselves and say, go ahead, feds, violate whatever law you want, violate the Constitution if you want, since you're the feds.
No, and honestly, J.P. Pritzker, he did that when Trump threatened the same thing with the sending ICE in to come and get some of the, oh my God, what's it called? Asylum seekers.
And the supremacy.
We're asylum state, right?
Supremacy clause of the Constitution exists.
I'm thinking,
you go ahead and we're just going to take a back seat here. I wouldn't want that. I want somebody standing up for people's rights. And if that's Democratic governors or Democratic attorneys general, I want that. right? And if it leads to a standoff, it leads to a standoff. And, you know, I hope the right side of that wins. But what a terrifying scenario.
Owner One says to Bandit, thank you for the gifted sub.
To think of. And in the past, guys, what has my line always been on the idea
Thanks again, man, for all those gifted subs today. I really appreciate that.
Civil war in this country? It's incredibly far-fetched to believe that we could have a civil war for the simple fact that...
How you doing, Owner?
We're packed full of distractions in this country. Are you fucking kidding me? Between, like, professional sports and TV and TikTok and YouTube and Hulu and Netflix and, you know, whatever things you got going on in your own life with your own kids. You go to soccer practice, you go to hockey practice, basketball, whatever the fuck, right? Everybody's got lives, everybody's got jobs, everybody's got hobbies, there's so many good distractions. So it always struck me as incredibly far-fetched. But I have to admit, that's a failure of my own imagination to imagine a scenario where you have a total stock market collapse. You have millions of people being unemployed, being laid off, both in the private sector and in the public sector. You have tariffs which increase consumer goods massively, at least 20 or 25%.
Yep.
You have a global system which is collapsing because...
Which a lot of these guys, they just say, oh, well, it's us, this one thing, and then they start going, wait, it's on everything?
The U.S. is the center of global trade, and now they're
like,
putting their middle
shit.
finger up to everybody, and our own allies turn on us, and they drop the dollar as the world reserve currency.
Yeah.
You have a government which has gone 100% fascist, totally ignoring the Constitution, shipping people out without due process, etc. And if you have anybody with a conscience or moral clarity, and they have a position of power in a state, they are going to have to stand up to that, right? And in that scenario, do you put it past Donald Trump to say open fire on the Maryland National Guard? I fucking don't. Do you put it past Donald Trump to say, Wes Moore, I'm federalizing the Maryland National Guard from you, and then you see a split among the Maryland State National Guard, and some go with Trump, some go with Wes Moore, and this could get fucking messy. It's already messy. It could get way more messy, right? So, yeah, this is not good, y'all. This is not good. And that was the first explanation I've probably ever heard in the modern era where I'm like, that's totally plausible as to how some sort of...
I don't know how you missed that from Pritzker, though, because Pritzker, he said that in his retaliatory speech against Trump when Trump was, again, coming... he was threatening the asylum seekers that we took in and put up. I keep forgetting what the actual name for, like, the building that we put them up in, though.
War between the state and the federal government can kick off, right? And I already think the ball is rolling on a number of things. I think the U.S., our time is limited being the world reserve currency because we've already pissed off all of our allies. They're already making other alliances now behind our backs because they're like, these people are unreliable. Yeah. These people are chaotic.
I read the story about China and the EU today.
People are not good to their word. These people could invade any of us. If he's saying I'm going to steal Greenland, you know, what, you think fucking Australia's sitting there like, we're good? No, you can fucking steal Australia too, right? They're all thinking this shit. And so,
I know.
TikTok, man, I don't know what the full unraveling is going to be or what the issue is going to be that makes it apparent to everybody, but I already think the ball is rolling. And that's a terrifying thought. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the...
And again, the fact that it's Trump who is definitely willing to push like right against that line, like, you know, that he would call the National Guard and then it would turn into the biggest clusterfuck. All right. Trans woman was arrested at Florida Capitol for using the women's restroom. What? Oh, shit. Illinois resident. All right. Florida police recently arrested a transgender woman for using the women's restroom in the state capital of Tallahassee in what was believed to be the first such arrest in the state with an anti-trans bathroom ban. Marcy Reagan, a 20-year-old college student and Illinois resident, was arrested March 19th on trespassing charges after she used the women's restroom in a protest against Florida's law barring people from using bathrooms that don't align with their assigned sex at birth in government-owned or leased buildings. According to the Associated Press, Reintgen, Reintgen? I don't know how. Reintgen. I have a feeling that's right. That sounds Chicago. Reintgen had sent letters to every state lawmaker to inform them that she planned to use a. Okay. I mean, when I read the headline, I'm like, oh, they actually did it, huh? Like, and then I saw a picture of her. I'm like, well, okay. And then now I'm kind of starting to understand how they knew. Sorry, not saying not condoning this at all as far as the bathroom bill, because again, trans bathroom bills, seriously. She had sent a letter to every state former of the plans. She included a photo of herself for identification. Okay. I mean, wow. He definitely made the move, that's for sure. Don't forget him attempting to free. Oh, wait. Begins with Seth Meyers. What have you done? I know that you know in your heart that this law is wrong and unjust. I know that that you know in your heart I am that transgender people are human too, and that you can't just arrest us away. I know that you know that I have dignity. That's why I know that you won't arrest me. Okay, so hold on. Oh, literally, they're about to answer the question I had. John Davison, a senior staff attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union, told the AP that Reichard's arrest is the first of its kind, and the ACLU's attorneys are well aware, ACLU's attorneys are aware of in any state with a bathroom ban. Reichen, who the AP reported had been visiting her grandparents, was freed on pretrial release the day after her release. If convicted on the misdemeanor trespassing charge, she could face up to 60 days. Really? A misdemeanor trespassing charge? Yeah. They're gonna prosecute her with the full extent of the law. There's danger to the community. Rankin told the AP that she wanted to show the absurdity of this law in practice. If I'm a criminal, it's going to be so hard for me to live a normal life, all because I washed my hands, she said, adding that she was horrified and scared over what might happen next. I mean, wait. But you went there with the knowledge that this could happen. I am glad that she's doing her political activism, but this sucks. This sucks. Like, why is this a thing? No, that's what I'm saying. She intended for this to happen, but that's why I'm saying if I'm a criminal, it's going to be so hard for me to live a normal life, all because I wash my hands. Like, I get she's pointing out the absurdity of this, and that's why I'm saying her I'm actually wrestling with the fact where I'm just like, this sucks for her, though. Like, but hey, this is activism. Nadine Smith, the executive director of Equality Florida and LGBT civil rights. Like, I have a feeling that she's going to have every civil rights org representing her in this, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. Funny enough, her court date, on a misdemeanor trespassing charge, good luck. If that's not a community service thing, then yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. She's going to get John Morgan. Oh, is she? Is she actually, did they say? Arrest was not about safety, but about cruelty, humiliation, and deliberate erosion of human dignity. Transgender people have been using the restrooms aligned with their gender for generations without incident. What's changed is not their presence. It's a wave of laws designed to intimidate them out of public life. Yes. Florida is one of the more than a dozen states with a bathroom ban, though Utah is the only other state to criminalize the act. In recent years, GOP lawmakers across the state have passed legislation to crack down on trans rights and strip protections, a pattern that Trump administration has mirrored on a federal level as well. you know, priorities. Markets are crashing, but priorities. Whatever. That sucks. No, I feel for her. I hope that the ACLU and all of, like, that she actually, like, gets all the protections. Okay, here, I gotta let my dog up. He really needs to go to the bathroom. So,
While certainly the economy will be adjusting, the negotiations will continue. We are really, really excited and very grateful to President Trump's leadership and being willing to be bold and fearless in facing some pretty big policy challenges around the world.
So what is the impact on farmers then?
Well, we'll see.
With the market down 1,238 points right now on the Dow Industrials and the NASDAQ down 800 right now, and the market's not even open. Futures indicating a very ugly opening. Now would be the time for some clarity on extending the tax cuts.
I think everyone understands the national security reason in the long run to take an economic hit in order to decouple from China. The question is, why are we needlessly ticking off Canada?
People are unclear as far as how he arrived at some of these tariffs, which also opens the door, in my view, to some negotiation. But the national security issues here are clear.
As you saw, the Trump sycophants on Fox Business News were trying as hard as they possibly could to rationalize Donald Trump's nonsensical tariffs, but they're struggling to do that because at the end of the day, these people are loyal to capital and capital only. But they also don't want to offend Donald Trump. However, when you wake up and you see stock market numbers like this in the aftermath of Donald Trump's so-called Liberation Day, you can't not be visibly shaken. And they were. You can see the panic in their eyes. So they're trying to strike this balance where they're making it clear that they're worried about the future of the economy as well as their stock portfolios, of course. But at the same time, they don't want to overtly attack Donald Trump over this nonsensical policy. So they're forced to do this really weird and awkward dance where they have to speculate that he has some sort of a broader strategy that they're just not privy to, or pretend like he's playing 4D chess, even though they obviously don't believe that. They know this is stupid. And if you read between the lines, their actual reaction is something more like, what the fuck? Not, oh, he must be playing 4D chess. He must have a plan, right? Because how could you not have that reaction if your entire show centers on business, on capitalism?
He's a notorious Florida. For Morgan and Morgan. I know him.
Show you what I mean. Maria Bartiromo.
I know that practice.
Of Fox Business. She spoke to Brooke Rollins, who is Donald Trump's agriculture secretary.
Can't say too
and
much.
Over the course of the last couple of months, Rollins has come on this show over and over again and assured Bartiromo that they're doing everything in their power to bring down the cost of eggs. The only problem is that Trump's tariffs are going to directly undermine that effort. So just watch and take a look at the reaction.
Where are the eggs coming from that you're importing?
Well, we're importing from Turkey. We're importing from South Korea. We're talking to a few other countries right now.
Even Maria's just like, wait a minute, you're importing eggs and plus tariffs. So how does this mean cheap eggs?
But again, at the end of the day, once our farms are repopulated in just a couple of months, it doesn't take long for those baby hens to get to the egg laying point, that once that happens, then we'll go back to pretty much using all American laid eggs.
So then
This was the problem though, guys. The fact that we made the eggs a fucking political issue, they're gonna use it as the W when they come back down. We should have never done that. I'm sorry. We could have just done it for the jokes. But after that, going into like now and just being like, where's the cheaper eggs? Where's the cheaper eggs?
Be tariffed. It's
just like, okay, can we actually focus on the fact that it's because the bird flu ran rampant and then he gets RFK in there and then there's more of these issues?
You're taking them from Turkey, right? That's part of the tariff plan.
We really made this issue silly and it's going to backfire.
Yes, I mean, all to be determined. We're all in negotiations, but yes, that's a possibility.
I mean,
I love the fact that like the woman who's dressed like the nanny, she's definitely taking it like it's a big W.
You're a Fox News propagandist. How are you supposed to spin that? You're importing eggs to bring down the cost, yet you're imposing arbitrary tariffs on the country you're importing the eggs from, which will raise the cost, thus making the importation of eggs completely pointless if your goal is to bring down the cost. I mean, even the most skilled propagandists can't polish that turd. And that's why some Fox Business hosts have just kind of given up, because even though they know that, their job is basically to spin everything that Trump does as a positive, sometimes you just can't do that. Sometimes you just have to basically give up and say, I can't defend this. Not going to attack them, but I can't defend this. Now, not all industries are going to be affected equally. For example, 900 American workers across 5 different Stellantis supply factories were laid off, and this came after the company announced that they were pausing production in direct response to Donald Trump's tariffs. So the auto industry in particular is going to be negatively affected, and Trump's goal is to use these tariffs to spark a manufacturing boom in America, but it's not that simple, and this led to a pretty heated debate on Fox Business between 2 hosts, one of them who was trying to spin it as a positive, and the other who was just like, whatever, bro. That's not what she said. I'm paraphrasing, but just watch.
Well, BMW is going to rethink South Carolina because it's not going to import tariffed parts, engines from Germany, then to send those vehicles.
I doubt the eggs will go down anytime soon without huge subsidizing.
To export them.
We'll see.
So, again, it will mean if that plant stays open, it will mean fewer jobs potentially because they're going to make those vehicles somewhere else.
Well, it's almost like you just figured out the game. Oops.
They're going to sell them now.
They sell them to China.
There's other countries that buy shit, you dumb. Oh, my God. This really is a symptom of like the American, like the me American, like that. It's only us, I guess. Like U.S. us, make it, guys. I made this connection, and I know I'm a genius. U.S. spells us. It's we the people, right? Us.
Some to China.
God, I still can't believe
every American customer
real,
who
man. Like these people think in terms of like, oh, America's like the economy. America is like the world.
BMW could be replaced overnight by a Chinese customer.
They sell them they export them to.
I love how she actually is like mad that she has to explain this to this guy, where she's like, no.
No, I'm saying you can't make
They import the parts, which will be tariffed, and then they will export them from the United States, where they're manufactured, back to Europe, where they will be tariffed again, and then to China and nations around the globe. Right? So.
I do like how she actually is just like, I'm kind of tired that I have to say this because I think we have gotten to the point where we shouldn't have to do this.
These are the problems that a U.S. manufacturer faces because the parts are coming from somewhere else.
They can also just make the parts here. They can make the car.
No, they can't. Absolutely not. That's
you absolute dumb mother effer. That's it, guys. That's what we're dealing with. That's why the economy's not going to crash. It's because of people. Yeah.
No, it's impossible.
Yeah, 10 years, 15 years, 20.
Yeah, 10, 15 years, exactly.
Years, have at it.
And then Trump's going to be like, you guys need me here for the next 10 to 15 years. Otherwise, the parts are just going to keep getting more expensive.
It wouldn't take that long. Anyway, as far as the payments are concerned.
To build German engines in the United States. Okay.
Damn. Now, Charles Payne, him defending this doesn't necessarily surprise me.
Yeah, I love how sick of it, like this shit she is. She's like, oh.
Though he's the money guy.
This is what happens when you have, like, I feel bad for any of these people that actually went to college for, like, and they're, like, certified economists, and they're, they've been doing media for so long that they're, trusted in the media sphere. And then you get guys like that just got hired because he's a yes man, and he probably doesn't even have a fucking college degree. And he is on he is on a show about the economy.
Because to him, dick riding is a sport. I mean, Trump could shit down his
I am guessing
throat, literally, and he would defend it. He'd say, oh, well, thank you, President Trump, because you're just
most MAGAs don't seem to be very college educated.
Giving me all of your vitamins and minerals.
I don't want to judge.
That's disgusting, but you get the point. The man,
flat earth economic expert,
will not criticize Donald Trump. But I mean, if you care about money, and this is fucking...
Well, it's like these tariffs. Actually, like here, I'm glad that he has this behind him. I like that Sam keeps pointing this out too.
With your bag,
these tariffs, the ones that they printed out from the website, aren't actually the numbers.
You speak up, otherwise people are going to think that you're a fucking useless hack. Anyways, in all fairness, I'm not automatically against tariffs every single time. They're an economic tool that could benefit American companies if used intelligently.
Oh, they brought that. I think somebody brought that up earlier today where they were like, yeah, ironically, the people who are about to get hit really hard are the people who make Trump merch.
Trump is not doing that. Arbitrary tariffs across the board are just going to amount to an effective tax hike on American consumers for virtually all products. We've explained this before. I don't want to get into it, but it's not going to be good for our wallets. And the retaliatory tariffs are going to cause prices to spike even higher. I mean, the Nintendo Switch 2 was just announced yesterday. It's $450, but Kotaku is reporting that it could be as high as $600 in the end because of Trump's tariffs and retaliatory tariffs. I mean, games are already $80, so how much higher will they go? How many more things will we be priced out of because of these tariffs?
There we go. This is exactly what we were just saying. Trump tariffs make MAGA hats more expensive. President charges $40 for merchandise, but cheaper bestsellers are made in China, which has been a hit by the biggest levies. President Trump's tariffs regime, blah, blah, blah. His intention 100% proudly made in USA by a supplier in California. Overseas vendors are flooded the market with cheap copycats. Oh my God. Is this why he did it? He's just like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I saw that somebody had a hat that was made in China, and it's not okay. We need to have all my MAGA merch made in America, even though they can't afford it. It's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that they're not going to be able to afford it. How much is the bill? Let's see if I can buy some. Oh, shit. That's a lot of money. Okay. Well, maybe not. Not everybody needs hats. Do we need to do the hats? Everybody needs a hat. Oh, sorry. I'll get back to the video. Here we go. Yeah, because the Trump tariff affecting the Switch 2 has definitely brought out the wrath of the nerds. I'll tell you that much. When you have wrestling sites and like gaming sites starting to cover political news, that's how you know that he done fucked up.
But Trump is trying to frame.
But Asmongold is just like, yeah, this is great.
These tariffs as reciprocal tariffs. But even conservative economists are looking at that and pointing out how the math ain't mathin', as the kids say. And HuffPost reports the Trump administration is seemingly...
Math ain't mathin'. That's not what the kids... We've been saying that forever. Like, don't prescribe that to the kids.
Determining tariffs by dividing the trade deficit they have with any given country with exports. And a journalist for the Washington Examiner, which is a conservative...
This is why we can only export certain things like highly advanced stuff that most other countries can't do. Our top exports are stuff like nuclear reactors and mechanical appliances, weapons, and oil.
Outlet, for those who don't know, explained how what they're doing, like the way they're calculating this, doesn't make any sense.
I hope we're all correct that this is about negotiation, and that's why there's the stagger date. It did not instill confidence in me because the basis of their justification for the national emergency legally is manufacturing capacity, even though real manufacturing output per the Bureau of Labor Statistics is up 51% since NAFTA was passed.
They keep hoping that he's like, oh, this is just a negotiation tactic. And then shock Pikachu face when, the other country that they think is, it doesn't matter as much because they're not America. When they don't roll over, they're just like, God, they didn't roll over. What the hell?
Biggest issue with the tariffs, in my estimation, is how they estimated that reciprocal amount. It is not actually based on what trade.gov, which is the Trump administration's official trade website,
her mouth is very large.
Say Vietnam only has an average effective tariff of 15%. On the tariff sheet, it says 90. Taiwan, 6%. Tariff sheet says 32%. Switzerland only has 1.7% average tariff rate.
I'm sorry, but she kind of looks like if she like opened her mouth full right now, she would she would look like a Titan from Attack on Titan.
On our exports. And yet Trump claims that they tariff us 61%, and it's because they use this incredibly crude algorithm of doing the trade deficit of a given country divided by the number of imports.
Her mouth is moving weird.
We have from that country.
I thought it was my resolution. I thought it was the screen for a second. I'm like,
That's not what a non-tariff barrier should mean. It should mean things like environmental bans, carbon taxes, GMO bans.
Trump just wants countries and companies to have a pledge of fealty to him.
And whatnot.
In other words, this is such a dumb...
Yeah, I mean, it's simple, but it's true.
...move that it has to be...
Service information technology. We make If we make shoes, they're going to be like $300 for, well, they're,
Okay.
You haven't bought sneakers in a while, have you?
That it's a negotiating tactic. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. It's completely devoid of strategy on its face. So Trump,
I mean, if you're talking like basic sneaks, yeah.
has to have some
Oh my God, could you imagine like a pair of just slip proofs that you have to have?
plan that he's just not telling us about, right? Right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that like never had. They're not bringing that up at all about how even bringing back all of this production, even bringing back like made in America, everything. Like we've been talking about this. We've been trying to push like for cheaper goods, right? For how long? Since the 90s. And then it's always threatening, like with, well, if we bring it back to America, it's going to get that much more expensive because, you know, the American worker is worth 10 times more than the Chinese worker because white hands.
But it's not what these people think.
Sorry, I kind of got lost there. But
now, there's a lot of focus on the cost of consumer goods going up, rightfully so.
Oh, hey, T-minus 20 minutes.
But this could literally trigger an economic recession, possibly a depression. So just talking about how the costs for consumers will increase really misses the forest for the trees. Like, we are looking at mass economic pain if Trump doesn't back down, which is why even the goons at Fox Business can't unequivocally defend Trump like this, because if the economy crashes and they defend it, they'll be forever discredited. Not that they care much about that anyway, since they're defending a fascist in the first place, but still, you know, at the end of the day, their loyalty is to capital, which is why, you know, they have to make sure that they're looking out for large multinational corporations, which is why they're very politely trying to get Donald Trump to pump the brakes before they fuck up the bag for a lot of the people that, you know, they're shilling for, the CEOs, the business class. But it's not just Fox News propagandists who are concerned. It's Republican lawmakers as well who've made it clear that things could get really bad if Trump doesn't back down. And when I say bad, they're not concerned about how bad it's going to be for the economy, because even though these politicians are shills for their corporate donors, you know, they care more about their political careers. They're going to be okay economically, they're rich, but politically, this is going to be devastating for Republicans, and they are trying to communicate that to Trump emphatically whenever they can.
Tariffs have also led to political decimation. When McKinley most famously put tariffs on in 1890, they lost 50% of their seats in the next election. When Hott Smuley put on their tariff in the early 1930s, we lost the House and the Senate for 60 years. So they're not only bad economically, they're bad politically.
In the long run, we're all dead. Short run matters too. Nobody knows what the impact of these tariffs is going to be on the economy.
So they know they're cooked. Also, Republican Senator Tom Moran told Manu Raju of CNN that he is surprised that the tariffs aren't more targeted and thinks that we should focus on our adversaries, not our allies. And I love how everything they do, they have to use kid gloves when it comes to Donald Trump, because they're trying to say, look, we're all fucked. But they're trying to say that in the nicest way possible so as to not offend Donald Trump or provoke him or his supporters. But at the same time, they know that this could be a death warrant for the Republican Party, assuming we have free and fair elections, because as Stacey K put it on Twitter, we've done this mass tariff thing 3 times in American history: 1828, 1930, 2025, all spaced out about 100 years apart, because everyone who remember the last one needs to be dead for the next one to happen. The last 2 caused the Depression. I hope this one makes us rich, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to work this time. Definitely. But to the credit of the American people, they're at least smart enough to know how devastating this is going to be to the economy. Not smart enough to vote against the guy saying he's going to impose universal tariffs, but smart enough to know that this is not the best idea, to put it mildly. And Harry Anton of CNN is going to break down just how unpopular this move is.
The press secretary criticized the people she calls the naysayers when it comes to these tariffs. Who are the naysayers?
The naysayers are the majority of the American public. It's the American people who are the naysayers. Oppose new tariffs on other countries. All goods, look at this, 56% of Americans oppose new tariffs on all goods. How about cars in particular? 56% of Americans oppose new tariffs on imported cars and car parts. Look, the bottom line is the American people oppose.
There's still a bunch of idiots here that tend to fucking just are rooting for a fucking depression that, honestly, dude, I'm trying to break from this, but it is getting very difficult to do this, where it's just like I picture the redheaded idiot in their trailer park voting for this crap and responding like not even in a troll where they honest to God, okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I want that. This is what I want.
No, no, no. They do.
God protect those billionaires.
Do not want new tariffs. I looked at a ton of polling. It's really hard to find any in which you find
44% of approval of
new tariffs.
I'm literally stammering because I cannot even process the fact that that's a fucking thing.
Especially our allies. No, no, no. Oppose, oppose, oppose.
So Caroline Leavitt again told Kate in that discussion that the president is laser focused on reducing prices. What do voters say that they believe the tariffs will do to prices?
What do voters believe the tariffs will do to prices? At least in the short term, tariffs will raise prices. Again, what do we get here? 72% of Americans overall say that the prices will go up in the short term. How about among Republicans, the Republican base? This was a shocker to me. 64% of Republicans believe that tariffs will in fact cause prices to go up in the near term. And get this, just 5% of Americans overall believe that tariffs, at least in the short term, will bring down prices. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know, Mr. Berman, that 72 beats 5.
So nobody wants this. And the
not in Trump land.
Problem is that even if the cope from the Fox Business hosts is correct, and Trump is using this as a negotiating tactic, and he's going to back down at some point, the problem is that it may be already too late. Because even if he reverses course, the damage that he's caused is already going to be lasting. Trump catalyzed a reordering of the global economy in ways that are inconceivable, in ways that were inconceivable just a couple of months ago. I mean, China, Japan, and South Korea are considering a joint response to Trump's tariffs. On top of that, the European Commission is considering a ban on U.S. soybeans in response to Trump's tariffs, which could be devastating. Canadian retailers are turning away products produced by American companies in part because of these significant...
Yeah, but most Americans literally think like, soybeans, why does that affect me?
Decrease in demand for U.S.-made products in Canada because of the nationwide Buy Canada movement that emerged in response to...
At what point do we actually start, like, really just blaming the uneducated people and, like, really pushing back? Because you do realize that being on the back foot as somebody that went to college and being ashamed when somebody's just like, oh, you elitist, you went to college. Like, and I didn't. I'm just saying, like... I could recognize the stupidity in that.
Tax on Canada. And the Canadian Prime Minister explained
as I must say, stupidity
phenomenon that's happening and what's taking place and how it is going to have a lasting effect.
The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War.
Man, this guy got really popular in a really short amount of time.
A system that, while not perfect,
I think it really is insane how recession prediction went from 30% yesterday to 60% today. Who thinks tariffs will lower prices? This is so illogical that 5% needs intervention.
Has helped to deliver prosperity for our country.
That's kind of where I was going with that. It's like, at what point?
Decades is over. Our old relationship of steadily deepening integration with the United States is over. The 80-year period when the United States embraced the mantle of global economic leadership, when it forged alliances rooted in trust and mutual respect, and championed the free and open exchange of goods and services, is over.
Again, we're talking about Canada, our closest ally, our neighbor, north of the border. This is what it's come to. But I mean, can you blame them? Can you blame any other country who's taking this stance, who's trying to untether themselves from the United States? Because we have no credibility. We're an impulsive rogue state that can't be trusted, not just in terms of trade, but in terms of treaties too. I mean, we joined the Paris Climate Accord, then we leave. Then we enter again. Then we leave again. We sign the JCPOA with Iran. They comply. Then we duck out for no reason whatsoever. And now Trump wants to make another deal with them after.
That's the point. But if you think about it, the ruling class is highly educated, and they are the ones who created the conditions for this to happen.
He tore up the first one. Is this the kind of country that you want to strengthen ties with? Of course not. You want to disassociate yourself from this country. You want to detach from them economically because they're just too impulsive. They can't be trusted. So that's what we're seeing. It's going to force countries into the arms of China. It's going to isolate us globally. And it's going to hurt the economy. Now, Trump thinks that we don't need other countries. We're fine on our own. We could just produce everything. He's going to find out the hard way that that's not the way that things work, and Americans don't want that. You think you're going to be able to get that shiny new Nintendo Switch too that's produced by a Japanese company? No, you won't be able to do that. Americans get cheap
Mario Kart
consumer goods from all over the world. Our entire lives will be changed because of this. Like the low cost of consumer goods is kind of what keeps the peasants in line. It's the circus to the bread and circus that they're providing for us. So if you uproot that, then you really start to pull apart the fabric.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's what this is going to hit Trump supporters the worst. The people who live in red states that shop at Walmart, that barely get by, that are on government programs, this is going to hurt them. But honestly, those are the people I'm really not feeling that fucking bad for anymore.
That's holding society together, and that's what
I'm kind of tired of protecting these idiots.
Doesn't seem to realize. And he's going to realize just how wrong.
What sucks is that we have to, because we are, like, whatever legislation is passed, we're part of that.
He is pretty quickly. So the damage that he's doing to the country, it's going to last generations. That is,
we'll get redneck Tendo for 2000.
America can even survive a minimum of 4 more years of Donald Trump. I don't know how bad it's going to be in 4 years if things are this bad just 2 months into his presidency. He is destroying the economy. He's destroying democracy, and he's making us an international pariah. The question is, why is he doing all of this? It's not just stupidity. Perhaps he does have a strategy, but it's not some 4D chess economic strategy. There's something much more nefarious about what he's doing. And I talked about before how he might be purposefully trying to crash the economy so he can enrich himself as well as his oligarch buddies, because after the 2008 recession and the economic downturn that COVID caused, rich people got richer. They made out like bandits. So Trump destroying the economy might be another way to facilitate another massive transfer of wealth from working class Americans to elites. But on top of that, it could be a ploy to just consolidate power. And Senator Chris Murphy explains why that it might be misguided to just even refer
to Mr. Pepper. Mike misspeaks
tariffs as economic policy altogether, because it might not be that
I know I'm a little self-conscious about it, but I'm not going to beat myself up.
Simple. He explains, those trying to understand the tariffs as economic policy are dangerously naive. No, the tariffs are a tool to collapse our democracy.
T-minus 9 minutes.
A means to compel loyalty from every business that will need to petition Trump for relief. This week, you will read many confused economists and political pundits who won't understand how the tariffs make economic sense. That's because they don't. They aren't designed as economic policy. The tariffs are simply a new, super dangerous political tool. He later goes on to explain the tariffs are a tool to erode the independence of institutions and businesses. Now, one by one, every industry or company will need to pledge loyalty to Trump in order to get sanctions relief. What could Trump demand as part of a quiet loyalty pledge? Public shows of support from executives for all of his economic policy, contributions to his political efforts, promises to police employees support for his political opposition. The tariffs are designed to create economic hardship. Why? So that Trump has a straight-faced rationale for releasing them business by business or industry by industry as he adjusts or grants relief.
Months ago, I was talking about how all these policies look like a move towards the theocratic autocracy, a move to squash the working class down even further. Yeah.
It's a win-win. The economy improves.
Yeah, it also takes, it dwindles down the middle class.
And dissent disappears.
Raises the people who were at the top of the middle class even higher, so
In other words, you cause a problem so that way you
Yeah, it is literally like taking away the middle class. It's what everybody was saying.
can swoop in and
Too much scary. Stop.
offer a solution while looking like a hero. It's mafia shit. And I do think that there is some truth to what Chris Murphy is saying, because there's no other explanation for such a nonsensical economic policy. He is wielding economic pain against us like it's a weapon to enrich himself and consolidate power. He's basically destroying the economy and our democracy for self-serving reasons, which is despicable, but certainly not below him. So we don't know how bad things are going to get, but if he doesn't back down like everybody is expecting, it's going to get very bad, so brace yourself.
Yep. It's going to get bad. Great. Ugh. Well, I just got to keep streaming. Man. All right. So true, Sylvie. They want workers desperate, so they will be compliant and easier to manipulate. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the fact that they're just so mask off with it now is kind of... I mean... Didn't see that coming, did you? I mean, I know I didn't. Inside Trump's panicked day at the golf course. Ooh.
All right, I found this article to be incredibly interesting, and I think you will as well. CNN just released a piece titled, Inside Trump's Defiant Response to Markets Tariff Meltdown. And, you know, it's been a long-ass day. It's been a long week, especially if you're tied to the markets in any capacity.
He looks like he's had a long-ass day.
401ks. And, you know, Trump ended the week off by golfing. This dude was golfing, enjoying himself, and he has been quite defiant as not only the domestic market...
At this point, you have to start saying worse.
Meltdown, but the global markets meltdown around him. And it was all totally... unnecessary. I keep using that word. It was so unnecessary. There was no reason
T-5 minutes.
whatsoever. And attached to this article, there's a video of Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking today, saying that tariffs are highly likely to increase inflation.
Looking ahead, higher tariffs will be working their way through our economy and are likely to raise inflation in coming quarters. While uncertainty remains elevated, it is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. The size and duration of these effects remains uncertain. While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's also possible that the effects could be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome would depend on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, on the size of the effects, and on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem.
I mean, well said by Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Now, Trump is trying to pressure him to lower interest rates. It's all just a mess. Let's check out this article. President Donald Trump's sweeping new tariffs are facing blowback from all corners, a market sell-off, foreign retaliation, anger from corporate America, and skepticism from the Federal Reserve Chairman and some allies in Congress. Republicans, a few nights ago, signed on to a bill in the Senate to try to stop the tariffs against Canada. They know it's bad. The president has been defiant in the face of global turbulence. Let's go back to this photo of him. The dude doesn't care. His eyes are like swollen shut. He doesn't seem to care whatsoever, but let's continue reading this. Instead, the president chose to begin his day on the golf course in Florida. The financial markets were already falling by the time he left his Mar-a-Lago resort for a short ride to the Trump International Golf Club. And we have exclusive sources on what Trump's day looked like and how he responded as the markets melted down and as pressure mounted. He waved to onlookers as his presidential limousine rolled through the gates. And here's a clip of the JP Morgan executive saying inflation and recession are much more likely from tariffs. I won't play this because I've talked about this extensively in other videos, but while the president has traveled to Florida nearly every weekend since taking office, he chose to leave the White House a day earlier than normal, creating a split screen of being on golf course in one of the wealthiest enclaves in America as economic worries deepened. I don't mean to pull this really cliche card because we say this all the time, but just imagine if President Biden had done this during his 4 years, if while we were on the verge of a
Can we stop?
Session, he was chilling in Florida golfing. And
we get it.
I know President Biden took vacations, but President Biden also,
you Democrat, what is you Democrat? What is you Democrat?
Along with the Fed chair.
Can we just say, no, it's fucking ridiculous that this motherfucker, like, dude, the kingdom is burning and our king is sitting there fiddling. Gee.
Jerome Powell stuck us all.
Our Caesar
landing and left the economy in a pretty great position while also passing a historic amount of legislation.
Almost. Hey, Miss Alice, you are 2 minutes. I just realized that okay, so we have we have two. Okay, so here.
Through Congress. Trump has passed nothing. And
local 420 for somebody.
By this point in Biden's presidency, he passed the
2 minutes.
$2.8 trillion American Rescue Plan. U.S. stocks plunged a second day straight after China said Friday it would impose 34% reciprocal tariffs. Absolutely wild, way higher than all experts thought. The Dow closed with a massive direction, down more than 10% from its record high in December. A White House official said the
Ooh,
President's
I got one of those high shivers. Ooh, that felt good.
quote, full attention was on the tariff policy Friday. Not only the tariff policy, but how many hits it takes to get the golf ball in this hole. It's just absolutely wild.
Get in the hole.
The official dismissed the
wanna go in
suggestion
the
that Trump was
hole?
rattled by the market reaction, saying the president has long warned of a short-term pain created by his tariff vision. But the thing is, Trump's multiple all-caps Truth Social posts this morning painted a different story. He said, China is panicking. Why are they panicking? It was just a clear display of projection in the moment. On Thursday afternoon, Trump said countries were already coming to him to make deals, but his message Friday morning sounded different. Quote, too many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts
Your libertarian is showing.
of money. My policies will never change. He then said this is a great time to get rich. Richer than ever before, basically begging people. Now here's where we get into the behind the scenes stuff. Really quickly, if I could just ask you to make sure you subscribe to the channel. I know I keep showing this chart, but I'm very proud. Because of you guys, our channel got into the...
Keep in mind, Caesar was stabbed to death on the steps of the Senate. No, I know it was Nero, but wasn't he called wasn't that the title? Like, I thought that after Caesar's death, that's what they used was the title Caesar.
Top 10 fastest
Am I
growing
wrong about
political
that?
channels on the entirety of YouTube for Q1 of 2025. I'm right below Joe Rogan and right above Megyn Kelly.
But he also skipped the peaceful transfer of power.
Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson. So make sure you subscribe. Let's continue growing. Back to the article. While the president sent several messages throughout the day, an advisor said Trump was intentionally not speaking publicly or taking questions on camera as the trading markets remained open on Friday. Even though the White House has kept up a strident defense on its tariff strategy, a rising sense of frustration and anger at the universal global reaction was troubling. Quote, the president isn't guided by the market, but of course he watches it like everyone else, and oh boy, the markets are down. But that quote came from a Republican advisor speaking on a condition of anonymity. One more time. The president isn't guided by the market, but of course he watches it like everybody else.
I believe he was actually stabbed somewhere else and not in the Senate. I saw a documentary about that.
Again, if he was watching it today, let me look up the S&P 500 on the spot. It's bad.
Cheers.
It's really bad.
Now we're celebrating 420 in the show.
There is a sharp spike. He wiped out a year of gains in one day. One person who spoke to Trump amid the market sell-off on Thursday described the president as largely sanguine about his plan, suggesting the tariffs were only one aspect of a broader economic policy that was still coming into shape. But another person who was in touch with the president said he is getting close to his threshold for withstanding drops in the markets. I mean, he has to be close. I'm getting close. I don't even have that much money. I'm sure everybody is getting close, especially if you've built up your retirement plan through the market, which like many Americans have. 50% of Americans have a 401k of some sort. Many outside allies of the president have been confused at the messaging surrounding tariffs, which veered from calling them, quote, reciprocal to pledging they would be generous to the eventual plan. Keep in mind, these are not reciprocal tariffs. That is a lie. Now, a central question was how much Trump was open to negotiating and how aware he was of the deep criticism. I mean, he's aware, he knows. But also, at this very moment, he seems to be in sort of a bubble where his advisors aren't fully giving him the story. The White House fielded calls from business owners and industry lobbyists, but it was unclear how aware Trump was of the blowback and whether that would shape his posture in the days leading up to next week's second tariff deadline. A 10% tariff on all U.S. imports will go into effect Saturday, with even higher tariffs slated for April 9th. Trump criticized Beijing for retaliating against his tariffs, claiming that China, quote, panicked. But China doesn't panic. China seemed rather calculated, rather calm, after Trump unveiled an additional 34% tariff.
Oh, yeah, listen here. I think I need you guys to do something for me. This guy, he's been talking shit, and he's over in Rome. He's the ruler of Rome. You know, they call him Caesar. I don't know, but render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and what is Caesar's is a knife in the back. Bruti, is this your name? Well, Brutus? All right, Brutus, I need you to go.
Which makes the total
all right, Brutus.
tariff on China an incredibly high number. I'm pretty sure it's 75 to 80% now, which is just wild. But with even higher tariffs slated for April 9th. Let me know.
I forgot. I got with my big impression. It's kind of like you got really bad allergies.
In the comment section below. I'm genuinely curious.
Oh my God, you actually sound
what
like
you guys think. Will Trump back down on his April 9th tariffs when that date comes? So when April 9th comes, in 5 days, at the time of recording this video, it might be 4 days when you're watching it, will Trump back down? Yes or no? Will Trump back down on his tariffs on April 9th? Yes or no? That is the question. So to continue, the Trump admin has encouraged countries ensnared in the tariffs not to panic, but to pick up the phone.
MAGA brain
Trump has
cells.
criticized those like Canada and China that have pledged
What up, Crazy Krabby Jr.? Welcome, welcome.
to retaliate, which is what they're expected to do. I mean, that's what Trump would do if he was in their shoes.
How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying it. And if you haven't followed already, please do.
By the way, while you're in the comment section, make sure you drop a like on the video. That
And also, nice to meet you. I'm Pep.
would help a lot. But to continue, China played it wrong. They panicked, Trump said. Pure projection. I guess we'll see where it goes from here. Over the next week, if the market continues to crash, I wonder if Trump will cave to the pressure or if he'll continue. I guess we'll see. I'll read all of your comments. I hope you have a great rest of your night. I have a pretty cool project coming out on Sunday. If you made it this far in the video, please just cement in your
If
mind.
he actually sits there and reads all his comments, that explains so much stuff with him. Because he was going on about how he was like, oh, I know how you guys get mad at me if I play Ben Shapiro clips. I'm just like, why would you? What? I understand if too many people are just like tuning out during a Ben Shapiro clip, but man, Biggie was a bitch made sellout. Yeah, I don't know. After the stuff with Diddy, that did make me like start thinking about that kind of stuff. Ben Shapiro has a 99% tariffs on the. Nicki Minaj is laughing her ass off at that. Thug life. But yeah. Excuse me, man. Recovering from that. A 420 celebration was quite the bit of fun there. Whew. Yeah, again, sorry, YouTube chat. Usually I have my YouTube chat mixed in with my Twitch chat here, but I don't know what the hell's going on. No, Duke, there's something going on with my Streamlabs. I updated it. I had to clear my cache. And yeah, it's not, something's been off. So, I think that I just need to futz around with my computer, do some updates and shit, so whatever. Oh, mega lol. What? The fact that my YouTube is just like, or the fact that I'm using Streamlabs. That's not the greatest. I will say that. Tupac hated Biggie and Diddy called them grifters. Well, I mean, Tupac and Biggie were friends. I mean, no, realistically, the beef started over a girl. Trump has a 99% tariff on diapers. Could you imagine? Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I have to pay a little bit more for my Trumpy Dumpies? Each Trumpy Dumpy is going to be tariffed by $10. That's a lot of Trumpy Dumpies. That's a lot. You know what? I'm my own economy. Oh, look at that. I just created another $10. Wait a minute. That's not how it works. I lost $10. See? Diaper Toddy going under. The fact that Fox News did have to put that pad under him, that was pretty funny. Tupac said it himself. It was over many things. Oh, yeah. No. Trust me. Those are the documentaries I've watched too many of. Yes, but if you're going just based off how it started, what actually like killed the friendship, it was over a girl. All these beefs got to start. It's the same with Kendrick, where it was innocuous at first, the big three, and then when he didn't include Kendrick took that I love it. And I took that personally. The fact that he was tariffing the Penguins was one of the funniest memes to come out of all of this, because for real, like the fact that Russia wasn't on there, but the Penguins, they show up and it's like the scene from Happy Feet is going on, and all of a sudden it turns into Avatar real fast. It's, oh my God. Oh man. Not so Happy Feet. They don't. You know what? We don't like happiness. It was a little too gay. Gay means happy. Happy means gay. They even took the word gay. What's up? What's wrong with this? Trump to annex McDonald's Island. That's it. That's right. It is called McDonald Island. And he was just like, I want to annex McDonald's Island. I didn't know that they had their own island. It must be made of French fries. Delicious. The streams, the waterfalls are Diet Coke. Not even Coke. Diet Coke. My favorite. I have a Diet Coke button. God, the fact that our fucking president has a Diet Coke button. And that's a real thing. I'm somehow more okay with the half-dead guy. Don't know how that works, but whatever. What's crashing out hard look like? Oh, well, let's see. I'm in Norway, oh, you are. Hey, Crazy Krabby. If you don't already follow the channel, please do, because trust me, man, we have a lot of engagement with you, because us on the left here tend to look at Norway as, like, what we should be doing. Like, we use you as the map. I cannot think of the other word. But yeah, man. I don't know. What's your opinions on the political situation in your country? I don't want to go. Yeah, actually, just that one, and then I'll go deeper into it after that. But yeah, what's your real quick opinion on the political situation in your country? I highly doubt it was more about a woman than Tupac communism based on... No. It wasn't a political... As much as you want it to be a political discussion, it was about Faith Evans, bro. And then Faith Evans... It turned into... what's her face? Oh my god. Why am I blanking? Oh my god, what the fuck was her name? Lil' Kim. Then it turned into a situation with Lil' Kim too. And yeah, I mean, they may have had a small... I think that honestly, man, if you think it was over politics for fucking real, like, what? Literally nothing goes on here. I think that's why we like are just like, oh, that sounds awesome. Like, you guys can be like entertained, but we don't want this. I don't want this. Nothing sounds awesome. That's also why, like, when everybody's just like, yeah, but Joe Biden was boring. It's like, yeah, that was good. I liked boring. Boring was good. Not good, but boring was not this. God. Boring, I felt like I could push back a little bit, like, easier. We don't buy American anymore. Go figure. That's about it. We lost Norway, guys. Cool. We somehow lost Norway. Oh, yeah, because we want to take Greenland. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Little touchy. Yeah. God, how the fuck? Okay, so how's this work? Can you guys, like, kick us off that island? Like, just be like, no more? Or is it like a contract thing where it's like, okay, so once your contract's up, we're not renewing it? And is that why they're doing it? Like, do we have a lease with you guys and our lease is about to end? And they're like, no. Trump is just like, you know what? No, we're going to stay. We're going to be squatters. Too important. The ice melted. It turned out that there's some liquid gold up there. Also some strange centipedes. Yeah, did you see? Here, let's see this. Strange centipede creature found in the Arctic. I don't remember seeing this, unless I dreamt it up. Oh, Antarctica. That's what it was. Strange creature found in Antarctica. The strawberry feather star. Oh my, no. Why? Why would they bring this out? No. Why? We don't need this back. I think that the ice took care of this and it should have done. No. Oh my god. Like, dude, okay, like, if you think aliens creepy, woo. Ew. Like, ew. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, that's what they brought. That they're just like, yeah, we thought this out and thought this would be a good idea. Okay. Every single one of them went to Antarctica, never watched The Thing just because of their profession. They're just like, yeah, we take it as a warning here. It's just like, that's why you should watch it. Because then you wouldn't even be down there. We bought French soldiers to protect the island. No shit. Oh, you brought French soldiers to protect the island. Oh, see, that's another thing that we weren't anticipating was the fact that, oh yeah, you know, that whole you know, world union thing. Oh my god, why am I blanking? I know why I'm blanking, because I'm very, very high. That's Craig. Ugh. This is why I like sweaters. I should tariff the past. Oh! That would be cool. Krang. Yay! Turtles! We will get you, turtles! Mm. He always did that that gross thing where like, and it was always like, even in a cartoon, it was gross because they made like what I think it was Frank Welker who was the voice actor, but he was like he did the like tongue licky thing that was like, ooh. Is there a setting to make it so the chat doesn't delete messages when I don't have the stream actively up? It's so annoying. Deleting messages. I don't know. Oh, on mobile? I don't know. Actually, I kind of wish I could be more tech supporty for that, which... What are you doing to stop Trump? Well, there's a protest tomorrow, so I'm gonna go show my discontent. I voted against him. I did not vote for him ever. So I've done what I can, man. This is the bitch of it. Like, this is why I try not to like judge countries by just whatever like media understanding we have of them, because it's so easy. Like, I mean, I can just sit here going, oh, well, I don't want to be judged by, you know, Trumpers. And immediately I know I'm going to. Like, dude, it was already as let's see. I was 17 when I went to London and Paris and Amsterdam. And it was one of those things where I was just like, I felt so embarrassed to be an American there, because they all thought like I don't know, like they treated us differently when they found out we were American, until they like kind of hung with us and talked to us for a bit, and then they would treat us a little bit differently, because we weren't we got this a lot where they're like, oh, you're not like your average Americans, and me and my mom were just like, what? How bad are they? And they're just like, oh, they're loud, obnoxious, they drink too much. It's just like, oh, well, we did drink too much. There was that. There's at least one cabbie that was probably just like these stupid Americans, but the rest of the people, you know, seem to enjoy us. We do the same thing here. Okay. Well, I mean, I think that Americans, even as an American, you know what? I'll admit this. Like, yeah, we're a little judgy, so not the worst thing. I guess I just have to work that much harder to prove myself. At least I got, you know, crazy Krabby Jr. over here to at least be like, hey, Pep Talks is cool. You know, he's one of the good ones. I'll take it. Which, speaking of Crazy Krabby, if you haven't already followed, please do. Yeah, fun addition to the community here. Especially if you like a little bit of American politics with a comedic flair. In Norway, we hardly interact with Americans unless they talk to us. Really? Well, I'm talking to you, so hey. Do you guys like, what's the cannabis situation over in Norway? Like, do you guys have medical? Do you guys have full legal? I actually don't know. Just realized that. I just realized I asked you, so I'm like, give me some time. I still haven't gotten the vibes yet. Oh, take your time. Take your time. Hope the vibes are good for you. I mean, you literally did hop in right after I had, like, here we do a little 420, fun half situation where, aren't you from the Midwest, aka mini Canada? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm from, like, the border. Like, Chicago. The city of Chicago is essentially the border, and then we have Southern Illinois, which is the South. It's the South without Waffle House. And then you cross the state line, and then all of a sudden, Waffle House, and then you're in the true South. At least that's how I view it. That's the pep rule of America. Also, your politics, if you had to describe yourself, are you centrist, left of center, right wing? We have medical cards for weed, and also some weed is considered a misdemeanor. Okay, so it's essentially like the old. God, that's like Chicago circa 2019 is when we were doing that, where you could get a medical card, and they decriminalized it. But then 2020 made it recreational, and that was fire. That was actually, dude, that was one of the best days of my life. Dude, for real. It still doesn't feel real. To this day, going to a dispo does not feel real. You're just like, what the how is this? This is so cool. Well, that's cool. I'm not sure if you partake, but yeah, cheers. Still, welcome. I am considered a progressive, so I am not a Democrat or a Republican. Oh, well, yeah, same. I mean, I'm not a... People, like, say I'm a Democrat because I have to vote with Democrats a lot, but... technically, I'm a democratic socialist, so... Obviously, left-leaning. Honestly, the government is losing a lot on weed taxes. They should just federally legal. You do know that if he did that, that would shut up a lot of people. Not me, because honestly, a federal legal mandate wouldn't do much, because then he would also, I know he would leave it to the states, so it still doesn't do anything. Like, the problem is, going to Florida for me, the fact that they don't recognize out-of-state medical cards really bugs the crap out of me. Then you have, the situation where, I can go to, Colorado, California, Nevada, and, Minnesota. Any of these states that have full recreation... Michigan. Yeah, it's no problem. I want no problems. I have lived my life with the legality of it, so I'm now just oh, I've gotten used to this. I don't want this to ever happen again. I don't like it. It's like the South Park episode where they all get big balls and cancer. Yep. Oh God, the song, where they're using them as bouncy ball, the bouncy bags. And people just abuse the pharmacy. They agree to ban it again. LMAO, yeah. Well, that's kind of I just don't get it. As somebody who's speaking from the privilege of living in a legal state, it just makes no sense. Where it's why? Just legalize it. Jeez. You guys need more Luigis? Hi. Yeah. Okay, okie dokie. Mario. Oh. Let's just say... That's something in my eye. Agreed? I can neither confirm nor deny the statement. Electric Boogaloo? Careful with that, though. Careful in the chat with that kind of stuff, because Twitch TOS is a little wonky with that. So, like, for real. There was a creator that got banned for just having, like, stuff like that in chat. So, yeah. I don't want to get in trouble or I don't want you getting in trouble, because I wouldn't. Unfortunately, I would just have to flag the comment, but no, it's fine. Well, here, I will delete that one just to be safe. Thank you. Yeah, again, after seeing how Twitch is responding, I'm like, hey, I'm willing to play around a little bit. That's interesting to know. Wait, so the Progressive Party over in Norway, is it considered like the Progressive Party in America, or is it like... Man, I always get world politics a little mixed up. It's kind of like British politics. It's like the Labour Party. I hear Labour, I'm like, yeah, they're good, right? Like, Labour means like your unions, right? I have a very American understanding about world politics. So, just got home, long ass walk. Cheers. Nice. Put up your feet. And, yeah, definitely have a good smoke sesh. God, those are my favorite. Like, coming back from like a long walk or a long day. Just putting my feet up, having a nice smoke, watching something stupid. That's like 90% of the stuff I watch now is just something stupid. Oh, there's a new Daredevil episode that I need to watch. Oh, wait a minute. I can't. Damn it. I just realized I got a buddy I gotta wait for. Shucks. It's alright. It's alright. Ooh. Man, it's the second time today. Collar mode. Have you listened to any of the music from Ren? No. Ren. It's Ren. Like is it a game? Well, you did not answer me about Norway, so now he makes amazing, thoughtful music, and it's good to watch on stream. Unfortunately, I am sticking to my protocol right now. We're in an emergency protocol where only music I have permissions for, and pretty much, you know, not only signed, but like I have to have like the actual digital permissions for. I'm not going. I can't. I've been taking too many damn hits there. He has it free of copyright. I'll look into it then. I'll just run it through my checkers just to make sure, because honestly, I am getting really sick of having to edit my videos afterwards. It's getting really, really annoying. He doesn't do any takedowns, but I get it. No, but the thing is, so like, it's not even him sometimes. Sometimes it's just a stupid AI algorithm that it'll flag the video and say he even gives people permissions, right? They'll just say shared revenue, like they'll just mark it for shared revenue, and it's been happening a lot where it's just like it's like, no, God, I'm not trying to share the revenue from my streams with any creators just because I accidentally listened to something, and I'm honestly like, sorry, I know I'm stressing a little bit about it, but for real, after this week, and I had like the 4 where I was just like, no. You can use Dragon Force songs copyright free as the band allows it. Again, the problem, that might not be true, because a lot of people think that. It's the same with the band The Midnight. The band The Midnight's like literally one of my favorite bands. They used to be like a Twitch band. Like, they used to be super cool about people using their music. What ended up happening is you have these AI channels that go and they take the music, and because it is copyright free, they claim it is theirs. So what they're doing is they're taking shared revenue from other channels And they're just hoping that you don't dispute it, because the other dirty trick here is at me as a creator, if I dispute something and YouTube rules in favor of them as owning that music, which you never know, you really don't, and they make it sound like when they say WMG, I'm not sure. Is it like the real company, or is it? I don't know. Can I listen to AI music? No, I cannot. I cannot listen to AI music. That's what caused this whole breakdown right here, because I had we have somebody that makes some stuff through AI music. I played it, and I'll tell you what, man, that was a mistake, because I ended up getting not just like one hit. I got 4 hits from different holders of the music, of like different music, and it was like totally random shit where I was like, oh. And then somebody in our community had also explained to me how this works, where it's like, oh shit, they're flagging the original holders through the AI like music. So it's AI policing AI, and then I get the hit from it. So it's just one of those things. If you guys have permission, like if I have permissions from it, cool. So if you want me to play music here and it's your music and you can give me permissions, 100%. Sylvie, like in this case, send it through Discord. I will have to contact that channel, and then I will play it in the future. But yeah, right now, I'm not trying to like scold. I'm being stern about this because this is just what it has to be about. Okay, can you show us that Godzilla poster? It is magnetized to my wall, and I do not like taking it off, because the one thing they don't tell you about the display thing is if you do like pull a little too hard, you'll pull the magnet off your wall and it will rip the paint off. So, that happened. Not fun. But yeah, it's awesome. I mean, then I got that one. That one was actually done by an artist here in Chicago at a comic book convention. A huge Godzilla fan. And then I got my little Tokidoki Godzilla. He's one of 50. You have a shoe collection? No, I have like 2 pairs of Jordans, which for a Chicagoan is like a travesty. And like, let's put it this way. They released a pair of Reeboks that was from the movie Alien. I got those. So, like, if that's a shoe collection, But realistically, no. You have 300 pairs of shoes. Holy crap. Wow. I mean, God, after I saw that, like, how sneaker rot really, like, is a real thing, I don't know, man. You wear them all? Like, how... This is my biggest thing, is like with these kinds of collections that retain their values like that, at what point do you sell? Because like, I'm a comic book collector. I also, I collect, Pokemon cards. Actually, this is a perfect example. Like that Prismatic Evolutions box, right? I got that. I was lucky. My wife came home with it as a surprise because she was like, oh, I was getting groceries and they were doing a restock. I was just like, oh shit. Well, cool. I can't bring myself to open the damn thing because I've watched we call it traumatic evolutions, is when you open they're called ETBs. When you open an ETB and you go through all the packs and you don't get anything. You don't get anything good. So it's just like, I feel like I'm dumb just holding on to this thing when it is skyrocketing in value, but I know it's going to go down, and it's just, I want the damn cards. So I wanted to, I'm waiting for the dip where I could just go buy another one and then I can open them all and then feel good. I don't know. I'm really dumb with this shit. I will sell when I'm old. Longer you wait, the higher the value. That's not entirely true. Sometimes the dip happens, man. And sometimes, like I was just saying, like, my brother-in-law is really big into sneaker collecting. One of the things that he literally was showing me, it's because it happened to him, where he had some sneaker rot with some of like the older shoes that he was selling, and he didn't like wrap them in plastic or whatever. So when it's 30 years in the future, it's true. And again, it depends. It really depends on what you have, too. Like, I don't see Yeezys retaining their value. I'm sorry. Like, pairs of Jordans, definitely. Shut up. Ooh, pizza. All right. Well, I gotta put it on the video now. Shit. And there. You know what? I have got to just glue that down. Where'd it go? Yeah. Okay. It's falling on. Hey, did you lick my pizza? Did he lick my pizza? I've destroyed all of my Yeezys. Oh, cool. I mean, I would have just sold them to somebody that still likes Yeezy. I mean, but then again. Cheers. Ooh, cheers. Hell yeah. I'm guessing that applies to cover songs too. It absolutely applies to cover songs. Cover songs, anything that has like bad lip reading, I got hit by really bad. Yeah, man, it sucks. It's the downside to being a YouTuber. This is why a lot of people will exclusively stream on Kick or Twitch. That's why. Because they don't really have to worry about that. But hey. One of the best pieces of pizza right here. All right. You've spent collectively $60K in CSGO knives and weapon skins. Are you one of those guys that actually like plays professionally though? Like, do you make money with CSGO? Or are you just playing it, are you saying you spent $60K just as like a consumer of the game? Which, wow. But I mean, if you're making $60K from a tournament and you put it back into CSGO, not as bad. I can't wait for you to hear Ren though. His music is amazing. I'll put together a list. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, we got the spicy. There we go. Canada Dry. Shaking. My mom said she is making her poster board. She is amped up. Oh, dude. I don't have any poster board. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I didn't think about that. Well, I got boxes. Let's see. What can I do? We in Norway, by the way, don't have any American fast food chains. You don't have a McDonald's? No shit. There's no McDonald's. Wait, there's no embassy? Shit. Matt Leck actually had the same joke as me. Like, we called America. We called McDonald's the American embassy when we went to London. Wow. Now, have you gone to other countries and eaten it? Sorry. Oh. CSGO, terrible addiction, predatory practices, yeah. Yeah, I watched the documentary on CSGO. The CoffeeZilla. Yeah. Should abolish, should be abolished. Should be in prison. I wouldn't go that far. I just did it as a consumer, but I'm pretty good at the game. Oh, that's cool. So you're like top ranked or some shit? Like in, like, whatever. Just basic. I don't know. I don't know shit about it, man, so. No, because I don't go far. Farthest I've been is Germany. Oh, okay. So you've never had McDonald's? That's crazy. I thought everybody in the world is... See, now that's my American showing through us. I thought everybody in the world is at McDonald's. I am wrong. Yeah, you guys, you'd probably take one, like, taste of a French fry in America. You'd be like, what, the salt? One French fry is your daily intake of sodium, being from Norway. Wait, so what's your fast food restaurants? Like, what do you have? Like, what's the name? Actually, yeah, what is the name of your fast food restaurant? And what do they serve? Like burgers? Or in lieu of burgers? We eat sheep heads. We don't have any taste. Here, actually, let's see. Norwegian cuisine. Let's take a look. Seafood like salmon, cod, gamey meats like reindeer and elk. Dishes like rackfit and lutefisk. No thanks. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that you, oh my god, you guys have awful fucking cuisine. What the fuck? We got waffles. Waffles are good. I like how I'm just like, what is this? Farikai? Meatballs. Hey, we like the meatballs. There we go. Herring. Ooh. Lutefisk. Ooh. Romergrot. Romergrot. I don't know how to say this shit. Gravlax. Norwegian salmon. Do you guys do salmon or salmon? I go salmon. I was just screwing with you guys. I don't do the salmon. Waffle. We know what a waffle is. Pink Joe. God, I feel like I'm naming off Pokemon. Like, you're butchering my language. I'm sorry. I don't have the Google Translate thing on it. Wait, do I? Oh, translate. Yeah, I do. It doesn't have... It's not going to say it for me, though. Damn it. Lefsy? Wreckfish? Malahove? Ribs. I like how... Again... So we got waffles and ribs. Like if you handed me this as a menu for where it's like I'll take the waffles and the ribs, thank you. Whale meat, no. Brown cheese, I would try that. I'll try brown cheese. Fish soup. Ooh, is it like fishy? I don't know, man. Yeah. Well, whale meat is good. But I'm a free willy, no. I know. There's different cultures and all that shit, but actually, like just the whaling industry. I grew up in the '90s when that shit was like big and getting exposed, and it is gross. Free meal, wapu. What? You're just like, wah. Mom, we I got one. All right. Trump panicked. We did that. There we go. Who's crashing out harder? I've been waiting for this. Here we go. Let's do the comedy bit. Also, Stan Cam can come back on. Nope. Why is the chat still there? Oh, there we go. Also, all of Norwegian TV and movies are either about Vikings or trolls. Nah. No, come on. Now you're just trying to fool a a silly American. I see what you're doing. You ain't gonna get me. You ain't gonna get me. Love whales. We got orca out here in Washington. My next tattoo is gonna be an orca. Oh, nice. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, orcas are the shit. Actually, just watched a video last night about how, God, in the Strait of Gibraltar, they actually have like a big orca problem there where they are violent and super aggressive, and they will not eat humans, but they will kill you. They have a few cases where somebody fell off a boat and they just got crushed by an orca and they just left him there. So, respect them. Respect them. Is that like a Norwegian hot take? That's like that's your way of just being like, make eating orca normal again. We gotta do this. You gotta wear the hat. Hold on. You gotta have a hot take. This is how it works. When you're Norwegian, as you said, nothing happens. You gotta find something. A cause, if you will. You found your cause. The orca. The orca? Very tasty. Atlanteans confirmed. One thing I agree with Joe Rogan on, the people decades from now will be shocked with our treatment of emotionally intelligent animals like whales, dolphins, and elephants. Yep. Oh, yeah. What about octopus? See, even you forgot octopus. And cows. And pigs. Actually, pigs over cows, but yeah. Deport the blue whales to El Salvador prisons as part of Tren de Agua. Tren de Agua, they got the agua. I found out that means water. Lots of water. Blue whales need water to survive. I thought about this myself. Big whales means big water. Tren de Agua. Very trendy. Trendy to bring the blue whales and all the water in. You have a good Trump voice. Thank you. Listen, this guy over here is new to the show. Get Trump get Trump impression. Your Trump impression is getting better. Oh God, it's because it was that doomed thing I knew was gonna happen. This idiot's been in office, and I've had to listen to him too much, so it is happening. Where I'm starting to get the nuances. Right? Even the lazy Trump, he's been getting just a little tired. You know, little sleepy. My schedule can't keep up with it. Something happens when you turn 80. But then, you know what? Trumpy dumpy. Nobody. Wait, is Kirk still here? Because Kirk he never told me why. Or the whole thing where the picture of Trump playing tennis in the white shorts. That's the one piece of evidence that I'm just like, does he actually have a poo problem? Because playing tennis in white shorts, that's risky if you got a little, toot problem. Just gonna say. Tell me in a Trump voice a whole story about Star Wars. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Fast forward, we got to talk about the rebels. The rebels, you know what? The radical leftist rebels. You got this guy, Han Solo, I think he was kind of a good guy, but you know what? Turns out he was a bit of a scumbag. Dating this girl, Leia, tried to get her the Death Star plans, I knew that she took them, but she kept telling me, I don't know where they're at. I don't know. And the rebels are like Biden away. I mean, he's the commander. Hey, Jack. Come on. They made this Death Star, you see? Yeah. We got this intel. There's a port. They left it open. We had to write an entire movie just to explain how stupid it actually isn't. Because it's not, it's pretty stupid, right? Who would leave a port all the way, one shaft all the way down? Seems like a bad design, right, Jack? I'm a Hassan viewer. Oh, cool. Well, welcome to the stream, man. The DEI in my Star Wars. You know, I've always had a problem with those little Ewoks. Ever since the Ewoks came in, they were a big problem. DEI in Star Wars. Lando Calrissian. You should have known. The second Lando was on the screen, it all went downhill. Oh, hey. I didn't even know you were there. All right. Damn it, I just got pizza sauce all over my finger. All right. Well, I got this video that I've been wanting to watch with you guys for a while, so. Sorry, I was actually enjoying doing Trump and Star Wars there. You know, they got this general. I hired this general. He told me no. Wasn't very happy with him. So I may have leaked the Death Star plans. Totally knew he was there. Hang Moff Tarkin is what they said. I said, you know what? Maybe it's time to calm down. Time to go home, guys. Time to go home. Yavin 4. We'll see you there. Mace Windu with his purple lightsaber. I should have shoved. I should have shoved my purple lightsaber in his Arnold Palmer golfing ass. It's just so funny to think about that too. Come to the dark side. Come on, Luke. Luke, come on. Let's go to the dark side. Come on. Oh, Mace Windu. Mace Windu. With his purple lightsaber. I should have turned his purple lightsaber. Or wait, I should have shoved his purple lightsaber up his Arnold Palmer ass. Arnold Palmer. You know what I'm saying? He was packing. When I said lightsaber, he had a lightsaber. You know what I'm saying? Not that guy looked. I'm not gay. I just know. I felt it. I don't know how I felt it, but I totally felt it. Oh, God. Got gross real fast. All right, I need to eat my pizza, so let's watch this comedy bit. Stan Cam. You are off Stan Cam, so we can free up some space.
You guys are so wonderful. Are y'all ready for your headliner? Y'all start clapping right now. Give it up for Josh Johnson.
Oh, it's Nashville. I was about to say, that's Nashville Zanies.
I don't know if y'all saw everything that's happening with Tesla either. That's crazy stuff. Okay, so basically, if you're not aware, Tesla's an electric vehicle that, you know, rewind just a couple of years was not a political statement at all. It was a car you could buy or not buy. It was just a car on the market that had some stock, and the stock
are you used to?
Go up and go down and go up and go down. And then, you know,
like, who are your comedians that you enjoy? Comedy's subjective, so I will not rip on you for not enjoying this.
Elon Musk.
I enjoy this guy though.
Decides to get involved with politics and gives anywhere from like $250 to I think maybe $270 million to Trump's campaign. And then Trump wins, and Elon becomes the president. And so Elon becomes the president, and people don't really.
Why? I thought you liked him.
Really know how to feel, because this particular thing hasn't happened before. There's always been like millionaires and billionaires donating to campaigns and stuff like that, but this is the most like infused a person has been in like what's gonna happen, and it's very clear in what is self-serving when it comes to like Elon's actions and everything. And so then, you know, inauguration day comes, and there's all the fanfare of like this new administration is starting. And there are some people who own Teslas already.
I got bad news about half of Hofstadter's viral videos.
Like, they bought theirs in 2022. and they would tell people, hey, I bought mine in 2022. Like, I don't... Just so you know, I got mine in 2022. I didn't know.
Sorry, I'm trying to finish this piece of pizza. I just... And this is pretty common knowledge that a lot of his earlier stuff, he got called out on it, so I don't think he's doing it anymore. But a lot of the videos that he went viral with, specifically the cop one, they're plants. And it's not like a conspiracy thing. Like, these guys, like, his opener came out and just said, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And when he was called out on, like, called on the carpet, he was like, yeah, I do use some plants, or like I'll engage with the audience beforehand.
Oh, and I wasn't a part of it, and I just...
Yeah, some of it is like pre-staged viral moments. But as I said, I don't think he's done it for quite some time since he got called on it.
Trying to get
So I'll be fair.
Electroville, help the environment. I didn't know it would be.
Yeah, it was the fact that he got caught. And it was the cop one that did it. Like, that's the one where, like, he got, like, I forgot who called him on it, but they got in touch with his opener, and then he had to address it, and he did it on Zoom.
Just so you know.
Yeah, I remember it was during COVID.
About me. And then Elon's giving a speech.
When he did that.
And then he says, my heart goes out to you. And then he does like a full-on
James Clown.
Nazi
Yo, what up?
salute, right? And
How you doing?
Does it again.
Good to see you.
For clarity. And
hi.
And there,
when I see hi in chat like that, I read it like the Joker coming in the scene in The Dark Knight where he's just he pulls the mask off and he's like, hi, and then he's like,
there's a part of me that genuinely, when someone buys something, especially something expensive, and then something happens with that company, a part of me does feel for them, because there are people who bought their Tesla in 2022. They might have been sitting in their Tesla when they saw Elon do a Nazi salute, like
a little bit rehearsed. I mean, I'll give him this because maybe it's a stylistic thing. It is rehearsed. He has to, like, Allie, you know, like, you do know that, like, most stand-up comedy is written, right? And, like, it's like bits that are repeated city after city after city after city. The thing about what he's doing here is he's putting out specials from his from his road sets. Like, so when he's rehearsing this, he's rehearsing it in his head, like on an airplane or something like that. Like, he's really good at that. But yeah, this isn't all like off the cuff like stuff. I mean, that shouldn't be a surprise, though. I'm trying to temper your expectations. If you have that expectations of, like, comedy, that's not how it goes. Like, look at George Carlin. Any of George Carlin's special, like his, the HBO specials post-2000, especially, are so written and, like, and just so rehearsed that he, like, that's why he gets mad at the clapping, is because he's got it already lined up to go, and if he gets distracted, then he's afraid that he's going to slip up. Truly, if you spoke this slowly after the hours spent rehearsing, it gets stale. Like, slow.
And now you sitting here, you gotta lease this car.
Yeah, you watch Carlin growing up. Yeah.
I don't know if y'all saw,
hell yeah, he is.
but Trump released
He's
the
better when he's younger.
JFK files, or at least
I
the
don't know
start.
about that. I disagree, because like, his 90s comedy specials were good, but he really found his stride. I'm telling you, after 9/11, the special after 9/11 was like one of the best comedy specials ever done.
To release the JFK files, and yeah, it's a lot. He said there's like 80,000 pages or something. I think they've released like anywhere from like 2 to 20,000 already, with more to come and stuff. And
my TV is stuck on HDMI. What do? Unplug your TV and then cycle through the sources, or change the battery in your remote. Those are the three things I can think of if it's not working.
I don't know about anybody else, but
CK was. See, the thing is, I'm not even. It wasn't the Purr thing that did it to me. He was good, but he was never one of my favorites. Like, he had some good stuff, but yes, I watched Opie and Anthony. I grew up with that. Yeah, I was an everyday listener.
When it comes to JFK and the conspiracies around his death, those were like some of the first moments that you saw for at least a wide population of Americans trust in government and its agencies break. A trust that they've never got back since, where like whole government agencies don't have the
shit. James, if you're in the Discord, I can show the picture of me and Jimmy Norton after one of his shows.
Trust of the people, because up until then, you know, maybe they classified things, maybe they told the public lies or whatever, but they were things that people felt like they could at least get on with life believing. You know, JFK was the first thing for a lot of people that spawned the real like tinfoil hat stuff. What aren't they telling us, sort of thing. And so you would see something like this big release of the files, you know, 20,000 with like 60,000 more to come. And
I've met Soder a few times.
It's kind of crazy that
really
everyone
nice
sees that and they're like, nah, I'm good.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody that I shouldn't say.
80,000 pages.
Burt Kreischer, he was cool.
I don't think JFK cares that
Ari Spears.
That much. 80,000 pages. Game of Thrones in 80,000 pages. 80,000 pages is insane. What are you doing? You know, it's like the thing is full. It's full. I've read some of it, and it's full of things that are snapshots of the time that JFK was assassinated in, but they aren't things that people.
Yeah, sometimes it could be anything from an electrical surge. It could just be the. If it's a smart TV, it was most likely a prompted update, especially if it's hooked up to Wi-Fi.
We're looking for when people talk about files that they want released, they're talking about things that probably have been destroyed forever, like some of the.
I used to work at Radio Shack, so you're welcome.
Autopsy files, some of the coroner's notes,
so
all that stuff like that
yeah, just try
is not in what's been released. What's been released are the goings on of like Cuba, Mexico City, USSR, and everything. And the one thing that we did find out for sure through the release of the files is that the CIA had a much bigger file and much more knowledge of Lee Harvey Oswald than we previously thought. And they had been tracking his movements and everything. He had been going to these different countries. I'm pretty sure he went to Mexico City for a little bit, and then he went to the USSR. And I don't know if the word is defect, but he basically was trying to leave the U.S., become an expat and join USSR, and even tore up his passport and everything. And the USSR was like, oh,
you were now my tech support agent? Oh, God.
Nah, we good. That's crazy to me. That's someone, you have a CIA file on you and you're trying to move to the USSR, and they are like, you giving off some bad vibes. Like, I don't know what it is, but you creeping everybody out. Like, you stare too much, dog. Like, what are you looking at when you looking over here? It's unsettling. Just take that somewhere else. And so then he came back somehow. Didn't seem like he had a problem coming back, even though he tore up his passport. And then commits the assassination. And then Jack Ruby kills Lee Harvey Oswald. And there were so many people who thought that Jack Ruby's mob ties meant that he was sort of there to close up loose end, that maybe the mob did it. And even now, there are people that say, oh, no, the mob did it, Cuba did it, the Soviets did it. I think that when you're going through all these pages and you're reading this stuff that we're learning about how much the CIA and the FBI actually knew and didn't do anything, it doesn't really surprise me. It doesn't do
Take
much
care, man.
for
Thanks for the
me
follow,
in the
and
way
thank you
of a
for,
revelation. And it's probably just because,
join us tonight. I appreciate that.
Because I'm black. You know what I mean? As a black guy, I'm not going to sit here and be like, not the CIA. You mean to tell me the CIA? Next, you're going to be talking about the FBI. Guys, no, not at all. Because that's the thing. That's what trips me up too, is all these pages are getting released. There are things that were released during Trump's first administration that were redacted pretty heavily, and then they've been re-released, not redacted, right? Or just one line redacted. So much so that there are people that are actually mad at Trump because they're like, some of that stuff, some of those people are still alive. What are you doing? You know what I mean? And so then, you know, you'll have like one little line that's redacted, and you'll have someone obsess over that specific line because it's not finding the truth for them. It's about keeping the conspiracy going, you know? Because you'll even see, they uploaded it to the archives. You can check it out in the archives right now. They uploaded everything they've uploaded so far, in my opinion, they've done pretty badly. I think they just had a scanner, and they were like, he said today, so... I know it's crooked. I know it's crooked. I know it's crooked. He said today. I know. Honestly, I looked at some of the files, some of it, some of the handwriting in some of the notes, whether it's written by a CIA agent or like some politician, some of the notes in there are so bad. Like the handwriting is so bad. I'm like, he did it. Like that's suspicious as hell, handwriting. Little thing, little line will be redacted. Oh, that's what they don't want you to see. That's where all the truth is. It's like, look, maybe. I'm not even saying that's not possible. Maybe, but also. Maybe it's just like an address that makes sure that a person who has nothing to do with this doesn't get implicated. You know, there are all types of reasons to redact something.
Yeah, I hope you guys know that what just happened there is my plate full of Parmesan cheese just exploded all over my computer.
And it's when people put that much weight on the thing to keep the whole thing going.
Finding cheese in my keyboard
don't
for like the
want
next
to
year.
know. You want to keep guessing, you know? And don't get me wrong, it's fun. It's fun to guess. I love guessing. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time.
I'm right there with him.
Sometimes I'm just guessing. You know? Best way I can describe it is I'm a fight fan. So I watch boxing, I watch MMA and stuff like that. And I watch men's fights, I watch women's fights, and I just kind of follow the fighter and follow their journey and enjoy who I enjoy because I like the person. I like their story, right? And there was this young woman. I do not know if she is from Brazil. I think she is because I'm pretty sure she was speaking Portuguese, and she only speaks Portuguese. She doesn't speak English. So after fights, when someone wins, especially if they don't speak the language, they will do the post-fight interview right there. And they might do another press conference later, but they'll do the post-fight interview. And if they do not speak the language, someone will come out, a translator for the promotion will come out. And in this case, her translator was her coach. So she wins the fight, and it's big. It's the biggest fight that she's won of her career. It puts her in the rankings and everything. And so the announcer walks up, and he's like, "Congratulations on a fantastic fight. Was this win mean to you? It's sort of putting you on the map right now against such a tough opponent." And she speaks for like 8 seconds, and then her coach goes, "Thank you so much, everybody, for watching my fight. I really appreciate it. I worked really hard, and thank you so much for the love." And then she speaks for another 8 seconds, and the coach is like, everything that I do, I'm doing for y'all at home, from my town, to show you that no matter what, where you're from, you can make it on the world stage. And then the announcer asks her, what are your future plans? What's next for you, you know? Now,
I'm from Chicago, James.
now that you're in the rankings, there's a certain opponent you want to call out. And she speaks even shorter this time, for like 6 seconds. And then her coach is like, yeah, the next plans are anybody who wants it, all right? I'm taking heads, I'm taking necks. I want your limbs, give me your arms, give me your legs. If I see you on the street, it's already on, you already know. The best thing you could do is drop out of the division right now, because I'm coming for all y'all's necks. I'm killing everybody, all right? You're gonna dream about me, and then when you wake up, I'm gonna be there. That's on God, okay?
That's on God.
I'm killing all of y'all. None of y'all can stop me, none of y'all can touch me. What I did to her was a mercy killing. I'm coming to kill y'all for real. I want your bodies, okay? I'm stacking bodies, all right? And the champ, I'm gonna beat the champ, and I'm gonna beat the brakes off the champ in her hometown. She's gonna bleed in front of her people, okay? And then they exited the octagon. They went ahead and left, and then there was a fighter, because, you know, fighters watch other fighters' fights, and they'll live tweet it, and he tweeted right after that whole thing, she ain't say all that. And I'm not
UK comedians you like?
lie, that's what those redacted
Well, Jimmy Carr is like the standard.
lines feel like to me sometimes, where I'm just like, yeah, look, maybe the whole truth is in the one sentence, but maybe it's in the 80,000 pages
Gervais used to be all right.
that nobody feels like reading.
It's not even the politics aside, like thing. It was like, again, his last special. Just objectively, I didn't enjoy it.
Because Trump said he was going to release JFK files.
That redheaded guy, like the long redheaded guy.
Releasing them over time, I guess.
Really
And
funny.
then there were people that were like, well, why don't you release the Epstein files? The Epstein files are what we want. That's what we're actually focused on. Why won't you release the Epstein files? Is it because you actually knew Epstein? Is it because you might be implicated? Is it because you were on the flight logs? Why won't you release the Epstein files? All right, and then he does release the Epstein files, but what he does is he releases a bunch of files that were already released like last year, and then redacts some of them to make them look like they're newly half redacted files. And then people called it online immediately. They were like, no, this isn't it at all. And then even the people who were like showing it off and like, look at this transparency, then they got mad because they were like, you made us look like idiots. We thought you were releasing stuff you hadn't released before. And so then people called again, why aren't you releasing the Epstein files? So if you're Trump, you know, you're probably sitting here, the only thing you can do is release the Epstein files and hope it's 100,000 pages. Who would have known the only distance between people and getting to the truth was reading? You know what I mean? We want to know. We as a people have the right to know. It's 80,000 pages. I'm gonna wait till the movie come out. But what are you gonna do? You know, Elon's the president. We know he's the president because, first of all, he tell everybody to report to him, sending whole government employees emails telling me everything you did. It's like, isn't some of that classified? Like, it's wild. You stand in the Oval Office talking about what we're doing. It's like, who is we? Got your son in there. That's how you could tell Trump not the president. Got Elon's son rubbing his boogers on him. I've had a lot of jobs and a lot of bosses. And no boss's child has ever rubbed boogers on me. I will quit before I let your child rub boogers on me. Elon is the face of Tesla. And he's also the face of Doge, this department that's been cutting all these government jobs and gutting a lot of government programs and everything. And I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of people across the political spectrum about Doge, about their actions, and from the time it started to present, right? So some people are like, oh yeah, it's a little bit much now that we're very much on its side. There are some people that still don't see a problem. There's some people that hated it from the very beginning. But one thing that I have not come across, and I only speak for myself, I'm not talking about I can't speak for the entirety of the internet. One thing I've come across is that there is no one who I have come across that says that there's no waste in the government and that they don't want to get to the bottom of what can be saved or what can be put to better use somewhere else. I think that's what generally everybody would want. If you pay your taxes and then you see where money's being wasted, it's like, oh, we have so many people who need that money in other departments, just move it over to them or give it back to the people or whatever the thing is. I don't think people inherently are upset about the idea that there's waste in the government. I know people that work in the government, they're like, this is a little waste. And so all of it comes down to what you cut and how you do it. That's it, top to bottom. That's the only thing anybody could really have a problem with, what you cut and how you do it, right? And I'll be vulnerable for a second. I'll admit to you right now, I've worked jobs. I've worked jobs where I was like, I'm not gonna tell anybody, but like, they really don't need me. Like, as long as they...
We've all had the one job where you're like, well, I guess I'm getting paid to do nothing.
Paying, I'll keep showing up, but like...
Yeah. It was, yeah.
And you end up seeing what happens. Because the thing with whether it's voters or whether it's like rhetoric around how to handle this stuff, there are people who even now genuinely believe, oh, let's get a business person. Let's get someone who's good at business in government so they can run the government as efficiently as they run their business, right? And the problem there is that, like, let's say Amazon, a good example is like, let's say Amazon makes a mistake. And they make a mistake that all of us, everyone here, can acknowledge and see as a mistake. And so as a mistake, their stock drops because they lose some of the faith from their shareholders. Now, we see that drop in the stock, and maybe the mistake they make is they announce that all the cars from now on gonna have 3 wheels. Like, oh, we're gonna save so much money on tires. And we're like, no, you're gonna flip over, okay? And so then you see the stock start to dip because of that lack of confidence. And then for you as a potential investor, even a retail investor, that dip in the stock is an opportunity. You can buy in now. You can buy into that dip, and then when it goes back up, because they realize that 4 is probably best, that you can ride that wave on up. Fair enough. When you crash out a business, when you make mistakes in business, when you run a poor business, you can always start another business. The people who we even look up to as these beacons of industry were all people at some point who had a failed business, right? But the government is not a business, because if you crash out the government, if you make the same mistakes with the government, you don't have a country. And you can't just be like, no, we're just gonna start new America. You know.
That's a good point.
I used to have like a lemonade stand America, and that one didn't really work out, so I started like a tire shop America, and that still really wasn't it. So then I started this hedge fund America, and now we're cooking. Yeah. It does not work that way. And you saw what happened. You saw Elon run the government because he's the president. You saw Elon run the government the way he ran his business. When Elon took over Twitter, right? He comes into Twitter and he immediately starts firing everybody because he's like, you're waste, you're redundant, I don't know what you do, I don't know what that is, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. And then a couple days after he took over, remember that brief period where he was like, how do you turn it on? And then someone who still worked there, who he didn't fire, was like, oh, you fired the dude who turned it on. Yeah, you asked me for a list of people to fire. I'm not going to put my name on the list. So And so you see, you end up seeing Elon firing people and then trying to like hire them back real quick and trying to like smooth over the things that he broke that didn't need breaking, you know? And then Doge ends up working the same way. It ends up swooping in and firing a bunch of people and then trying to hire some of them back real quick, and it's chaos. And Elon is the face of it. He's the face of it because we didn't know who else was working in Doge. We didn't know who was essentially like hacking into Social Security, who was going around judges' orders, who was breaking things and going to places they weren't supposed to be because we hadn't figured out how this whole thing was going to work. We didn't know. And then we found out that it was children. We found out they leaked the photos of those people that were high up in Doge that were getting into Social Security and the IRS and everything. And we were like, what? Fresh out of school, I saw one kid's picture who was like high up in Doge doing all the breaking in and stuff. And I was like, Peter Parker? I cannot believe that Spider-Man gonna cut off my grandma's Social Security. So I don't think anyone saying like there's no waste, but it's what you cut and how you cut it. You know, I think people would have appreciated like an actual audit. They said that they did one, but usually when you do an audit and you really account for the waste and you really account for what jobs you do and don't need, you don't have to hire anybody back. You know? Mm-hmm. The amount of people that they fired and then tried to immediately rehire shows that they're not actually being as careful as they should be with the process. Because I'll tell you right now, everyone that has ever fired me stood firm in their decision. I've never...
Oh my God. I just realized that they're literally running this just like the old pizza boss I used to have.
I've never been fired and then somebody ran out of me. Hold on.
You fired me. I don't know
That's
any
my
drivers.
bad.
Go back
I was
to work.
wild. I was trying to look good in front of the other employees. You come on back in here. That has never happened. Anyone who has ever fired me has never called me again. But then Elon is the face of him. People don't know what to do. They don't know what to do to express their anger and their disappointment, their frustration about this unelected person gutting these government programs. And you see where people, it's not just like a one-sided thing. It's not just like a liberal thing. You know, there are people who are like, I voted for Trump. I believe in what Doge is doing, but then I'm told that I'm being cut because of bad performance, even though I'm holding right here a performance review for like a month before the election where they said that I was doing great, you know? And so then people across the political spectrum are going to the town halls and they're complaining to the representatives, and the representatives, they're not really hearing them out. They're not really backing them up. So there's even more frustration, and it's bubbling up, and it's bubbling up. And he's the face of two things. He's the face of Doge, and he's the face of Tesla. And so then people go to the Tesla dealership, and he's not there. But people go to the Tesla dealership and they start protesting at the Tesla dealership, and then the stock starts tanking because there are people that are like, being attached to this right now is not a good look, you know? And then people start vandalizing Tesla, start putting swastikas on the Teslas and stuff like that. And then there are people who, you know, bought a Tesla in 2022. They're like, guys, I didn't know. I had no idea. And almost immediately, it felt like almost immediately Trump came to his defense, right? Trump invited Elon to the White House. I mean, he already got an office there because it's his White House. He's the boss. He's the president. But Trump told Elon, hey, bring a bunch of Teslas, park them out front of the White House. We'll do a dealership commercial.
It really did. The fact that this was real.
This man got in the Tesla. Trump got in the Tesla, was like, everything's computer. Which is not wrong.
Everything.
It's not wrong. I remember my first Tesla experience. You know, I didn't ride in a Tesla for a long time. I heard about it as a car, but I didn't get to be in one, and I don't drive, so I didn't try to drive one or anything. And my first Tesla that I ever got in was an Uber. And so when I walked up, I didn't know about the door. I didn't know the door be all smooth like that. So this is me. Look, I'm admitting for a second. I'm being vulnerable here. I'm admitting for a second that this is me. This is my bad. I was doing too much in my head. I was doing too much, all right? Know that I know that before I even admit this to you. I was doing too much, right?
I was doing too much.
But when I walked up to the Tesla, I thought my driver sucked the door in because I was black. And I was standing there like never in all my days have I seen this type of racism. I was fierce. It was all smooth and everything. And so finally, driver noticed I'm not getting in the car, so he rolled down the window. I lean over all indignant like... And then he started explaining how to open it. I was like, what do you mean you gotta push to pull? That doesn't even make sense. And then I get it with my thumb, and I was like, oh. Oh, okay.
I hate to admit that I did the same thing the first time I got a Tesla.
Got the Uber, we took off.
Where's the handle?
This is the thing with gig economy jobs, right? Is that, how do I put this? There's a social contract we have not written yet on like how much this is like your property versus my time versus our experience, right? And so when I get in an Uber, I'm very respectful of the fact that this is this person's car. This isn't my car, right? I'm not renting it so it can be my car for a little while. And we're sharing this time together, but it is my time that I'm paying for, so that's what makes me the customer, you know? So I try to not...
A trade deficit, if you will.
Not make any waves. I get in an Uber, and I'm just like, whatever they need to do. Sometimes there are people who start driving Uber very, very early, so they're tired, and so they got to blast themselves with cold air. They have to have their window down, and I'm like, I'd rather that than us die warm, you know? So I don't say anything. I'm like, I'll just be uncomfortable on the way to the airport because that's what's keeping this man awake. And this is the person that showed up to drive me, right? So I almost never say anything. It's a very big deal for me to even try to say anything. And I go ahead and I do it, though. I'm like, hey, I'm so sorry. I'm not like, I usually don't do this or anything. But, you know, I leaned over to him and I was like, hey, I'm so sorry. But could you please, like, touch the wheel? Like... No, I know it's autopilot. I know it's autopilot. You put it in and everything. I just don't know what I'm paying for if we going. Like, if we... Like, I'm not telling you how to drive. I'm telling you to drive. Like, it would be nice if you did drive. Like... Just put a finger up. Make me believe. Just put a finger. And so you see all of these attacks on Tesla increasing, and the stock price dips and dips and dips. And it goes up a little bit. Every once in a while it goes up because there's some people who don't care about any of this at all, and they see it as an opportunity to buy low. And so it'll go up a little bit, maybe like 3-4% here, and then it drops a little bit more, and it's down from its high by a lot. And you've even seen people in the Trump administration come out and say, hey, if you vandalize a Tesla, we're treating it as domestic terrorism. We're coming for you if you touch a Tesla, right? And it's just baffling because everything that Trump is doing for Elon and everything that his administration is doing for Tesla is exactly what they were supposed to do for the voters. You know what I mean? Like Trump saw that his boy was having a little dip, was like a little bit more broke than he was the day before. He was like, let me help you out. You know what I mean? That felt like a campaign promise that I thought he made to everybody, but apparently he was just talking to 3 people. And even going after people who vandalize a Tesla as domestic terrorism. Like,
somebody saying boo, or is that?
When do we ever talk about domestic terrorism?
Somebody that
how much domestic terrorism we have?
You know, disability.
It's a lot. And then you see Elon go on the news, and genuinely he seems like really upset, like genuinely hurt. And I think it's because, look, he's still the richest man in the world, but he used to be the richest man in the world by a larger margin. Like, he has lost billions and billions and billions of dollars, right? And
yeah, but that's also like, this should be there should be a case study about how we overvalue the fuck out of everything that he did.
And he's so affected by it. And I think that maybe he's so affected by it because when these things are such a part of your life, they do become your identity. Maybe being richest man in the world, maybe being seen as this, like, this business guru, this scientific mind, all that stuff crumbles away when the people are not with you, when the people can't stand you, when you've angered them, when they don't want to have anything to do with you, And he sees the destruction, he sees the people turning on him, and he seems genuinely upset. And I don't think his feelings are hurt because some people are mad at him. He's never going to meet these people. I think that when you attach so much of your self-worth to this money and this status, this influence and this power, that even the prospect of losing it can rattle you deep down, right, to your core as a person. And it looks like he's about to cry on the news when he's talking about, I don't know what I did to deserve
Twice.
this.
2 different
It's
interviews.
like,
I'm just so sad.
and look, I'm glad he
Elon.
said that to a camera by himself and not like to a veteran's face. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't really get that. The dude on Fox was like, you've done nothing to deserve this. You're a true patriot, whatever he said. And, I was sitting here watching Elon get genuinely sad. And I was like, oh, my heart goes out to you.
Not the best one, but also, right. Dude, again, the fact that that was still solid. Like, he had plenty of laughs. It just wasn't the best for me personally. But man, good punchline. Good punchline. He's back in his bed, so we can stand cam it up. All right, chill time. How's everybody doing? Oh man. Turn on Must the day. He called the rescue driver a pedophile. Because he wouldn't let him use his toy submarine. Oh yeah. I remember that. I'm about to have a train station that goes by the DFW, straight to DFW by my apartment. Nice. Maybe booing Tesla. It was either booing Tesla, but yeah, like, it was one of those situations where it's like, yeah, the dude didn't know how to read the room. That's why I was like, is he a... I don't know. If he was a a heckler, usually hecklers, they do tend to just not boo. They usually have something to say. How many unique sets this dude do a week? Unique? Not many. Because, like... Well, hold on. Actually, that depends. Because, like, if he works the way that a lot of guys do nowadays, he is very topical. So, like, I think that because he doesn't drive or anything, too, is he spends a lot of time at airports. I have a feeling that he's just writing stuff on the road as he goes, or he's just reading news, writing down a few things. Like, I would love to talk to him about, like, his process, but at the same time, I also like the fact that a lot of comedians are kind of keeping their process close to the chest. It's not like the Opie and Anthony days where everybody just talks about it. So, I don't know. Sounded like he was booing and the person near him told him to shut up. Yeah, that's what I think. I think I heard that too. I'll be honest. It sounded like he was booing and they were just like, shh, shut up. But it also does... If that's the case and he did shut up, he was probably booing the Tesla thing and he thought he was helping. Which happens. I hate to say those are probably the worst hecklers, or the good-hearted heckles where it's like they're trying to help you out. But yeah, you know what? Not gonna hate on somebody having a good time. That was always the hardest one for me, as I said. Like, okay, man, okay. I get it. You have a good time. You have a good time. All right, cool. I'm glad. All right, man. That's two. All right. Once it gets to a certain point, you're just like, ugh. Do we have any news?
All right, guys, got some breaking news here for you, or a bunch of pieces of breaking news here. So it was an eventful day. Of course, the market continued to absolutely implode. But at some point, I want to say it was in the afternoon, Trump went on Truth Social and shared a video, which it outright validated that he's crashing the market on purpose. I'm not kidding. There's a TikTok video that has this goofy, 7D chess move in it where they claim that that's what Trump is doing. But one of the things said in the video is that Trump is crashing the stock market on purpose. And he shared it. So all the theories that we had of like, hey, I think he might actually be doing it on purpose. Like, he doesn't give a fuck that, Jesus, Lord only knows how many people are going to lose jobs over this. I mean, this is going to ruin so many people. Prices are going to skyrocket as a result of his tariffs. But, we had speculated that he's doing it on purpose. He doesn't care about the fallout. He's certainly not acting like he cares about the fallout. He was just golfing in Mar-a-Lago again at a live golf event. And so now we know he indeed did crash the economy on purpose. This is something that, if some resistance liberal were to say this in 2017, everybody would roll their eyes and be like, you have Trump derangement syndrome. There's no way.
Well, that's what they were saying about no, not even 2017. They were doing that now.
You sound insane. Well,
no, they were doing that now. Like, just even last week they were doing that.
Don't take my word for it. Do yourself a favor. Go look it up. Type it into Google, click on the news section, and go see for yourself. Or just go to his Truth Social page and watch the video. I mean, it is just astonishing. So, now we also have, and this just happened, maybe a few hours ago here. Trump went on Truth Social and said the following. These Houthis gathered for instructions on an attack. Oops, there will be no attack by these Houthis. They will never sink our ships again. And then he shares a video, a 25-second long video, that's shot from a drone in black and white. And you see on the ground a bunch of people standing in a circle. And then you see...
The improv in Addison always says before the show the comedian doesn't need your help.
All of those people get murdered with a massive
one of my least favorite
bombing.
clubs.
Well, come to find out, that was a religious tribal gathering of Yemenis celebrating
Improvs. I can say improvs. They're not great rooms.
I mean, this is just Nazi shit at this point. This is just Nazi shit. And of course, the other angle to it is, why do you think he's tweeting a video like this right now? Why do you think he's doing it? I mean, it's pretty simple. He's trying to deflect from all of the negative coverage and negative talk about the stock market imploding. And so he's like, hey, look at these war crimes. But it's okay because I'm a big, strong man. And actually, they were about to attack us, even though they absolutely weren't. And it was a religious tribal gathering. Jesus Christ, man. Guys, again, I'm giving you breaking news here. This is 1 day's worth of news. Any one of these things is like, should be impeachment worthy, should end a presidency. But I got another one for you. Ready? So,
Semi Obed. Yeah.
A federal judge came out earlier today.
I watch his stuff too.
In one of the, probably over 100.
I've just been waiting to watch that Josh Johnson one for like the last 2-3 days, and each day I haven't had time.
Cases now.
Like I end up ending I'll end the show and I'll have like 4 segments still left over.
That
like
Trump
this
is
is the first
facing.
time I think that
federal judge
I've
came out,
been able to catch
and
up all week.
ordered that the U.S. has to return the Maryland man that they admitted they mistakenly deported to the El Salvador slave labor gulag. So this guy in particular was the one that J.D. Vance was lying about the other day when he said he was a convicted MS-13 gang member. That's not remotely true. This guy has
a lot has been happening.
Zero
Yes,
criminal
it has.
record in any country.
The Improv is a famous comedy club.
He takes care of multiple
We
special
have our own version of that room.
needs
Like it's owned by the
kids.
same guy.
Okay, so the judge comes out and says
whatever
that,
the fuck
which
it is now.
great. The judges are doing their job.
They tend to the improv you're talking about the club in Addison, Texas, right?
The right things in virtually every
I'm assuming.
case that's gotten in front
there's
of them.
an
about
Addison,
Trump.
Illinois, but
Ready
I know
for
that
this?
there isn't a
So the White
club
House
there.
press secretary comes out and says the following, quote, "We suggest the judge contact President Bukele of El Salvador because we are unaware of the judge having jurisdiction."
Yeah, we have our look up the Improv Schaumburg, and it's pretty much based on that. It's modeled after that room.
Jurisdiction or authority over the country of El Salvador. So in other words, that's the White House press secretary going, LOL, fuck off.
Yeah.
I know you just directly ordered us to free the innocent man we sent to a foreign gulag, but we're not going to do that. And we're going to make fun of you as we slap down your court order. This is where, the correct course of action is for the judge to say, I'm holding you in contempt of court, right? And this would be something where if this was anybody else, in the country, they would be in contempt of court and they would be fucking arrested, right? Like that's the proper course of action. When you look at the law, when you look at checks and balances, when you look at judicial review, that is what happens next. Because the last time...
Yeah, they opened one here in Chicago, well, in the suburbs of Chicago.
They violated a court order. They tried to give some cover story, some bullshit cover story. It was not true. They were still violating a court order, but they had the intelligence to say, no, we're not actually violating it. The reason why we're saying you're...
I feel like every time that I went to that room, I was playing to like I was at a Dave and Buster's or something like that.
Court order doesn't apply is because the plane was already in the air over international waters, so we're declaring that you don't really have authority to do it since it's not within the borders of the United States. It's a bullshit argument, but an argument nonetheless, where they're trying to pretend like we're not actually violating any court order, right? This time, this is confirmation, this is validation, that they're saying, yes, we are violating the court order. And in fact, we're mocking you in the process.
Which is huge.
So,
this
like
is
I
a
said,
huge deal, guys.
Contempt of court is the next move.
Yeah.
And somebody's got to get arrested for this. Somebody's got to get locked up for it. Because what is this judge supposed to do now? I genuinely don't know. Like, the other thing is, let's be clear, we already have probably at least 20 or 30 impeachable offenses from this administration. But at this point, I don't see how you can't try to impeach, right? Because when it's this open and shut a case, when it's this black and white, how do you not make a big stink about it, scream about it from...
Because where are you going to vote to impeach right now, Kyle? I hate to fucking remind you that we don't have any houses.
On the rooftops through a megaphone.
We don't have the House. We don't have the Senate. We have nothing.
And
We don't have any leverage right now.
Fucking kitchen sink.
That's honestly why they're rushing to do this. I mean, dude, why do we always get this? Like he especially from a guy like Kyle, I have to be honest. Like he makes a living making these videos, making us aware of this shit. We've definitely talked about this before, but then he talks about this like it's the first time we're learning about it.
At the administration.
Like part of that, like I could see as, you know, a professional delivery aspect where it's like, well, new viewers, but no, he legitimately acts like it's like, oh,
over this.
This is new information.
Because either we have rule of law or we don't, right? And in this moment, it's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to lay in a chalk outline of yourself and just basically let the fascists roll all over us? Apparently. Or are you going to make a stand for democracy and make a stand for the Constitution and make a stand for rule of law? So I've never seen anything like this. And I don't know where we go from here, right? Because if I'm being honest, I don't know if the judge has it in them to be like, yeah, contempt of court and somebody's got to get locked up. By the way, who would get locked up? I don't know. Would it be the person who's in charge of the deportations, who sent the wrong person out? Would it be Stephen Miller? Would it be the White House press secretary, who was the one who was basically gleefully announcing that, you know, they're violating the court order?
No, more than likely be Stephen Miller.
Would it be Trump himself, right? What do you do when the president is held in contempt of court?
Oh, come on, nobody's
right? The other thing is, if I were the judge, one of the other things I would do is I would actually try to get in contact with Bukele. And I would say, yeah, I'm ordering you to release this guy. Send him back. I don't care if the administration agrees or not. This is the law. You need to send this person back. And just see what happens, right? We're in uncharted territory anyway. This is uncharted waters. We've never been here before. You got to try shit. And I guess in conclusion, the point I'd make is,
I know, Duke, but after the last two impeachment attempts in which we actually had leverage, this one's a little like, at what point do you become the boy who cries wolf?
Man.
Because they already pulled that shit on us. And I'll be honest, a lot of normie Americans thought that it was Russia, Russia, Russia. They came after me. Look, this is why nobody, like, honest to God, that's why nobody cared about his fucking, like, court cases, is because they thought, they bought into the witch hunt because they did try everything available to them and they all failed. So at some point it does have to be it's like, nah, be more strategic about it.
It really is this deep.
Imagine the historical record. The Democrats will be criticized for all time for doing nothing while they broke the Constitution.
Banner strategy of like flood the zone.
But that's gonna it's all gonna lay on the shoulders of Chuck Schumer. Like that's the thing. Let the leadership fucking go down in flames and then rise like the phoenix from that shit.
Do 100 horrible things a day
instead of just again doing Russia, Russia, Russia. Like doing this thing where they don't take it seriously, then we don't get any votes, and then you lose the support of the American public.
And hope that the media...
The best course of action right now is wait till 2026, see if we can get the House, and if we get the House and Senate, then we can actually impeach.
And the opposition.
That'd be fucking crazy, right?
Can't catch on to any of them, or they can only focus on one of them. And, I mean, look, it worked. It has worked.
Yes, it's working.
Worked so far. They do that, and the Democrats are playing catch.
Are we talking about the Signal Gate? No. Like, for real. This shit is working too well.
Barely talking about these things, right? And I really need, from the bottom of my heart, I hope this message gets out to some Democratic politicians. I really need you to fucking man up. I really need you to man up. I really need you to grow a spine. I really need you to treat every one of these scandals like the world is on fire, because it is.
Plus, Duke, the historical record is going to not be too fond of the Democrats. You know, Biden's going down in history with a bad record anyway, so... I don't know why we should worry about their record right now.
Because frankly, it is.
Who cares?
We can't have a situation where the president...
Like, who cares about the Democratic's historical record?
Casually after his round of golf...
Hell, I thought that we were pretty unilateral and like, no, let them fail and then let us be the better alternative.
As he's crashing the economy, is committing war crimes and bragging about it.
If we fail at actually bringing the American people to our cause with everything that's happening here, I hate to say this, dude, I don't see a pathway forward. Like, we're being handed the golden opportunity to sell people on our platform. The fact that our policies would be popular with them, that it would help the middle class, that it would help, you know, the lower income. Like, seriously. Like, the only way we can fuck this up is by stepping on our dicks, fighting with each other, and then doing this thing where we can't agree to disagree on certain things, and then just fucking throwing it all away again.
We can't have a situation.
And you know I'm right about this. Like, if there's one thing that we are good at, it is definitely like getting close to the finish line and then just doing that thing where we celebrate a little too soon, or we just like literally trip on our shoelaces.
It's the notion, yes, I crashed the stock market on purpose. You can't have a situation where they're not.
I don't care about the historical record.
Not only violating court orders, but like
that's why I'm saying I can't imagine it. And it's kind of funny.
Being arrogant about it at the same time. Knowing like, hey, you're not going to do shit to stop me. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. If you just sit back and do nothing, then yes, they're going to take away from that. We can do whatever we want. And it's going to make them feel more emboldened. And they're going to go further and further. And remember, guys, if they could do this to this random guy, right? This father of special needs kids who doesn't have a criminal record. And they admitted, yeah, we did that in error. This was an administrative error that we sent this guy. If they can take this guy and send him to an El Salvador slave labor gulag, they could literally do it to any one of us. Because if there is no due process, there is no due process. They'll just make up some bullshit. Yeah, I rounded this person up. I sent them to the gulag. And I don't care the court says release him. We're not doing that because now it's El Salvador's problem. And they never have to prove anything.
That's essentially what Trump was doing, too, where he was like, it's their problem now. It's like, no, buddy, it's still ours. It's like, no. They told us we can't have him back.
They don't have to prove you committed a crime. They don't have to prove, you're here in an undocumented sense. They don't have to prove anything because they'll just declare, oh, this person was, I don't know, leading protests at a Tesla and they vandalized cars. Even if you didn't, there's no way for you to prove that, right? So the Constitution is gone. It is
Trump will be a joke or a slur in 30 years, maybe both.
done.
Yep.
There is no due process. We are functionally back in pre-Magna Carta days.
It just sucks that I have to spend my golden years on this planet with this motherfucker as like the leader of the free world. And I get to live through this roller coaster of time. This is fun.
He's right now.
Used to consider myself lucky living in this time, but not so much anymore.
And so for the love of God, I'm begging somebody, anybody out there, I don't care who, stand the fuck up. Do something about this. This judge needs to hold them in contempt of court. Somebody's got to get arrested. And the Democrats should immediately start impeachment proceedings. They should absolutely do it. And you might say, well, Kyle, look, that's not going to get anywhere because MAGA is so intransigent and they're going to side with Trump no matter what. And you know what? You're right about that. I don't fucking care. We need to get on the record right now for history's sake and say, we are against every single one of these things that they're doing, and everybody's going to know that from now until the end of time. So when you look in the history book, you know, these are the good guys and these are the bad guys. And they tried
Yeah, because that's worked out real fucking well.
Everything they could under
Yeah, because you guys got past that Jimmy Carter thing.
the sun to stop this from fucking happening. Right? That's what I want the history books to show about us, is that we did not lay in a chalk out of ourselves. We said, we're going to fight this every step of the way.
Yuck.
And so get on that ASAP.
I don't think this guy's ever been privy to a
again,
Texas Instruments history book.
He just admitted I crashed the economy on
His head would fucking explode.
purpose and then committed a war crime and then violated a court order and fucking bragged about it. If this doesn't wake you up, bro, nothing's going to wake you up.
Well, I hate to say, I don't think that that's going to happen.
All right, y'all. So here we go again. The libertarians are turning on Trump.
All right.
And look, I have mixed feelings about this. I will say, I'm sure you all know this already, but I have a love-hate relationship with libertarians, and they have a love-hate relationship with me. Because when you're talking about foreign policy, for example, I agree with libertarians and they agree with me about like 90%. Drug policy, we agree completely. Civil liberties, we agree completely. But when it gets to economics, we could not disagree more. I mean, you're talking social democracy versus anarcho-capitalism. You cannot get two more polar opposite philosophies. Now, having said that, to be fair to the libertarians, they are certainly more vocal in their disagreements with Trump and MAGA than other members of MAGA. There's some percentage of MAGA that are just flat out in a cult. If you ask me, it's got to be anywhere between 26% and 33% of the country. The reason I use that as the number is because that's the variation in the polls that ask the American people if they support the United States illegally stealing and annexing Greenland and occupying it and taking all their natural resources. Okay. 26 to 33% said, sure, I'm for it because Trump is. Okay, you're donezo. You're too far gone. No interest in trying to build bridges with you or even convince you otherwise, because the fact that you convinced yourself of that means, I don't know if there's any way you're getting the fuck out of that. To me, that just boggles the mind, right? But libertarians are a little more vocal when they disagree with Trump. So let's start with this clip here. This is the comedian and podcaster Dave Smith. He's been on Crystal Kyle and Friends before. I forget what the topic was that we talked to him about. But anyway, he's been on Crystal Kyle and Friends before. Let's see what he has to say about Trump, specifically when it comes to foreign policy. Here we go.
They were like, they'll probably cheer him on if he launches a war in Iran. And then I saw one guy underneath that said, he goes, I know Dave Smith sure will. And okay, it's just like a comment on Twitter, but I was just like blown away. And I'm not blown away by much. But I was like, does anybody actually thinks I would? Just because I'm like, well, I did support this guy, so I'll rationalize and like defend getting in another war in the Middle East. But just for anyone who may have that, I will say this. If Donald Trump actually does launch a war in Iran, not only will I not support it, I will apologize for the rest of my life for voting for the guy. That undoes any positive that might have come.
Wow. I like it. I like this clip. I like what he's saying. I like how upfront he's being with it. But what I will say is this, Dave, to defend the commenter, I understand where they're coming from, saying about you, like, oh, I bet Dave Smith will flip and support it. And the reason, Dave, that they're saying that is because we already know about Trump's first term in office. And the idea that he would even be a little bit anti-war is frankly preposterous. So that person's point is, well, hold on. You didn't draw the line against Trump with any of his other warmongering policies. So why would they think you're going to do it this time if he launches a war with Iran? So to lay it out for you in no uncertain terms, in Trump's first term, illegally increased drone strikes 432%. He did a total of 2,243 drone strikes in his first 2 years. And then he got rid of the reporting laws around it, so he didn't have to tell you about the drone strikes he was doing. To put that in perspective, he blew Obama out of the water when it came to drone strikes, and Obama was called the drone president for doing so many drone strikes. So that's just one example. True. As you know, he kept us in Iraq. He kept us in Afghanistan. There was a 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan when Trump was in office. He bombed Syria twice. He bombed Somalia. He occupied a third of Syria and bragged about taking the oil, which of course is colossally illegal. He increased the Pentagon budget every single year. He let Israel illegally annex the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory. As I'm sure Dave knows, Trump took $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and the quid pro quo is, you got to let me annex the West Bank. Got to let Israel annex the West Bank. In the first term, he assassinated Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian commander who was on the field fighting ISIS. Trump tried to coup Venezuela in the first term. He ripped up the Iran agreement, which was working. According to the UN, according to the IAEA, he armed Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen and vetoed a bill to cut off the weapons. He was on the campaign trail this time saying he wants war with Mexico in his second term. He said Biden isn't supporting Israel enough and letting them finish the job. He dropped the Moab, the mother of all bombs, on Afghanistan. He hired John Bolton and Mike Pompeo and Gina Haspel and all these insane neocon warmongers and let them run his foreign policy. His first military raid as president literally killed a young American girl. He pardoned Blackwater war criminals who did the Nisour Square massacre. He signed pro-torture executive orders, and he said we should, quote, take out the families of terrorists. Now, that's mostly, with the exception of a handful of things there, that's mostly just the first term. So we already knew this guy, not only is he a warmonger, he's a colossal warmonger. And so I know what Dave would say. He would say, well, look, looking at the options that we had, I just think perhaps Trump would be less pro-war than the Democrat. I think that's what his response would be. And my reaction to that would be, Dave, when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, literally nobody except like me defended him. Right? It was, oh my God, everybody's hair's on fire, 24/7 coverage in the media saying how it's a horrible idea, Republicans attacking him for it relentlessly, including Trump attacking him for it relentlessly. Very few Democrats, you can count them on one hand, the Democrats that went on TV to defend Joe Biden pulling out of Afghanistan. So the implication was, hey, if we have a forever war going on, let it keep going. And don't defend it when somebody pulls out. And yeah, of course, Afghanistan was a house of cards and it collapsed immediately. But it was going to collapse if we pulled out then or if we pulled out fucking 20 years from now. Why waste trillions of dollars more U.S. lives, more civilian lives over there? Just get the fuck out. I was defending him forthrightly, and nobody gave him credit for that. And I to be fair, I don't know what Dave Smith said about it, but that's the thing, right? Is like, so, and I hate Joe Biden's foreign policy broadly. He helped give us the genocide in Gaza by arming Israel. But at the same time, nobody ever gave him credit for pulling out of Afghanistan. Nobody ever gave him credit for nearly eliminating the drone war, right? When Kamala was on the campaign trail in the debate, she defended the Biden withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I will actually say this, but part of that is because we were so hyper fixated on everything bad they were doing. Like, honestly, for every failure in the Democratic Party, the failure was also on their constituency to really hype them up and like get behind the shit that they did do, like the UAW stuff, like any of that stuff.
And that's not me saying Kamala is,
And I'm not saying that's on us. Like, I'm not calling us the Democratic Party on that one. I'm talking about, like, the rah-rah Kamala crowd.
He's a peacenik or whatever. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you're being honest about the options on the table, there was no doubt Trump was going to be the bigger warmonger. Based on his previous record, based on what Biden and Kamala did in office. And then, of course, as soon as Trump got in there, what happened? Suddenly, he's talking about stealing Greenland. He's talking about stealing Panama. He's saying we're going to make Canada the 51st state, and if they don't agree, we're going to change the border and steal some more of their land and change their water rights. He's bragging about bombing Yemen, bragging about bombing Somalia. Again, the war with Mexico thing. He signed an executive order on day one to give himself the authority to do a war unilaterally in Mexico without needing Congress in any way, shape, or form. Another coup in Venezuela is coming. Just the other day, we learned he wants to send our troops to Ecuador because a center-left party might win in the election there. Guys, this isn't a close issue. And so the reason why, Dave, that commenter said that is because they know, this is my guess here, is they know at least some of those things I laid out to you about Trump's record, and they know you didn't draw a red line for any of those things. And so they're like, well, why would he change if Trump invades Iran, right?
Oh, damn it.
I mean, this is the question. Shouldn't you already be apologizing since Trump bombed Yemen relentlessly the other day and bragged about it? Shouldn't you already be apologizing when Trump bombed Somalia a few weeks back and again bragged about it? Shouldn't you already be apologizing? If Joe Biden was going around saying, we're going to take Greenland, what do you think Dave Smith would say? If Kamala Harris was saying, we're just going to take Greenland, and they go, we don't want you to, and they go, I don't care, we're going to take it. We have to have it. What would you say if Kamala said that or Joe Biden said that? My guess is you would be unequivocal in your condemnation of it. And with Trump, it's like, well, if he does this other thing, then I'll apologize.
yeah.
Shouldn't you already be apologizing? Shouldn't you already be apologizing?
Son of a
Over
bitch.
the things that have already happened, not just in his first term, but now also in his second term. So I think that's where that comes from. Now, again, I don't want to be too hard on the guy because the fact of the matter is this is better than 95% of what you're going to get from MAGA. MAGA, like when Trump pretends to be anti-war, they're like, oh yeah, we love that, we're anti-war. And then the second Trump flips and is pro-war, they're like, oh yeah, we love that too, actually, we're pro-war now. And so that, I have less patience for that than I do for Dave Smith, right? Just the people who totally rent their mind out to him. They're in a fucking cult. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? So I don't want to be too hard on him. But what I do want to say is like, why were none of these other things enough for you to say, and I'm not saying you had to vote for Kamala or vote for Biden in 2020. You could have just said, you know what? I'll vote for the Libertarian candidate or I'll sit out completely, right? So that's really the issue, and that's why I think the commenter said that. But I also don't doubt that if Trump invades Iran or bombs Iran, I do think he'll do it. But I guess my point is, you already should have called him out. You already should have apologized because he's gearing up to, without a doubt, be a way bigger warmonger than George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. I don't even think that's debatable at this point, given everything he's saying and what he's already done. All right, so now let's switch gears here. Ron Paul's back. So the other day he went after Trump for his foreign policy and bombing Yemen. That was based.
That's actually a legit
now
surprise to me.
The OG libertarian. and he is going to talk about free speech and what's been going on with that.
Unfortunately, the U.S. government has not always been in accord with this sentiment and has many times in our history been at war with our freedom of speech. From the Alien and Sedition Acts at the beginning of our republic, to Abraham Lincoln's war on speech, to the jailing of anti-war activists during both World War I and II, the political class is all for free speech unless it is threatening to the political class. Recently, a new front has been opened in a war on the free speech, and it is one that Americans must take seriously. On university campuses across the country, students, both American and foreign guests, have taken to protesting U.S. support for Israel's actions in Gaza.
By the way, there's not a single conservative Republican that I've seen make this argument. Ron Paul's a libertarian. Leftists are making this argument all over the place. Ron Paul's a libertarian. He's making this argument now. The right does not give a fuck about pro-Palestine college kids, anti-genocide college kids. They get kicked out of the country. They get sent to an El Salvador slave labor camp. They're in ICE custody in a state that's not their own. They don't give a fuck. They're cheerleading it. They don't care. Trump says this is good. They're like, this is good.
Where tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed.
Oh, yeah.
The political class in the United States is determined to defend Israel from its critics and has responded to these protests by threatening and blackmailing the universities if they do not crack down on speech the power that be do not like. Both President Biden and Trump have used the power of the U.S. government funding to demand a crackdown on speech they don't like.
All right, look, to be fair, there's an element of truth in that. The Democrats did not in any way, shape, or form object when they were sending in the cops to crack some skulls at the pro-Palestine protests. In fact, many of them supported it.
2 red shells.
But at the same time, these things are not
3 squids.
equal.
You've got to be kidding
because
me, man.
Mahmoud Khalil was not arrested by ICE and disappeared under the Biden administration. Didn't happen.
Oh, my God.
Right? Hundreds of students were not stripped of their residency for fucking thought crimes for being against the carpet bombing of kids under Biden.
All right,
so
I got this.
You have to two thoughts at the same time.
I got it.
Biden and the Democrats' policy on this was not good. In fact, it was bad. But the Republican Trump policy on this are flat out fascist, completely and utterly fascist, completely destroying due process and the Constitution. They are not the same. And we need to be past this era of like, they're roughly equal. No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. No, they're not. The false equivalence lie has to die, and it has to die ASAP.
President Trump recently pooling $400 million in federal funding for Columbia University if they don't silence the protesters. The real scandal is that nearly every U.S. university, both public and private, is government funded in the first place. But for politicians to use the power of the purse to deny students the right to express themselves as long as peaceful just adds insults to injury. Last week, a Turkish PhD student at Tufts University was arrested on the street.
I gotta be honest, he's talking more about this than Democratic politicians.
1 star.
Ron Paul is. Look, that's the thing, right? This is why I say love-hate relationship. That when Ron Paul was in D.C.,
I was trying for that 3. Oh,
him and Bernie would often work together on areas where they agreed. They would often work together.
Sorry, guys, everything froze.
Cutting Pentagon spending, ending the drug war, things like that, they would work together. So when it comes to, like, building political alliances with people who you otherwise disagree with, the Libertarian Social Democrat or Democratic Socialist Alliance is undefeated, right? You're going to get way more out of that than you're ever going to get from anybody in the cult, the fascist cult that is MAGA.
Includes government agents for reportedly simply writing an editorial in her university newspaper expressing her views on the Israeli-Palestine conflict. She faces deportation from the country, and she is not alone. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has openly bragged about sending hundreds of students home because they express a political position he disagrees with. Others, including American citizens, have been expelled from their schools and have even had their degrees rescinded for peacefully expressing a political position that powerful people in Washington disagree with. You may also agree with the political position of these students, but to cheer their punishment by the U.S. government is to turn your back on the founding principles of this country. Freedom of speech is a natural right, not reserved for American citizens, but for all humanity.
That, again, the only sorts of people on the right you're going to hear making that argument are libertarians. Because like this, everybody in MAGA was like, oh, wait, no, free speech doesn't apply to undocumented immigrants, to legal immigrants, to green card holders, to permanent residents. Just doesn't apply. Why? Because we say so. Even though there's literal fucking case law on this where it does apply to residents.
And it has been a natural right worth defending for nearly 250 years. First, they came for foreign students expressing controversial positions, and many Americans cheered.
By the way, controversial positions like stop bombing babies, stop starving a population of 2.3 million people, or at least it used to be 2.3 million people before they killed hundreds of thousands of them.
Because they were not foreign and did not like the opinions. But make no mistake, this war on speech will not end.
Well, I mean, still 2 million, right?
With only foreigners being punished. It never does.
That's right.
Thanks for listening.
That's right. That's right. By the way, he's not done. Ron Paul's on a bit of a roll
actually
here.
know
Here he is talking
what
about
the number
foreign
is
policy.
now, because I know that the last time I saw it was over 224,000. As I obviously it's increasing, but I haven't heard what the updated death toll is since that one.
One of the things we're going to be talking about is the foreign policy of Trump. And it's not exactly a message of peace and constitution, but it reminded me of all the promises of George H.W. Because I remember he was very promising that we were not to be the policemen of the world and all that other stuff. What did we end up with?
Humble foreign policy is what he promised.
Yeah, so this is interesting, right? Because I've always said this about Trump is like, even on the campaign trail, half the time he would say anti-war things, and then half the time he would say pro-war things. And honestly, the reason why that works so well is because all the pro-war people would...
It says 50,000 government, official government office of Gaza says 61,700, but then 10,000 are still unaccounted for in the rubble.
Just say, oh, that's the thing he really believes when he said pro-war stuff.
So
and all the
I was
anti-war
way
people will
off,
be like, that's
and
the thing he
I
really believes when he
guess
says
my
anti-war
numbers-
stuff. Right? So he's sort of like a Rorschach test.
Yeah, this
and
is
people
literally from
project it onto
the government office of
him what they believed. They said, oh, he also believes that because he said this thing which agrees with me. Right? But again, he said everything at
hold on.
once. And Trump has really a unique ability to sort of get away with contradicting himself and being on both sides of an issue at the same time. In a way where, like, when Mitt Romney did it, he didn't get away with it. When Hillary Clinton did it, she didn't get away with it. When Trump did it for whatever reason, charisma, way he talks, etc., like, his people just read into it like the thing I believe is what he believes.
Oh, okay.
So here's Ron Paul.
They're literally saying like, yeah, the act like mixed with all the missing and just like, yeah,
And, like,
they're talking that
George
safe to say
H.W.
about
Bush made
100,000.
anti-war
Okay.
promises and then he was pro-war. Trump made anti-war promises and now he's pro-war. And it's
Not that
like
it matters. I'm just
kind of,
curious.
but that was only half the time he said anti-war stuff. The other half the time he said we're going to bomb the shit out of them. Right? The other half the time he said I'm giving Israel a green light to bomb Iran's nuclear
He should have permed his hair like his son ran.
facilities.
Like
Joe
God,
Biden
Ron
needs to
Paul
finish
with
the
a
job.
perm.
Why the fuck did Joe Biden pull out of Afghanistan like he did? Like there was also a lot of pro-war stuff too.
What we want to talk a little bit about is targeting Iran, whether it's through Yemen or directly with Iran and this sort of thing. But he's literally using dangerous talk.
Yeah, it is.
One article here on anti-war. Trump threatens Iran with bombing if nuclear deal is not reached.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's on whose terms? His turn.
And the other point is what? The other point is we had a nuclear deal that was working perfectly. The IAEA went in there a dozen times and said Iran is following this. All we had to do was lift the sanctions and give them back their own money. And Trump looked at that deal and said, fuck it, I'm ripping it up. So we craft this deal, then we violate it, then we rip it up. And now the same guy that ripped it up is showing up like, hey, do a new deal or I'm going to bomb you. Why would they do a new deal when you didn't abide by the last one? We didn't abide by the last one. They know they can't trust you. They can't take your word for shit, right? So why would they do it? Why would they do it? Especially in a scenario where it's been proven over.
Yeah, this is also part of like the whole like, oh, he's gonna make a deal thing. It's like you do realize what eroding trust is, right? Like I have been in business before, and I can tell you right now, if I did this type of business, my business wouldn't have even lasted an entire year.
Over and over.
For
Look
real.
at Libya, for example. Gaddafi
Taking
gave up
this,
his
like-
weapons. Boom, he was toppled by the West.
Treating your customers like they should thank you for being taken advantage of.
Korea,
Great business.
they have the bomb.
And telegraphing that they like that you're going to treat them like that too.
We're still, they're still around, right? So there's a deterrent angle to this too, where if you care about self-preservation and self-defense, they're going to want the bomb, right? So anyway, we don't need to go on, but you get the gist of it. The libertarians are turning on Trump. Should have done it a hell of a lot earlier. But nonetheless, I guess it's late to the party, but we'll take it. And the only reason why we're taking it is because when you compare it to the rest of MAGA, They're light years ahead, although still light years behind where they should be. All right, guys, that's the show. Love.
Cool. Oh. Let's see. Ron Paul's what if speech is classic. What? Like the what if he won? Oh, God. Ron Paul, what was it, 2012? Yeah, I think that was 2012. God. That was one of the ones. That was one of the first times I was like, let's go with the third party candidate, this Ron Paul guy. He seems to really have it all figured out. So I dipped my toe into libertarianism. I think that everybody's political journey has had at least like a few minutes spent within the throes of libertarianism. Anyway, how's everybody doing? What do we got going on? We actually did it, guys. We went through every single story that I had pulled up today, so that makes me pretty happy. And on top of all the stock market stuff, so that's kind of cool. He has a speech on the floor called "What If Anti-War Goodness." Yeah, that's the reason I liked him. It's because he was super against the Iraq War. Like, honestly, that's all he needed to say at that point. Especially, like, when you're younger like me, well, at that time, and you had a friend, you know, who was in the military who had died, so... That will well, my mom always said that. She's like, yeah, that was your radicalizing moment. I was like, was it? She's like, oh, yeah. I mean, she tried to equate it to, you know, her protesting in Vietnam. What if Ross Perot would have won? Probably one of the least healthy mindsets that you can go into right now is the that kind of shit. Honestly, man, like some of the sickness that I see on like Facebook comes in the form of people who I'm talking like really, they became the blue MAGAs. Like they still believe that Kamala Harris, had the election stolen from her. They believe that she there was this whole like cabal fucking thing with it. It's just there's so much shit there that I'm like, oh, you guys kind of got lost in that sauce, eh? Sparks up another round. What up, dude? I always love how, like, Starman, I gotta say, you're like, I love your intros where you're just like, spark up another one. It's like, hell yeah. If I had a friend, like, enter the room the way you do, I'd just be like, I love when this guy comes over. Hell yeah. That was actually a weak-ass hit. There we go. There we go. Much better. Shit. A little bit too close to the comment. Shit. I officially RSVP'd for my local hands off. Hell yeah. You haven't let any thought of Trump's Elon quote slip in at all? What? What's his wait, what do you mean? That he's a fucking weird guy? Based Vietnam protester, good music came out of that. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Very good music came out of that, but a lot of her college friends had died, and one of her boyfriends also died. So yeah, my mom was pretty radicalized in that. That's why it was always so weird to see like her kind of become like a Reagan following Republican. Who also grew up with Reagan, like, you know, as an actor, so. He's good with computers. He went in there and we won. Oh. well, shit. Then maybe they did. But it's more so the way that they're reacting about it. Because again, crying about it now does what? If there's one thing I learned about MAGA, is crying about it did what? Those 4 years still happened. Joe Biden, beginning to end, he did it. Also, he lived through it, which even I was like, will he make it? I think we all kind of did that too. I was like, yeah. Again, this is what sucks about Trump, is like he says so much bullshit, like, and just so much shit that that could have just been a Trumpian slip up. And I'm not even talking in the way where it's like, yeah, he gave up the game. I'm just talking in general where it's just like, it's Trump. Not okaying it. How many rip-off press comics do you owe? Not that many. Like, let's see. It's like, let's... Wait. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Not many. I mean, I got like maybe a few from the 70s, but nothing stands out. I mean, dude, I have I think I mentioned that I worked for a estate company, so I got a lot of that stuff. I got some like old ass Bell comics that I still need to go through. On the first appearance of Space Ghost in that one. Those adult comics. Checkered. No, I don't have that one. I don't think I've heard of that one. Oh, excuse me. Someone should have exposed Reagan's racism to your mom's generation. They wouldn't have cared. The thing is, my mom's generation was the ones that like would make excuses for my grandma being racist, and then they'd just be like, "Oh, it's just their generation," and then they'd have a little bit of that racism in them. You know. Hate to say it, man. My mom was based, but like she wasn't racist at all. Like personally. But yeah, she would definitely like excuse the shit that her husband said that was overtly racist. So 1, 2, 3, what are we fighting for? Yeah, we got Allie who was there. Oh, she was definitely the hippie type. I'm just saying in general, like, she literally made that case to me about my grandma, because my grandma, she would make, like, pretty racist comments, my mom's mom. And she would just be, like, I would look at her and just be like, huh? And she'd just be like, whatever, that's their generation. But then, like I said, here I am, like, be like, no, she should have said something, like, why did I have to be that next generation? Why did I have to evolve to then be like, Mom, that's not okay? You know? Yeah, I guess you're right. That's not okay. It's like, I'm glad you could see it now. Man, you'd be surprised at how many 70-something-year-old dudes are just really comfortable with being racists. Like, really comfortable. Fuck, man. Nothing's worse than, like, I think this is actually kind of, obviously, like an exclusive thing to either white or white passing, like Hispanic, is when you have, like, another white dude come up to you and just, like, assume because you're white that you're, like, totally fine, like, with the, you know, casual racism, and, like, on top of it, just be like, and how about that Donald Trump? It's just like, it's the worst, especially when it's a contractor. That happened to me once, where I was hiring for this job, and this contractor comes in, and dude, Like, the red hat, I could ignore, but it was everything that came out of his mouth where I was like, you know what? I'm going to go with somebody else. And he was just like, what? I'm like, honestly, man. And I kind of told him that. I'm like, I would have been fine with your politics, but it's if you're comfortable just assuming that I'm hateful like that, like, get out of here. 4 of us sharing a house in Springfield, Missouri in college. I reached out to them for Sun's show tomorrow night. The 4th one, I finally remembered. It was me. Oh, yeah, well. Isn't that funny how when you do the math, you forget you forget yourself in it? I think I'm that way with, like, my friends that we call the 3 amigos. Like, every once in a while, I'll just be like, oh, yeah, who's the third? Oh, yeah, duh. Oh, shit. Yeah, smoke hanging in here. I thought about that for a while today. I felt stupid. Now you have so much to keep organized and to think about and keep organized. It's cool. My brother and Pep's mom were the same age. He lived under a pier one summer. And my mom got arrested protesting in Milwaukee in 1968. She's very proud of that. Actually, that's about where that picture's from. I has one glow in the dark covers and newer comic that newer comic book dude, forgot the name though. Said had 5. Oh, the Ghost Rider one? The glow in the dark Ghost Rider comic? Like, that's, yeah. If I find a good condition of that, I'll buy it. Ooh, speaking of, you know what? Let's do a random Pokemon pack. Why not? Completely random, though. Yeah, let's do... Go from here. City in Flames. There we go. Oh. The other dud. Blacklight posters were the best. Oh yeah, man. I have 2 pretty like classic blacklight posters. I got one like with this mushroom that I got from Spencer's like way back in the day. Turned out to be worth like some money. And then I have a really cool Doctor Strange one that again I was given, had no idea what it was worth, and then years later my buddy's just like, dude, that's worth like a ton of fucking money. So that one is just sitting there chilling, waiting for a nice spot. Also, when I mean a nice spot, I mean a nice spot that I want to put a black light up because, dude, those things pull so much energy, like for real. Here, let's see. All right. Let's put this card over here. All right. We got Numel. We got a camel. We got a Grievard. Ghost Dog. Electric Fish Tynamo. Phantom. Like Galone. I like this. I just like the name of it. It's a letter of encouragement. Chandelure. Ooh, here we go. Altaria. Actually, don't have one of those. This is the second one I've gotten of, here we go. Palfin. Oh, look at that. Got enough to make a Palfin deck. Well, that's cool. Always Pokemon cards. Honestly, figure why not go into the weekend here with that. Now, I have to kind of figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. I think that I'm kind of toying with jumping on. I don't know. I'm figuring everything out there because once I hop off here tonight, the big thing that I need to do is figure out how to get my chat working again because Streamlabs is being a bitch. Like, I don't get it, man. I know that my Google Chrome extensions were preventing the newest update, which that's fun. So gonna have to work around that one too. My friend said that he and another friend who is black shared hard R memes with each other, and I just straight up told him I don't like that, and that's not really cool. Like, that's not cool. You see the video of a black woman that told the contractor never mind because of a... Oh, yeah. No, I did see that. Yeah, no, I have not had contractors... Like, that was the one guy where he made it about his hat. But then I've had other contractors where, like, they've made it about race. I had one guy that was like, oh, it's because I'm Mexican. It's because I'm Mexican. It's like, no, dude. Because I overheard them on the side of my house talking about, like, casing my fucking house. I was just like, oh, I'm calling the cops. Like, you dumbasses. Fucking asking me about my locks and my fucking security system. Like, yeah, okay, not even being subtle about it. Unreal. You gotta be careful out there, man. You really do. There's one thing that I have learned is hiring contractors, you do have to be careful. You know, you got the one thing where it's like, yeah, getting screwed over by him is one thing, but... Night, y'all. Yeah, you know what? We got protests tomorrow, so... I got 10 minutes before I go to bed, so... Let's chill for 10 minutes. That means I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna turn this down because this thing just got cold. Alright, having an air purifier that's a fan is great until it does that, where you're like, oh, chilly. Good night, Duke. And have fun at the protest and be safe. Please be safe, most importantly. And let me know how it goes, man. How the hell is that dog so chilled? Pitbulls be sitting on laps taking up attention? He's like that if I'm sitting on a couch. Like, if I lay down on a couch, he's literally, like, sprawled out, like, long ways. Just, come here. And, yeah, there's just nothing you can do. You lose... Oh, actually, that happened to my wife last night, where he totally, like, spread himself out Superman style. And she's just like, so you took my spot? And he's just like, yes. All right, yes, cheers. Uno más, uno más. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that could have been a meme hit. Max. Yeah, I've got some Max comics. I also have some cards. There's also a show on MTV for a hot minute. Yeah, the Max is cool. Sam Keith. That's the artist who did that. Actually, I have like a bunch of his Batman stuff. See you soon, Jeff. Hope you have a good weekend. Yes, Jeff. Thank you for joining tonight. I really appreciate it, man. I hope you do have a good weekend. Good luck with your son. Tell your son good luck with the show, and I hope you have fun. Especially like when you're hooking up with your old college buddies, man. I hope you guys get to live it up. Forget your age. That's one of my favorite things to see my dad do. And you know what? Screw it. I can talk about this for a minute. I've talked about my Uncle Bobby, my dad's best friend, and you know what? Why not? Got some good memories with him, and that's my favorite thing that he would do is every time that he came over, or like my dad, like there's one time specifically, my dad was having a really, really rough time. He was going through a lot. He was having a bad day. And my Uncle Bobby showed up randomly. And it was, he had something to show him, but he's just got this thing where, he brings out the second that they get together, it was like watching two teenagers, and it really clicked with me where I was like, oh man, I really appreciate that you can always bring that side of my pops out, like take him from being completely serious to just being a goofball. I love that shit. As it can. It's been real at LOL as it can. What do you mean? Are you okay, Allie? What do you mean? What? I mean, are you talking about like the fact that we're online and it's like parasocial, or like what? Like, yeah, I think that's what you mean, right? Yeah, is that? Yeah, it must be. Hang your haze on stage. Mostly. Okay. Are you trying to... This is where I'm going... You know what? This is where I'm coming with it. Are you trying to insinuate that I'm not being real with you? Because if you are, I would like to know. Seriously. That's how we started the stream. Gonna be looking into things. The one thing that I have always said on the stream, where it's just like the one thing I hate is the fact that when I read things, it's me reading it, so it doesn't matter how you meant it. It's like I'm taking it the way I take it. Oh yeah, right. I got another clip of a video coming out tomorrow morning. If you guys want to, if you weren't there for the stream yesterday and you want to see Sam Cedar on PBD, I broke it into two sections, two different videos. If you want to watch the one that I did today, ironically, that's the back half of the show. So if you want to watch it in sequence, just wait for the one tomorrow and then watch Trump tariff one after that. You're real. That's why we're all here. Ah, thank you. Am I though? I actually could be part of the YouTube algorithm. See, I just ruined it. I'm AI, guys. I'm part of the AI algorithm of YouTube. I'm a complete creation. I am the amalgamation of every YouTube streamer. You guys didn't catch the hints. Oh man. God, I'm not looking forward to this. Because I essentially have to reset everything tonight. This is gonna suck. Like every freaking piece of equipment tonight. Oh man. I already backed up a whole bunch of my stuff too. There's also one of those things where it's just like, great. You can be a punk too, lol, bite me. God, do you remember when bite me was a thing? Like, everybody was wearing that shirt, like, just bite me. Wait a minute, you guys remember when Big Dog was, like, really popular? Like, did you guys have Big Dog, like, the, where there's a bunch of parody shirts where, you had to go to the Big Dog store and, you're probably the most real streamer online. I appreciate your stone reality. Oh, thank you. Peps the Punk. If you are, we'll get there. Hey. Is Allie a troll? I don't know, man. Allie's been in a mood. I gotta be completely honest. Yeah, the last few days, Allie's come in hot. You know? Been a little been saying some cryptic stuff and then kind of doing like the LOL, am I? Maybe. She's, yeah, in a mood. All right. Troll keen? Yes, she's troll keen. Ha ha! Actually, damn. That would actually be like a good thing to drop like in a chat that you are trolling, where it's just call me JRR Troll King. You damn hobbits. Hobbitses. And then it's like, wait, hobbit isn't really an insult. Hobbits are honorable and, oh god, what did Gandalf say? Cunning. Also, yeah, you know, halflings. You know what? I just realized I've never actually played a halfling in D&D. I think I might try that out next time. No, who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? I'm going orc. I think I'm gonna go either orc mage or I don't know. I almost said orc ranger and I'm like, don't you fucking do it. Don't you do it. Every character I play is a freaking ranger. I have got to stop that. Maybe I'll be a monk. Ooh, actually, yeah, a monk would be fun. I don't know. I gotta do that. Hey, what up, Shot-Town? How you doing, brother? Dude, what the fuck's up with Honeybee? Where the fuck's she been? Notice that she has not been on stream for a little bit, and, yeah, the last few times that I actually did, like, end up watching, she was playing Overwatch. And the last time she got, like, kind of, I asked her, like, if she's doing politics, and she just kind of was like, not today. So, but, oh, by the way, thank you for the cheered 100 bits, man. I really appreciate that. Fuck yeah. Nothing much, just chilling. Hell yeah, man. That is not like 99% of the beginning of my conversations with all of my like close friends. Where it's, what up? Not much. Chilling. You? It's like you can go through every text message, and that's just how we do it. And sometimes I have legit one friend that if you text him in one word, it's totally like, what up? Nada. Busy? Nah. Coming over? Yeah. That's a legit conversation I have had with him. Oh. There's something to be said about that, though. The simplicity, and also just the fact that it's like, yeah, you know what? You always need to have the conversation. It's like, also, it makes the conversation that much more enjoyable when it gets there. It's like, oh, you know, because we didn't chat on the phone, we got more to talk about. I remember the first time I had that piece of advice. I had a client that I had to take out to dinner. Yeah, he's a man of few words indeed. Trust me. That's the funniest part is like when we have the conversations too. It's just like he's not exactly talkative. It's mostly me just and he's going like, cool, or laughing. He's a good audience for that. Like he's good at laughing and he's generous with that. He answers, yeah, no, it's not what. He goes, yeah. You actually kind of nailed it. It's like, yeah. Who answers the phone like that? What do you mean? I saw it was you. It's like, okay. Are you annoyed? Nah. You busy? Nah. You coming by? Yeah. Like, I love that, man. Again, I'm glad that I have a different mix too, because I got another friend. God love her. But if you text her just like, "Hey, are you busy?" you will get a novel of a text where it's just, "Oh, okay. I guess I got to sit down and read this." Not sure if you guys have friends like that, but cherish all of them. Seriously. It's so fun. Like, I love the dynamics that all of my friends produce. The fact that none of them really are alike at all. God. It's the spice of life, And then I got the one friend. I will say this. I got the one friend sometimes calls a little bit too much. Like, he actually, you could tell that he's of a certain age because he calls, number one. It's so funny. All my friends under 40 text. Strictly text. All my friends over 45, they do not text. It's so weird. And, I mean, I appreciate it because it helps me with this, and obviously I don't mind a nice little chat, but every once in a while you're just like, all right, I'm the friend that types the novella text where you're just like, oh, Jesus. Are you an over-explainer? Because, okay, so I'll do that occasionally, personally. So if I haven't talked to somebody for a while, I will, type out this long-ass paragraph. But, yeah, for the most part, I try to be more aware of that. Because I also try to be aware of, what people will actually read and, how I approach text messages like that, where it's just like, do I actually want to sit and read this? I don't know. Nah. Schedule 1. Pep Squad. Yes, we are still Pep Squad. Pep Squad 1. It did, though. Pep Squad 1 with 57%. So it is officially Pep Squad. Anything else I wanted to cover? I think we're good, guys. Honestly, man. I'm pretty freaking stoked that this week has been as productive as it has been. Only in getting my political or philosophical points of view out. Oh, okay. Wait, are you responding to being a man of few words, or you type out? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that's how you actually found my channel, was through Honeybee's community, and then yeah, I think I was going back and forth with you guys. Yeah, sometimes I can be pretty short and sweet, but yeah, in chat, if I got a point to make, I'll make the point. I gotta get better about that, though. The same shit where it's just like, nobody's gonna read that. Perfect representation of the two-party system. Is it though? I think it is. No, yeah. Kirk made numerous better suggestions. Oh, wait. 4? Wait, no, I'm lost. Damn it. I just got spaced out for a half second and then reset. I was like, rebooting? What? No, I tend to preach my points out like a deacon on Sunday morning, thus the Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Like, nice little lore lesson there for you. Cool. Angry Ginger spoke as well. Angry Ginger's a shit. Angry Ginger's definitely a friend of the channel. I really appreciate the guy. His content is awesome. He's actually one of the few streamers that I now catch. It's also kind of nice because like when I either end stream on Wednesdays or on Saturdays, that's when he streams. So I'm like, oh shit. Well, sometimes on Saturdays. But no, man, I really appreciated like the fact that he's been so supportive of this channel and other channels on the left, but he's just in general like funny fucking dude. So there's a few other content creators out there like Skid. He's cool. He's over on Twitch, and then you got Smoke a Tide Pod, who I haven't spoken to in a minute. I need to get a hold of him. Both the guys online. And now that you know, you'll never be able to unsee Deke. That's true. Yeah, Deke is Deacon. Yeah. Same time. Both you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I just thought about that. Yeah, in the beginning of the week, he is on at the same time. Which, hey, that's also why, I'll be honest, when I originally was thinking about starting, I was thinking about going live at like 11 and just like trying to compete with Majority Report. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Why would I do that? So yeah, like 1 to 3 is essentially, or 11 to 3, local here is just, nah. Leave that for Majority Report, and then that extra hour, because they get off at 2, I tend to like edit some videos or get some stuff out, and then I'll do some show prep and start up. But okay, I gotta get it. Yeah, you know what? I gotta go. It's 11. I've been on for 7 hours. It is time. It's been a long week, and yeah, so. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate you all supporting the stream. I really appreciate all of you guys that have pitched in for my mom's memorial fund. It really means a lot to me. It actually like it means the world to me. So yeah, everybody that has also just participated this week, and again, like yesterday. We had a little interesting situation where definitely blew up at the end there, but yeah, awesome show, bro. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Sorry, text is glitching sometimes. I'm too stoned for the finger fonts. Yeah, man, gotta catch up to you. Fuck. If you're that far gone, shit. Yeah, man. So look out for the show tomorrow. Gonna be hitting a protest, so I'm not entirely sure. If I'm going to be able to live stream it or what's going on, but just keep your notifications on for the YouTube channel and over on Discord. I will be updating over there. So, worst case, I will see you all on Monday, okay? And, shit. One of these days I'll get that where it's just like, and I'll see you all on Monday and have the screen ready to go. Because, you know, like, professional, like. But yeah. All right, guys. Now I will see you all either tomorrow or on Monday. Y'all take care. Oh wait, $20 says SNL has Kid Rock and the Penguins as an open. Just remember, don't get in trouble because we ain't got no bail money. Yeah, no shit. All right, guys. I will catch y'all later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are